dignitaries, learned scholars, and my dear participants, a very good morning, a very warm welcome to one and all. It is my privilege to extend a warm welcome to each one of you as we embark on day 2 of this insightful national seminar on Indianizing English Studies, Form, Language and Theory. Yesterday's discussions provided us with rich perspectives, deep insights, and thought-provoking deliberations on how English, a global language, has been localized and transformed in the vibrant context of India. Today, as we continue this intellectual journey, I am confident that the sessions ahead will further enhance our understanding of the cultural, social, and creative nuances of Indian English. Our lineup of eminent speakers and engaging panels promises to be as enlightening and inspiring as yesterday, if not more. Let us use this platform to celebrate the uniqueness of Indian English, explore its evolving identity, and address its role in bridging cultures while retaining its distinctive flavor. Your active participation will undoubtedly add depth and diversity to our conversations. Once again, a hearty welcome to all of you. Let us make day 2 as memorable and meaningful as day 1. Thank you, and let us begin with our day's proceedings. Over to me. May I request the dignitaries to take place? Put your hands together to cheer them up. An event of this nature becomes truly meaningful with the presence of distinguished dignitaries who inspired us with their wisdom and leadership. It is time to honor our esteemed guests for their gracious presence and invaluable contribution to the seminar. May I now request Dr. Ekala, Associate Professor of English, to honor Professor Nidhi Tiwari, National Council of Education, Research and Training from New Delhi. Thank you, ma'am. Now, Professor of English, Dr. Ekala, will honor Dr. Annapurna, Assistant Professor, Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request the convener of the national seminar, Dr. Mahindra Jagannathan, to honor our beloved HOD, Dr. Ekala, Associate Professor of English. Now again, the convener of the seminar will honor writer Narotam Tiwari for his presence here. We are happy, sir, to have you here with us.
brighter, and your presence is made the function more meaningful. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. It's indeed an honor, sir. A very hearty welcome to you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we're just going to start the plenary sessions, and now the first session will be taken over by Professor Nidhi Tiwari. She is a professor of English in the Department of Education, New Delhi. A T.S. Eliot scholar, she has over 35 years of teaching experience in higher education. Her area of specialization is ELE, social linguistics, psycholinguistics, archetypal criticism, Canadian native drama, and Indian writing in English. She has produced over 10 research scholars and delivered scholarly lectures as resource persons at several academic staff colleges across the country. She has undertaken 7 research projects and completed them successfully. She has 5 books to her credit, and several papers have appeared in national and international publications. She has undertaken she has also undertaken the e-content of NCERT, and she is also a plenary speaker in national and international conferences. Apart from her contribution to teaching, she has held several administrative posts. Chairperson, Committee Against Sexual Harassment, member of IQAC, convener of Timetable Committee, Secretary of Staff Council, and academic forums, and she's in charge of the language library also. So, ma'am, we are very, very eager to listen to you. A hearty welcome to you. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Minu, and the Department of English, Dr. Kala, Dr. Mahendra, and for the invitation which has been extended to me to be here in this academic conference. And I know that Puducherry has a rich tradition, and this is my 3rd visit to Puducherry. And of course, there's been a considerable gap. I was telling Dr. Kala that from after 2007, I'm visiting Puducherry. Of course, there will be changes, and it's a very vibrant environment. The moment I entered this campus, such a lovely green campus, so it was such a warm welcome. And with this, let me begin. The topic that I have chosen, which is on display before you, is Concerns of NEP 2020, Rootedness in Indian Culture in the English Curriculum. Now, all of you are aware that ever since NEP 2020 has been advocating the pride in our Indian culture, the Indianization of English, with which you have begun yesterday. So we'll be looking into what needs to go into the English curriculum. Of course, it's a very wide area, and I have tried to cover the PG curriculum of several universities and also the UG curriculum, and we will be exploring as to how much of ITS do we find, the Indian knowledge system, which represents our culture, also the folk literature, which is referring to the indigenous knowledge systems of our country. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Okay, so rootedness in Indian culture, which is there in our national education policy. So we are talking about the rich heritage of ancient and eternal Indian knowledge and thought that has been a guiding light for this policy. The pursuit of knowledge, that's jnana, wisdom, that's pragya, and truth, satya, was always considered in Indian thought and philosophy as the highest human goal. the aim of education in ancient India was not, I'm reading out this, but we'll be discussing, okay? So just to refresh, we might be familiar with these ideas in the NP, but let's refresh ourselves. It was not just the acquisition of knowledge as preparation for life in this world, or life beyond schooling, but for the complete realization and liberation of the self. Even at NCRT New Delhi, our motto is life eternal through knowledge. So when we talk of the para and the apara vidya, so the para is in the world of science, knowledge of the world. But when we talk of the apara, the vidya, that is the spiritual dimension, and we are talking about the holistic development of personality, which is very much the need of the hour. Because we are incomplete with only the technical knowledge or the knowledge which is confined to the books or to the curriculum. We are only complete if there is an evolution of ourselves, the spiritual dimension of our personality. We have to work upon that. And that's very important. And that is what India is all about. India has always been the spiritual guru, and we know how the West has looked upon India in that light. So let's not forget our identity. And that is why NEP is talking about Gyan, Pragya and Satya. Okay? And the fundamental principles that will guide both the education system at large as well as the individual institutions within it are. There are many points, but I have focused only on two because that is our concern here. So the first being rootedness and pride in India and its rich, diverse, ancient and modern culture and knowledge systems and tradition. The second, of course, which is very valuable, is the respect for diversity and respect for the local context in all curriculum, pedagogy and policy, always keeping in mind that education is a concurrent subject that gives freedom to the states, we all know, with the kind of flexibility and the way we can represent the local context in our curriculum. So with this, can we move on? Okay. With this, let's move on to the Bharathiyar Gyan Parampara or the Indian knowledge system. Now the Indian knowledge system comprises of Gyan, Vigyan and Jeevan Darshan that has evolved out of experience, observation, experimentation and rigorous analysis. This tradition of validating and putting into practice has impacted our education, arts, administration, law, justice, health, manufacturing and commerce. This has influenced classical and other languages of Bharat that were transmitted through textual, oral and artistic traditions. Knowledge of India in this sense includes knowledge from ancient India and its successes and challenges and a sense of India's future aspirations specific to education, health, environment and indeed all aspects of life. Now let us focus on this aspect of the knowledge of India, which is catering not only to the tradition but also the future aspirations. Because there has to be a bridge between tradition and modernity. Since I'm a teacher scholar, so tradition and individual talent, we all know, is there right from Eliot. And of course, when I'm talking about what is there in our NEP 2020 and what our IKS is talking about. So we have to see the relevance also of our tradition. How relevant is our tradition in modern times? And as I told you, that you would agree that on one side is the material world and on the other is the spiritual world. I'm emphasizing on it again and again because that is a dimension which is not being catered to much. I do not know in the context of the modern youth, the way they are attracted towards the West. It's been a long time we've been talking about the brain drain. And but you see how people are coming to India. And I'm so proud of the fact that we are in Puducherry, which is the land of Sri Aurobindo. And people have been coming to Puducherry again and again because it is, Sri Aurobindo and the manner in which he has spoken about the evolution of man. Of course, I need not be talking much about that because you all are placed here and it wouldn't be doing justice if I talk about Sri Aurobindo so much. But then, if I don't mention him, it's doing injustice to Puducherry. Right? So with this, let's move ahead. Okay. So now let me focus on IKS and curriculum. So we have our UGC guidelines. How are we going to incorporate the IKS in our curriculum? Okay, so let's take a look at that. The IKS is to be incorporated in a scientific manner in the school and higher educational curriculums. This would include tribal knowledge and will cover and include mathematics, astronomy, philosophy, yoga, architecture, medicine, agriculture, engineering, linguistics, literature, sports, games, as well as governance, polity, and conservation. So the entire range of subjects are here before us, and that itself is a proof, it is an evidence that our IKS was catering to all the areas of life. Okay, and that is what we've been emphasizing upon, that there's so much in our traditions and we know so little of it. We haven't researched upon it. So if it is not there right from our school system, and if it is not there, at the level of undergraduation and post-graduation, we are missing out a lot on our identity. Okay, so and then another thing is that we are fortunate that we are learners of English literature and of course language as well as literature. So when we look at literature, tell me, any one of you sitting here, what is not there in literature? Which field of life is untouched when we talk about literature? We do have, nowadays universities are having even, elective papers on medicinal humanities are there. Okay, so which are very interesting elective papers. So you can't say that all the topics or the areas mentioned here are not part of our English literature. Okay, and then the main objective of drawing from our past and integrating the IKS is to ensure that our ancient systems of knowledge, represented by unbroken tradition of knowledge transmission and providing a unique personality, that is the Bharatiya Drishti. So let us always keep the Bharatiya Drishti and let us understand what this Bharatiya Drishti is, which is used to solve the current and emerging challenges of India and the world. So this Bharatiya Drishti is not just confined to India, it is also going to be a vision for the entire mankind globally. That is what we need to pay attention to. At this point, I would definitely like to mention that when they were talking about that we cover also the school education, because the foundation has to be strong. When we are talking about the Indianization of English, of course I'll be going into the details of the UG/PG curriculum, but I think I must mention what we are doing at NCERT in the context of school education. There has been a paradigm shift when it comes to the textbooks of English. I do not know how familiar you are, but the class 6 textbook, which is now there in the market, the name of the textbook itself is indicative of how India is getting represented. The title being Purvi. Purvi is a rag. And even if you look at the textbooks of class 1 and 2, the title being rhythm. So what a change from earlier it used to be marigold and then it was honeybee, honeysuckle, okay, honeycomb. So you see the shift. The shift is what you need to look at. That rhythm is the instrument. Other textbooks in other languages also have the names of we have Sarangi in Hindi. Now when we are looking at the class 6 textbook, it is Purvi, which is a rag. The Hindi textbook is Malhar, which is again a rag. The Sanskrit, of course, is Deepakam, which is again a rag. And the Urdu is Khayal, which is again a rag. So there is so much there that we need to look at. And we have so many Indian writers included in our textbooks. So much of India is represented, and it's only from that perspective, if we groom our children from the school education, that we can continue into the higher education. So I thought that is at this juncture, I must talk about the changes which are coming in the textbooks at the school level. And of course, it is being followed by the CBSE schools in the country. And state curriculum is also guided many a times by NCERT. They do come to us, and many of them have adopted our books, the earlier books, and are also taking keen interest. But of course, it's not across the country. It's not so uniform across the country, because as we said, that education is in the concurrent list, and the states have their own, take on that. Okay, let's move ahead. Now let us talk about the IKS in English curriculum. Guidelines for incorporating Indian knowledge in higher education curriculum has been issued on 13 June 2023. It emphasizes on the promotion of Indian languages, arts and culture, and tries to remove the discontinuity in the flow of IKS by integrating IKS into curriculum at all levels of education. So at this point, in English literature, the focus would be on integrating the following. They have in the appendix provided us with a model curricula, wherein I've taken the suggestions from there only. And as you can see that the Indian classical epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata, they have been suggested. And under drama and aesthetics, we have Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra. Before I move ahead, I need to talk about this at length. When we look at the guidelines for this IKS curriculum provided by UGC, let me tell you that they do have a plan of a foundational course on IKS at the UG level, and that is supposed to be, it's going to be mandatory. Just as we had foundational courses when it came to English or the other languages, like in North India we have foundation English, we have foundation Hindi, and similarly now it is going to be foundational IKS, and that's going to be mandatory at in the UG programs. So you may say that if it is going to be mandatory as a foundational course, then what is the need of incorporating it in the different subjects? That question may arise in your mind, right? Now, it is here where the guidelines have to be understood properly. They have suggested that what are the subjects which connect with IKS, and there it should be studied in more details, because the foundational course is going to be of a very general nature. But when you are incorporating it into different subject areas, we are going deeper into it. Okay, they have, the whole, outline is very clear, how many credits and all that. And at the post-graduation, the advanced course, that is of course elective, and then that can, but we've been asked to encourage. And you can take credits from the advanced IKS course at the post-graduation level. But at the same time, subjects like mathematics, astronomy, languages, of course Sanskrit as a subject, Sanskrit universities, they are all supposed to incorporate IKS into the English curriculum. Now, what I have done is that first I am suggesting what would be in our curriculum, in our English literature curriculum, even in our language and our linguistics curriculum. First we'll talk about that, then I'll be going into the details, and I'll be talking about two courses, one at the UG, one at the PG level, and how it has been incorporated. We'll talk about that. I have gone through many of the curriculums of different universities in our country, the central universities, the state universities, and there has been the process of revision of the syllabus, at the UG, at the PG level in different universities across the country, and some have incorporated, some are in the process of incorporating, some have incorporated but not to the extent it should be incorporated. So we'll be discussing about that. And when we say curriculum, it's not just the syllabus. We'll also be talking about the pedagogy and the andragogy. That is, how should it be transacted in the classroom. A very good syllabus, but if it is not transacted properly in the classroom, becomes a failure. And how it should be part of our assessment process is also very important, because even after the best transaction modes which have been incorporated, if the assessment is not built in a manner which promotes learning, the thrust on learning is our major concern. And we'll be talking about the constructivist approaches in learning, and if they are not utilized, then the best of the syllabus will not deliver, and we fail in our objectives of coming up with a very good syllabus. Okay, so but let's first take a look at what could be incorporated in our syllabus. Can we have the next slide, please? So when we are looking at the Indian classical literature in translation, we have Kalidas, Avinyan, Shakuntalam, we have Ashwaghosh, Buddhacharita, we have Bharathiyar, Kadambari and Harshcharita, and we have Bhavbhutis, Malti Madhav and Mahavir Charita. But they have more works. I have just taken some examples. Okay, these are not the only works by these writers. Okay, so just some examples are before you. Yes, slide please. Again, in the same category, we have Gandhi's Das Kumar Charita and Kavya Darsha. Jayadev's Geet Govind, this is very famous. I'll talk about it, I would love to talk about it. And Hari Sena's Reaccredited, Raj Shekhar's Kavya Mimamsa, Jina Sena's Harivansh Puran. Geet Govind, we all know, I think most of you might be familiar with Geet Govind. And I would also like to tell you that, of course, it is on the life of Govind, that is Lord Krishna. And recently, the way it can form part of IKS. So recently, I got to see there's a book on paintings on Geet Govind. And I do not know whether you are familiar with the name of Professor Aruk Bhalla. He's been into the area of translation. He's a very big name there. And under a project of the ministry, they have worked on the translations of Geet Govind, and it was very challenging because, when you translate, all of you are aware of the problems with transliteration and translate. So, how do you, if it is in the form of couplets, it's all the more challenging. And then accompanied with paintings and an explanation of those paintings and how, connect it with, make it more relevant and contemporary. So that's a great work, and there are many prospects and the kind of research which needs to be undertaken. Like with our postgraduate students, I do not know if you are having dissertations at the masters, so you can start from that very stage. If it is at the level of UG, you can bring in under projects. So a lot of work is happening in our country, and I personally feel that when we talk of IKS, it's not, of course, syllabus means it will be the literary text that we are talking of, but somewhere we ought to connect it with music, with the dance traditions, with the paintings, with the sculptures. That kind of an interdisciplinary approach. Of course, we do talk of history, we do talk of sociology, we do talk of philosophy, psychology when we are looking at literature. But, talking about the art and culture and integrating that, in our along with the literary text, So somewhere we need to address that. Of course, that might be part of the transaction mode, and it could be part of projects also under assessment. So that's one thing. So at this juncture, I couldn't restrain myself, from talking about Geet Govind because much is happening there actually. Yeah, can you have the next slide, please? Now, under Indian classical literature in translation, we have Tiruvalluvar. The name has been mentioned in NEP 2020. Specifically, this name has been highlighted in NEP 2020 and even in the IPS guidelines of UGC, it has been highlighted. Okay, so the Tirukural is there and we have Somdev Katha Sarit Sagar. I do not know how many of the academicians have had an exposure to Katha Sarit Sagar. It is really a sagar of the Kathas and it has so much to offer. And then of course we have Shudrats, Vrichakarika, we have Vishakatas, Mudrakshas and Devi Chandragupta. So you will see some of the titles are connected with many eminent personalities from our country. So sometimes it is, even historical characters. So we are looking at Chandragupta here. Okay. And but Katha Sarit Saga again, I would like it should be there in our syllabus. And there's so much there, and I do not know, most of you might have had, because even before NEP 2020, Girish Karnad was very much there in our syllabus. So most of the plays of Girish Karnad are based on Indian mythology, not all, but he has picked up tales from Katha Sarit Saga, Mahabharata, the lesser known tales, which are so contemporary, and they talk about the conflicts and the turmoils that we undergo in our life. And when you read those plays and when we go deeper into our religious text, we will, and not merely religious text, not all are religious, but then religion is not just religion in the name of, say, Hinduism or Buddhism or Jainism or Christianity. Religion and spirituality go beyond, I think, all the ideologies. It's our life, how we live it. And we can be religious and spiritual, without, without also the dogmas and the rituals. Okay, but of course, we can get so much from our ideologies and our rituals also. It's up to us how we live our life and how we incorporate. So it should be part of our syllabus and part of our transaction mode and also be part of our assessment. Can we please? Indian philosophy and spirituality in literature. So we have Sri Aurobindo's The Life Divine, then we have Tagore's Gitanjali, then Rajabhav, the Swabhitantra, and we have your Anantamurti's Sanskara. I do recall that some of the writers and some of the works have been in our syllabus even prior to NEP 2020, but I do not know how we looked upon it and how we transacted it, how we tried to understand it in the context of our own traditions. There are ways, there are so many perspectives. Yes, we need to be critical, but at the same time, there has to be a balanced approach. Excesses are to be avoided. That's what our religious scriptures often say. A balanced approach to life is very essential. Can you please? Indian mythology in literature. So we have Girish Karnad, some of his plays, Yayati, The Fire and the Rain, and Hayavadan. Then we have Devdutt Patnaik, I know, is very much in. And Sita is here from a different perspective. Then we have Chitra Banerjee, Divakaruni, The Palace of Illusions, where we see Mahabharata from the eyes of Draupadi. And then we have Amish Tripathi, his the Shiva trilogy. So we can be contemporary, at the same time. So it is not that contemporary works are not having the IKS. Okay, perspectives might be different, but then they do refer to the traditions, and we need to relook at our tradition also and understand it. Okay, can we? Okay, Indian language science. Now this is very much the thrust of NEP 2020, and under the UGC guidelines of how we have to incorporate. This is an area which has been highlighted a lot. So Bharathiyar's Vakyapad, Panini's Ashtadhyayi, Patanjali's Mahabhashya, and Shiksha, that is the phonetics, and the Shiva Sutras, which there are portions which can be regarded as auxiliary text to Ashtadhyayi. So we can think about that, because when we are looking at linguistics, we have to bring in the Indian, linguistics here. Okay, so there are universities when they have modified their syllabus. So elective papers, one finally is there, Patanjali is there, full-fledged papers are there. I'll be referring to that in detail. Can now, folklore and the indigenous literature. So folk tales of different Indian states and oral tradition through folk songs from Indian states. This book of Ramanujan, folk tales from India, is also very famous. And because if we are talking of the classics, okay, then what about the folk? I mean, they seem to be, diametrically opposite. Many a times, many of our classical work is in Sanskrit. Maybe it is elitist. Okay, but when it is folk, of course, it's all oral, and we are now documenting it. So we are trying to, incorporate it in the form of folk tales. Of course, it's been a long tradition wherein we have documented our folk tales. Okay, but then how much of it forms part of our syllabus? That should be the major concern. It's there, but it is not utilized. That's the concern. That's the concern. And many a times we do not know about our rich tales from our own states also. And that is what we need to address. Okay. At NCRT, when we have different programs, a lot of emphasis has been given to folk traditions, and when we have different programs wherein we call the folk artists. So we treat them as resource persons. It's not that a person with a degree only is a resource person. A person who specializes in some performance, in some art, may be better than many academicians, and we need to learn that. And we need to respect those artists. Because they are the ones who are continuing this rich tradition of our country. And our concern is, it should not, it is because, financially you need the support, and it should be maintained. Otherwise, many of the folk artists, they are trying to, their children would like to take up degrees and go into other jobs. And we are losing on our traditions, the rich traditions, you see. And there are so many tales, and they are tales of wisdom. And they can support you at any stage of your life if you realize that. Then there is a celebrity which goes with folk in the form of, and the different instruments they have, the different songs they have, the way they carry it out. You had a nature walk in the morning, so they are living amidst nature, you see. So that is where we need to respect our folk culture, our folk literature, our folklore, And before I move ahead, because from here I'll be going into the syllabus. So just a sec, just give me a minute. I just check, because I think after this comes I need to talk about, before I move on to the UG syllabus or the ITEP syllabus, Integrated Teacher Education Program, the 4-year integrated BA program of Regional Institute of Education, NCERT Bhopal. Okay, because I believe you must be aware that since last year, NCT has, please, can we have this paper, please? Because then everybody would be reading this. I don't want to come to the syllabus straight away, please. I'm sorry, but then. Please, can we go to the earlier slide? I'll discuss our syllabus later, but what I want to tell you is, I would like to tell you about the integrated BA program which we have been running at Regional Institute of Education, which we have 5 in the country, which are under NCERT. And so Bhopal is there, looking after the western region, and RI Mysore is looking after the southern region. RI Bhubaneswar after the eastern region, Arai Ajmer after the western, and maybe Shillong is looking after the northeast. Now these institutions are there since 1963, 1964. What I want to tell you is that ITEP is a new concept, the Integrated Teacher Education Program. And why I am emphasizing on that is that after 2030, you would not be having the normal UG programs. You will be having the 4-year integrated programs only, the ITEP, and you will have to seek recognition from NCTE for all your UG programs. Whether it's a commerce program, whether it's what you call a humanities program, whether it's a science program, whichever be the stream, the integration with education will be mandatory and compulsory. Okay, that is as per UGC, as per NEP 2020. And so you will be seeking, recognition not only from your university but from NCTE. So the exercise began from last year. They have selected some of the institutions across the country for the Integrated Teacher Education Program. And what I wanted to share with you is that ever since our inception from 1963-64 onwards, we have been running the integrated BA, BSc, BA program, even the BCom BA, even the BTech integrated we had in our country, and in the RIs. And this concept started at, we've been the pioneer institutions. And what I wanted to share was that after more than 55 years of the success story and the placements, the government of India has chosen to convert all the UG programs into integrated teacher education programs. After 2030, we would not be having the 2-year B.Ed in the country. So it's all the traditional programs are going to a stage of phase out. And that is where I thought that I need to talk about, under the UG syllabus, under the UG program, I would like to talk about the Integrated Teacher Education Program, BA of RI Bhopal. That is why I am highlighting it. Because even prior to NEP 2020, we did have, let me be honest, maybe 10% we had the Indianness there, but then with a little trust on IKS, but not to that extent, but yes, it was there. And under this designing of the new syllabus, which our first batch began from 2023, and we worked on our syllabus. Of course, there's a need to modify it because the time given to us was very less. We had it in the workshop mode wherein we worked on the syllabus, and there we brought in few papers. And I also want to clear certain misconceptions. Most of you might think that we had the Indian writing in English as a paper, and we had Indian writing in translation also in our syllabus earlier. But the kind of writers we had, the kind of literature we had, it had more of the modern and contemporary element in it, and the focus on the Indian classical tradition was not there the way it should have been. Okay, so in that very context, now I would like you to take a look at the RI Bhopal ITEP DABA syllabus. Can you? Now, as you can see, the first paper is classical literature, and it's a core course. Now, when it is a core course, then obviously everyone is studying that. So, if you take a look at the units, the first one is excerpts from the Ramayana, book 5, Canto 12 to Canto 16. The unit 2 is Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra, chapter 1 on the origin of drama, and then unit 3 is Kalidas's Shakuntala. And then, of course, 4th is Homer, and then Socrates, and 5th is Dante and Horace. So, out of the 5 units, you can see 3 have been devoted to IKS. Okay. Now, when we are looking at the Ramayana, these cantos are from Sundarkand, and it is referring to when Lord Hanuman reaches Lanka and how he is searching for Sita ji, and he is not able to find her. The kind of despair he faces, how he overcomes I mean those situations. That part is there in the this part because this is, remember, it is at the, this is the first semester course. Okay, so now having classical literature in BA first semester, it's a little heavy. Let's discuss about it. So in the workshop mode, we had the UGC model before us, and that under that model, Delhi University had, revised their syllabus at the BA Honours program. So it was recognized by UGC, and we were given the time constraints. We thought that we will use the UGC model, and we will, so that we can immediately get the recognition from UGC. And so we brought this paper, which is the classical literature. All of you can understand where our students leave in class 12 and when they enter the college life. This becomes a very heavy paper. Last year when I was at Bhopal, I have been transferred to NCRT New Delhi headquarters now. It was really a challenge. How do we, groom our kids into classical literature, our learners, you see. It was a great challenge, you see. I hope you can understand the scenario. I mean, having a syllabus is one thing, transacting it is another. And looking at the psychological level of the learners, we had thought that we will have something more simpler, like the poetry or something. Maybe in the later semesters we can bring in classical literature. And let us not follow chronology, we thought. Because classical means you're starting from the ancient. Okay, that was the emphasis there. But but we had no choice. We had no choice. And all the experts who were there in the workshop, they said, no, we have to follow it as the UGC model has advocated, and as the Delhi University has adopted and UGC has recognized it. So we stuck to that. Handling Kalidas and Shakuntala was easy because we could show them the play, we had the videos, and we could involve them in role play, and the learners were very comfortable and very happy. Okay, so that was easy. But coming to Ramayana, of course, many were familiar with Ramayana, and we had chosen Ralph Griffith's translation under the project Gutenberg. So that translation was the authentic one, and because it was in the poetic form, it was not in the prose form, because we had another authentic translation with us, which was from the Gita Press Gorakhpur. But that was in prose, and this is the Valmiki Ramayana. Okay, so the point to consider is, so designing the syllabus, which one are we going to retain? I'm not in a position to show the entire syllabus or the details, but little I'm trying to display and discuss about it. So this too was comparatively easier. We could show them the video clippings of Ramayana, and we could also ask them to enact it, and then the epic tradition is there. So that too was manageable. The greatest challenge was Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra, chapter 1 on the origin of drama, because yes, that was a great challenge, and how to invite our students to Natya Shastra. So we had to plan, sit together, and see that it doesn't become heavy. Of course, even Western classical literature is not easy. If you take a look from Homer, from the Iliad, or if you take a look from Dante, the Divine Comedy, those also. And another thing here that you will notice is that though in the 4th and the 5th unit there are 2 writers, we have Homer and Sophocles, and we have Dante and Horace. But if you see unit 1, it's totally Ramayana only. So when we are designing the syllabus, if you have only one writer, only that writer, the focus is there. Because we all know that under assessment there will be questions on every unit. So it will automatically get delivered. And same applies to Bharat Muni, same applies to Kalidas. Okay, you can have a little freedom with Homer and Dante and Sophocles and Horace, and as we know the trend and the way the students, when they're preparing for an examination, we may keep on saying that let us make it a learning, let it be a lifelong learning, but yet the students, they might choose one, even if we have taught both. Because we were very keen that we teach both, that the other one is not left out. Okay, and they would naturally focus, on maybe one, because there has to be internal choice when it comes to assessment. So if there is internal choice on unit 1, obviously there are going to be 2 units from the Ramayana. But it is not that you can focus on only one canto or amongst them. There is a linkage between the cantos, and you cannot answer the question if you haven't gone through all the cantos. And then they are not too lengthy also, it's manageable. Okay, so that is possible. Natya Shastra, a little challenging, but yet internal questions are there. And then Shakuntal was, as I told you, comparatively easy to handle. And I'm focusing only on these 3 units because our concern is IKS. Okay, so how do you transact it in the classroom? Because when we are talking about the curriculum, transaction is most important and assessment is most important. Now, what we did was that, as I told you, that we began with showing the videos, and of course we first asked them how familiar they are, because it's India and yet not all are familiar, but yes, 50, even if the 50% of the class is familiar, we can always use group strategies. We can form groups and we can have questions, we can have discussions, and then wherever the videos we can show, we'll show them, and then we will come to the text after that. Then another thing is, if you are familiar, then there is another problem. Now what is the problem? If you are familiar and your mind is in Hindi, now when you read the translation, you don't get that flavor. You don't get that flavor. And it becomes, I don't know, because even though it was a good translation, but when I compared the Gita Press Gorakhpur, though it was in prose, and this was more poetic, I know it must have been very challenging for Ralph Griffith. But somewhere, at some places, some expressions and terminology. He's the monkey king. And when you say monkey king for Hanuman ji, then I mean the students, the way they reacted. You may not feel very comfortable when you're studying the translation of the epics. There is a kind of reverence also when it is connected with our religion. So those are other kinds of challenges, and so that's what we encountered last year when we were teaching from the Sundarkand. The description of the Ashok Vatika, which is there in the canto, that was one thing they liked, because that description was very beautiful, and they were very comfortable with that description. But when it came to describing, even Sita ji, the way she's described, somehow, at some places, I do not know, you may be expert with language, with all your creativity. How do you translate the culture? So these are the problems. You can keep them in the syllabus, but when it comes to transaction, and when you are connecting with your learners, and they are the young learners, and they are very sensitive, and you want to create that awareness, that is where we need to see that despite of recommending the best and the authentic translation, that problem was there, and we did ask them that you can even take a look at, the Gita Press Gorakhpur translation, which is in prose, and the English was, slightly difficult. Ralph Griffiths, because his translation had a different purpose when we translated it under the project. And when we are to teach, then it has a different, I mean, the readers are different. And how do we develop the critical reading also when we are looking at such works, you know? So, is the translated work helping us there? So, as I said, yes, we brought in the right, works we brought. We are catering to IKS. We have incorporated it also. But I'm discussing the challenges that we faced. And I thought that had it come in the second year program, it might have been a little easier. They would have settled with college life, you see. But still, we tried to make it easy, interesting, relatable, so that the classroom is interactive. And as I told you that Natya Shastra is also there, it was there earlier in our literary criticism paper. We had Bharat Muni's Natya Shastra and the Rasa theory. Can we have the next slide, please? I would like to show that, yeah. This is again a co-course. This is there in the last semester, okay? And by the time they have acquired more maturity and they can have an exposure to literary criticism. So all the other critics you can see are not Indian, but if you look at Bharat Muni and Rasa theory, that is there in Unit 1, and Aristotle is there, the concept of tragedy. Let's focus on that, the others we need not worry. Okay, so Rasa theory comparatively is easier to teach because let me tell you that they are mature, and we had this in our syllabus even prior to NP 2020. So we had literary criticism for our BA integrated students, and we had, apart from transacting it in a way that we are providing examples from real life to make them understand what Rasa is. And with Rasa it's very easy because all the mudras and all, we can connect with dance, we can connect with, there is a lot of pictorial illustrations of the Rasas, so it becomes a little easy to handle. You can begin from there and then you can move into the intricacies of the theory. And but when it came to assessment, we had to ensure that the students don't focus on Aristotle and give up on Bharat Muni. Okay, so and you can very well understand, all of you, because there are two critics here, and they are starting from the classical tradition here. So there will be a choice between the two, Aristotle and Bharat Muni. And there will be long answer questions in the main external examination, but we have the internal examination also. And there we were very particular that the students have to take up projects. And the projects will be followed by presentation and a viva. And they had to take up projects on Bharat Muni. Of course, some would take on Aristotle as well. Then, is it possible to create a linkage between Aristotle and Bharat Muni? Are there those possibilities? Let me tell you that there is a very famous thesis submitted at IFLU, Hyderabad, which has worked on Aristotle and Bharat Muni. Comparative studies there in that work. But even if, can I make it, ma'am, a little interactive? Or does it strike anyone here how we could create a connection between Aristotle and Bharat Muni? Would anyone be interested in responding to this query? Because if not, then I'll step in. Yes, ma'am, because drama is there in both. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because, and here the focus is tragedy, and pity and fear are the emotions. They connect with the rasas. We have the, bhayanak horror, and we have, pity is the karunya, isn't it? So, the rasa. So we can create a linkage, and then there is drama here and there is drama there as well. So if we transact it in that manner in the classroom when they are teaching. Of course, individually, first you have to familiarize them with Aristotle and Bharathiyar separately. But then you will have to encourage a connection, and you will even tell your learners, okay, don't think that in the internal questions it will only be separately on each. There can be a question which could be of a comparative nature. See, like if you look at Wordsworth and Coleridge, you do study separately, but then there can be comparisons. Of course, in criticism it's a little difficult, but as poets, yes, because they belong to the same school. Okay, so it is how you teach and it is how you transact that your syllabus is delivered in the right manner, and you have, encouraged the learners to understand, and it becomes part of their learning. I mean, getting a degree, memorizing, and forgetting everything after an examination makes no sense. Okay, I mean, in NEP we've been talking about that. Even when we had our earlier national curriculum framework, even in 2005, we were talking about doing away with rote memorization. Okay, so unless our syllabus caters to learning, understanding, then what is considered to be very tough would no longer remain tough. Because literary criticism paper is really difficult. At the level of graduation, you can understand. They may be in the senior-most classes, yet the challenge is there. This being a post-graduation paper in many of the universities. Okay, so this is where I thought, let me talk about the justice that we do to IKS when it is there in the syllabus. Can we move it, please?
But Aristotle says that it is very imperative to imitate others. Imitation of life is very much imperative.
Ma'am, that is one of, yes, I'm now happy that it is becoming interactive. That's what I wanted actually. So when you say, yes, we do talk of minuses, we do talk of imitation, and that is there. It is not that even in education we have the behaviorist school.
There is no harm in recording the noble thoughts of the past genius.
Yeah, but then that is why we've been talking about the eclectic approach, and we are talking about doing away with rote memorization only, because that can be the starting point. When it is learning, imitation does play a role. As, yes, yes.
Extension of the mental horizon, getting everything by heart, the earlier thoughts of the great immortal thoughts of the past genius, very much imperative.
Yes, ma'am.
It is giving you a training to our mental expansion of the mind. More you dwell upon
Yes,
the
ma'am.
ancient thoughts.
I believe ma'am is audible. All of us
Yes,
listen to her. And yes, ma'am, please. Yes, ma'am, please.
Is it harmful to record the immortal ideas, impressionable ideas of ancient writers?
No, it is not harmful. No, ma'am, it's not harmful. I mean, that is what we are saying. That is why IKS is there. That is why those models are there before us. Okay, but imitation without understanding is harmful.
That you need
We need to understand.
and
Yes, we need to understand.
register.
Yes. Otherwise, then we learn only to forget. It will not serve as a model. That is what I wanted to convey. And we've been talking about an eclectic approach. See, the way we all grew up, the way we learned in our schools, the way we learned at the graduation, post-graduation, we didn't have the constructivism learning theories. We had the behaviorist theories, but we all have grown up. But if we have not understood what we have learned, then we can't be competent teachers. When we are imparting knowledge, our our students should be involved, and that is why the strategies that we used when we were delivering, we were making use of group work strategies, we were involving them in activities, and we were making them, chunks of portions were given to them, because if we only explain, it won't go very far. I mean, that is not the starting point, but we have to move ahead. Yeah, we have to move further. And when our children become confident, our learners become confident, then it is a very proud moment for us as academicians, that our learners are, now proficient, they have understood. Now let me move on to the PG program. There were so many, I know time, yes, time is less, yes. We will quickly see the PG syllabus of Kerala University, how they have incorporated IKS there. And so you can see this is again a core paper, language studies. They have taken midway, if you see, linguistics in West and in East Indian linguistics. So there is Panini, Patanjali and Bharathiyar. They have included them in the linguistics program. Can we move ahead, please? Next is the literature of, this is again a core course. Under the literature of India, you can see their focus is on ancient epics, folk narrative. Folk narrative is there. Many of the universities do not have folk literature, neither at the UG nor at the PG. In many of the central universities also it's not there. When I was studying different syllabus of different universities, I noticed that. But folk narrative is here, Vedic, Puranic, Itihas, Shrinkala, then all that Mahakavya, Dravidian, folk tribal, oral literature, Sanskrit, Tamil Sangam literature, Prakrit, Pali canon, the Buddhist and the Jain heritage, fables, moral stories, and Bhakti and Sufi. So they've covered a lot, and even the Indian drama and theatre, Natya, Kavya, performance and art. So Kalidas, they have chosen Meghaduta. Then you can see Kabir's poems are there. Then there is Mirabai, the Bhakti tradition. Then there is Bhasha, that is the envoy. And then there is Musharraf Ali Faruqi. So they have incorporated all this. And it's interesting if you see Musharraf Ali Faruqi, they are talking about tilism. So many people are not familiar with tilism. What is tilism? So many of those traditions are to be seen here. Can you move forward, please? Again, so if it is a core course, everybody will be selected. Of course, it's easy, we have to bring many electives, so students can choose to specialize and whatever career they want to pursue, whatever is useful. Then we're going to hear Subramanian Bharati. We have then Vipul Kumar Shukla, we have Tanshu Vishwanath, we have Ramanata Ramakrishnan, and we have Vedeti, and after that, okay. So they have tried to cover it in a way that a broad range of topics are covered. Then this is an elective, folklore studies is elective, and you can see that they have the Kerala folk art performances. Trayam is there, Mudiyettu is there, Kalyani is there, Thira, Thottam, all that list is there. And then folktales of Kerala, and then they have also the text from South India. You have a story in search of an audience, and from Telugu, Tenali Rama is there, in Kannada, Flowering Tree is there, the Clay Mother-in-law is in Tamil, Crossing a River, Losing Yourself, Malayalam. So the South India is well represented, but only the third and the fourth unit. I've taken only what is covering the IKS. Other portions I have left out. Can you move it, please? So what are my suggestions? What I have seen in many universities, what I feel should be incorporated, Indian folk literature should be incorporated in UG language syllabus. It's easy to teach language. So even if under ITEP general English would be gone, you would be having language 1 and language 2, wherein all your skills will be there. So under reading you can bring in the folk tales, and it will cater to their experiences and it will be easier to learn English. Then folk studies should be part of PG syllabus. with emphasis on ethnographic research through projects. Then Indian classical literature and translation I have already mentioned, but it should be a co-paper. Kerala University has a full-fledged paper on Kerala literature. So every university can think of their own literatures in translation. Let's move ahead. Then prose pieces from Vivekanand, Sri Aurobindo, inspiring verses from Gita Upanishads, Adi Shankaracharya, general literature, Bible, Purans, and stories can be incorporated in the UG and PG syllabus to promote critical reading and develop the writing skills. Indian aesthetic should be incorporated in criticism that I have already spoken. Yes. So finally, thank you for your patience, for giving me so much time. And but it will be incomplete if I don't read today's news to you from the Hindu, because this is Puducherry. Okay. So today's Hindu, they say the LG urges educationists to promote content creation in Indian languages. This is today's news. So we have to work on IKS a lot. Only the headlines of this news. This is under the new education policy when he was talking in the Pondicherry University. So what Shri Kailash Nathan LG conveyed. So with this, the future is very bright, and thank you so much for listening to me with patience. But all the endeavor would only be successful if we can incorporate it, if we can work on it, and let us, focus on our vibrant Indian tradition and make it a part of our life of our fathers. Thank you so much.
Comprehensive talk on IKS, and actually you showed us through the microscope what we have missed and what we have been seeing as truth. And of course, there's lots and lots to learn, wisdom especially from Indian classical tradition. I'm sure the NCRT is doing the groundbreaking work to revive, resuscitate the already the advances that we have. You're giving it a, you're tucking it up, and that's good. Thank you, ma'am, so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the very informative presentation that you gave us. Those standing notes. Just clarification. In the beginning of your address, you mentioned that so much of India is represented in the NCRT was proposed by NCRT. I just want to know how much of India is represented. School texts.
School textbooks.
And
Yes.
the next one is. We're not taking much of it. Now, in this IKS, is it actually
Yes, that's one thing I would like to talk about. When it comes to the NCRT textbooks, as you have asked, the Purvi textbook, which has come up for the class 6, we are working on 7th and 8th textbooks now. Most of the writers, when it comes to the, stories in the textbooks, they are the Indian writers, and refers to many aspects, and many of the themes which are cross-cutting themes related to gender, inclusion, related to science, sports. So we are showcasing India. Like there is one lesson wherein we have brought in, an artist, who's painting with the feet, because so and the Kutchi art, the art of Kutch, the embroidery, and then we have tried to, in that very lesson, we have tried to, showcase it because it's class 6 and the learners are very young. So what we've done is that we've tried to bring in, there are students from different states, and then they are talking, and they are sharing with each other, and each one is saying I'm so and so and I'm from this state, and they are talking about their art. So the Indian art and culture is getting covered in that particular unit. Then gender is represented because, and then inclusive is represented because because she is, not able, she's a PH, category, physically, nowadays we don't use that term physically, we say differently able. And we are trying to empower the women as well as the inclusive, the Divyang, so as to call it. So that's one dimension. Then under sports, we have brought in yoga. And under sports, we have also brought in the Kite Festival. So we've spoken about that as well. So we are connecting it with India. Of course, it's not that the international linkage is being missed. The UNESCO and the sports also is very much in. So lesson of name tree. And the name tree is talking to the child, and that too is a girl child. So you had a nature walk, and we had that lesson. And then the name is talking about the medicinal aspects. Then the students are involved in activities working on different spices and plants in our country. So the textbook is planned in that manner. And then we've taken from the Jatak tale also. So we've tried to bring in much from India. And when it comes to the poem which are matching with the themes, so just to balance it, we did take the English poets, but they were shorter pieces. So that you could connect with the themes and balance it. Otherwise, it would have been in English. Doing it completely with the English writers. So we tried to balance that. But the major thrust is on India and the Indian writers. That was the first question. And ma'am, what was your second question? Curriculum. Yeah, as I told you that it will be mandatory to take up the foundational course at the UG level, and the PG advanced IKS course would be elective. But it is very much, if not mandatory, you cannot impose. But then yes, you have to. So if you are planning to, if the university is planning to revise or modify, and if the faculty college are involved in it actively, then do keep that in mind. So represent our India in our syllabus. So and of course the balance will always be there. The contemporary will be there, the English writers will be there. So when you're talking about Indianizing English, it doesn't mean that we are doing away absolutely with the English and the English writers. No, we have to bring in a balance. And that is important. So we have a bright future. Thanks for your question.
Time to listen to our next speaker, Professor Annapurnala. Has been associated with the discipline of humanities and social sciences at IIT Gandhinagar since December 2010 as assistant professor in literary studies. And her research interests not only cover the fields of Asian literature, comparative literature, and digital humanities. So she's been actively developing TGASC and new media studies at IIT Gandhinagar. And her extra-academic interests are creative writing, writing for social media, and also the performative arts. Madam has authored 2 books and contributed chapters to several books. And her research papers appear in various reputed journals. Extremely happy to have you here, ma'am. The session is yours.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and thank you for being so generous in inviting me. I will be reading the paper as well as the slides will be. Is there a problem with the slides? Yes. Okay. I'll be reading the paper, and the slides will have walkthroughs, and it will have a couple of points that may lead us to where we are and what we are doing. Esteemed Chairperson, Professor Kala, Professor Nidhi Tiwari, who was such a wonderful speaker. Before what I would be, I don't know what will I add to such a comprehensive and lucid talk that we just heard in this wonderful gathering. Members, it's an honor to be a part of this ICSSR national seminar entitled Indianizing English Studies, Form, Language and Theory. Members of a very distinguished audience, students, scholars and dignitaries and visitors. I express my gratitude to the organizers, particularly to Dr. Mahesh Dute, for giving me this opportunity to present my thoughts based on what I interpret to be a methodological and polemical question regarding the subjectives involved in Indianizing English studies. When I bring the question of classics and Indian classics into this discussion that combines all three aspects of the thematic category called form, language and theory, I am in a creative dilemma as to what do I say that has not been said earlier. Can you please take me to the first slide on the walkthrough? So this is how I'll be proceeding in this paper and the presentation as well. This is just meant to help you navigate through whatever my ramblings are. I'm going to start with reflections on Indianizing English. We'll go into why I care for the old, the classic question of the classic, decolonization, a very interesting term that many of you must have come across when you are looking at Luigi Troingo's work. Is decolonization of Indian classics possible? We'll be looking at the role of Science Academy, ICSR and other organizations, including my own organization. I represent the Indian Institute of Technology and particularly Indian Institute of Technology Gandhinagar in this August forum. As I mentioned it as to what do I say that has not been said earlier. In this extraordinary line of pre-existing thoughts and theorizations, we just heard Professor Tiwari taking us across through a wonderful array of thoughts and theorizations in terms of the syllabus that has been created, which inspired my conversations for this forum. There are and world literatures in that this research or this forum or this conference is not an isolated attempt. It does not stand alone to answer the question of integrating classics of literature, specifically Indian literatures, in order to develop a more holistic human values based and creatively enriching syncretic tradition of knowledge generation and dissemination in the country and the world. The dedication that we saw in John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress towards knowledge, or when we saw Subramaniam Bharati talking about knowledge in terms of his dedication to Mahashakti, this ground has already been trodden. I just wanted to bring your attention to this one thought, that this ground has already been trodden by some of the seminal thinkers, scholars, academicians in both criticism as well as in creative writing, who provide the backdrop to the reflections that are and the discussions that are being raised here. Professor Namwar Singh and Professor Harish Trivedi's intervention entitled Decolonizing the Indian Mind, that was published by Sahitya Academy in the Indian Literature. It is 1993. Professor Makran Pranjape's book Towards the Poetics of Indian English Novel, Professor B.N. Patnaik's collections of essays like Language Matters have been among several other interventions that mark this field that has inspired the threads of my thoughts in the study. A recently edited volume of papers, this is 2024 intervention entitled The Indian Contribution to English Literature. This is 1945. You might actually find the book, those of you who are students or who are scholars, you might actually find this book very handy and helpful. It is there on Internet Archives. I'm giving you the secret. The Indian Contribution to English Literature, this is 1945. It's an important read for researchers who are interested to develop an insight into what has India contributed to the world in terms of its literary texts. And when I say what has India contributed, I'm taking Ananda Kumaraswamy's wonderful intervention in Dance of Shiva, where he says in a chapter in Dance of Shiva, it's 1918 to 1928 volume, where you will find the editions are 1918 to 1928, Ananda Kumaraswamy. he says that what has India contributed to the welfare of human welfare and to the welfare of the world. In Iyengar's book, the struggle that are reflected that early scholars such as Iyengar must have, you might see that the Iyengar must have encountered while they were trying to incorporate Indian contributions to the great shelves of British libraries. This is the first set of texts that were being incorporated into the great shelves of British libraries, and that's where you see people like Iyengar actually struggling to make India seem visible in these parts of the world. In the introduction to Iyengar's book, Sir B.J. Wadia, jurist at Bombay High Court, says, and I'm reading it from a very post-colonial perspective, that there is a civilized world which is beyond the Indian subcontinent. I think every Indian should be worried about what was written there. If you are not reading it, then please do read these books. Beyond the Indian subcontinent, and Indians who write in English may aspire to achieve a higher goal and a place in the civilized world. I'm going to quote B.J. Wadia there. The question whether Indians should or should not write in English has been ably dealt with in the last chapter entitled Prospect and Retrospect. This is B.J. Wadia's words. In one sense, anything written in English by an Indian must to some extent be artificial. As artificial as it is for Westerners writing in his own language about an Indian subject to give adequate expression to the real glamour of the East. But it is not impossible for an Indian writer to largely conquer the difficulties of writing in an alien tongue. In Shakespeare's time, the English language was spoken by about 4 millions in the world. Today, it is spoken by 200 millions, nearly twice the number of those who use its nearest competitor among other Western languages. An Indian, therefore, writing in English certainly opens the doors of cultural contact between his own country and those 200 million, and such contact is highly necessary if India is not to remain in splendid isolation from that higher culture and scholarship which knows no geographical bounds in the midst of a civilized world. Unquote. This is Wadia writing in the Indian contribution to K.R. Iyengar's introduction. This is Wadia's statement that that India, the scholarship knows no geographical bounds in the midst of a civilized world. Students, a couple of years ago, when I was like one of you in this audience sitting and staring at the speakers who were on this side of the platform and podium, and when we were engaging and we were trying to understand it, I would always have this question to myself, that where do I stand in this entire discourse? Do I ever aspire to be on this side of the table, or will I always be the colonized subject who is here to listen to all these distinguished speakers and visitors who will come and tell us about what they should read in terms of English language or English literatures, where the colonization and decolonization starts with a collective contribution as such. To read Wadia in the context of the 21st century readers, it may be worthwhile to recall the landmark development in the positionality of Indian literatures in the world and the literary maps around the world. There are still major deterrents in terms of our acquired grammar, knowledge skills, and confidence of using English language by Indian authors as well as thinkers. We have been producing wonderful critics in the last couple of decades. Literary scholarship has gone into a wonderful world of brilliant critics. But what about writers and thinkers? Are we producing them? And I think this was the most polemical idea that I wanted to pitch in a college which is called TAGORE Arts and Science College. So therefore, I felt that couldn't be a better forum than this to raise these questions in front of a very distinguished audience. In spite of significant knowledge interventions, if the question of Indianizing and legitimizing English and related questions of what texts to access and to read after in the 21st century still emerge, perhaps more pervasive and more inclusive involvement of scholars in theorizing textual be necessary, and that would include data-oriented studies on the impact of English language and non-native speakers in the country, which might be essential. In addition, the number of journals and magazines from India that provide an objective space to different categories of Indian literary texts without falling into this entire trap of all kinds of publication mechanism are yet to evolve in a competitive space of cutting-edge Western journals and other publications. There are two predicates involved in this term. I have put those predicates on the slides. There are two predicates involved in this term, Indianizing English. The first predicate is as follows. What would entail Indianizing English as a subject or a language which primarily has been perceived to be located in the Western literary and linguistic heritage that was inherited from the European Empire as far back in time as the late 16th and early 17th century? You might have already known about the Portuguese landing and the French colonies, and with that the European languages entering into all kinds of discussions and with the missionary press and publication avenues that have been entering into the Indian subcontinent forever. So where is the purest notion of where does India stands in terms of its own language heritage? Where does Bharat have its own language? Further, when we speak of appropriating or adopting a language that would generally be perceived as a cultural byproduct of the imperialist project, can we safely feel that an adopted child and an adapted language will ethically ever take the place of one's own biologically reproduced child? I have already mentioned that I consider this as language and literatures are living entities. They are very, very human as subjects. So that is the reason I am bringing the allusion of children and adopted child and biological child in this context. This uncanny analogy of adoption, or for that matter having children through surrogacy, vis-a-vis having one's biological offspring, is to describe the position of English languages and literatures in the Indian scenario as a more colloquial and trodden, albeit a bit sexist metaphor. It tries to address the question of the mother tongue, because the very idea of what is English and whether English is alien to us or whether English departments are alien to any other Indian departments or other things comes from the idea of the question of the mother tongue and reading of literary texts that are written in the mother tongue. The very phrase mother tongue, quote unquote, can we kindly take it to the next slide, please? The very phrase mother tongue is a strong reminder of the biological characteristic and the organic relationship that language and literatures have with the land in which they were born. Can that which is the other ever be an integral part of the self? I don't have an answer to these questions, I'm just raising them. Similarly, can a child born of surrogacy or an adopted child be able to take up the role of a biological offspring? Throughout this paper, I am going to highlight languages and literatures as a part of a human entity and as if they are the children of the land. The first predicate has been the source of many contentions related to an overemphasis on English in Indian educational institutions and thought systems. The strange allusion to biological offspring and an organic language includes the line of thought, and I am citing Harish Trivedi's historiography when he says that Mill, Macaulay, MacDonald, mockery of Indian Puranas and epics as a conscious strategy to discourage Indian languages and texts and their translations have been a part of the imperial project, whereas we just heard Professor Tiwari saying that can we use certain words like monkey king, bull among human beings. If you have read any of Mahabharata, translations of Mahabharata, Yudhishthira is being called as bull among human kings. I mean, it sounds so terrible when you are listening to it. The second predicate, this was the first predicate, the second predicate contradicts the first predicate entirely. The question raised by my second predicate is as follows. Considering English language is already an integral part of the grand knowledge production units of Bharat for at least 400 years now, and it has been a part of the intellectual structures of this nation starting from primary school levels until skill-based engineering and medical systems doctoral and postdoctoral studies, is there even a need for speculation regarding Indianization of English? Thus, is Indianization of English actually a myth? I'm raising that as a logical question. English is already an Indian language with its own nuances, eccentricities, the way that we have our own accent, from the way that we use our accent to the way literary writings and creative output are conceived and executed across different organizations, research institutions as well as corporate entities. My students usually come and tell me, ma'am, this is really cool. The language that they use is something very different, the lingo is very different from what we were used to in the university system, where we had a lot of differences with, in terms of our way in which we address our professors. The only issue with the second predicate being the penetration and accessibility of literature and the reach of English language into the depths of this nation. The question is also connected with the idea of literary and philosophical production, distance, and the way that some are privileged to have a source of interpretation and have the privilege of language efficiency in English. The mushrooming of private schools and international schools creating a purely platform to learn basic English communication so that Indian students are deemed fit for the global job scenario, add to the conflicting position that this language has an expensive product for many Indian families that have been trying to afford seeking education and employability for their own children. Most of these children are being forced to live, to go abroad, to find other avenues outside because they feel that the education there is better than what they get here. And I completely disagree with that line of thought. To be fair, an emphasis on basic reading and writing skills has always been an essential and post-independent India endeavor to demystify English language for non-native speakers of a new Bharat that was fast moving towards globalization in 1980s and 90s. However, there has also been a strong crisis that resulted from only an emphasis on functional English and on English skill-based communication for Indian students. While the nation could navigate through the larger expanse of choosing English as lingua franca or the new urban spaces, and for creating an international brand of educated Indians of the 20th century who could be sent to wonderful corporate jobs, the emphasis on a skill-based approach could not lead to the encouragement of reading, translation, analysis of the cultural text, or even encourage a larger chunk of the masses to access knowledge systems that are latent in both Indian as well as world literatures for a more nuanced and enriching intellectual development and a holistic development. Literatures in English and reading of classics still remain a coveted enclosed space that has given limited access to the larger chunk of Indian citizens. I disagree with the idea that folk literatures cannot be classic. There is classic folk literatures also. Until recently, almost the entire curriculum that was designed for students in English departments across the nation, with a few exceptions such as Delhi University and Central University of Hyderabad and some other institutions, they were pedagogically oriented towards reading Western or precisely British and American textual traditions in the classroom. Considering that historically English language emerges from the old British Saxons and the Germanic Anglo-Saxons, it may be natural and organic to assume that the orientation towards the study of excellent British or American literatures to emerge from these roots of the past that has percolated into the present. Therefore, it was an organic choice that English departments in the past had emphasized British and American studies as their core interest to ensure a homogeneous approach to English literary and linguistic studies through the entire nation. In our batches, we were almost the first batches where there was something called Commonwealth literature which started coming into fashion, which would bring Indian texts and which would bring other texts like Patrick White, and you will have other texts from across the Caribbean, the Australian scenario. From Africa, you will find texts entering into the discourse. Until that time, it was a no-entry zone for students of English literature. In the light of the above conventional practice, existence and necessity of creative output and the functionality of language are going through a paradigmatic shift with STEM-based approaches and AI tools that have significantly reduced the necessity of manual efforts required to be put into the utility of languages. I have deliberately designed this paper as a paper instead of just a PowerPoint in order to bring to this entire context that there is something valuable in the old that we are losing out because AI tools have been so interesting. I can design a PowerPoint in 10 minutes or less than that if I have to. To be fair, the uniqueness of literary vision, the density of imagination and expressions, and pages of literary output in the form of reading and writing long fictional and non-fictional narratives, the original literary output that used to come through wonderful journal papers, through poetic texts like we heard Subramaniam Bharati, are condensed to now a few pages of reflective social media posts or blog posts that are meant to be quick, rarefied food for a fast-moving consumerist approach towards books, reading and writing. The fundamental purpose, yes, for any language is communication. However, beyond the surface of the obvious and the stated, the essential quest for knowledge is located in the ease with which we accept, adapt, and appropriate language to our thoughts. Language is the last fortress of human civilization. However, even that is not impenetrable now in the wake of technological and digital disruptions and transitions. My friends in computer science usually tell me, you have no idea, your science fiction is not reaching us. They would say that we know where we are going in terms of the large NLP models and other things that are coming in. The problem here is to be more precise. Let's articulate it more clearly. That can the language of epics, classics, folklore, which have been so far considered to be the property of the elite and scholarly, be also made accessible to the larger masses, with which to create a real spirit of knowledge acquisition, democratization of knowledge, and equitable dissemination among those who are really interested to learn and to seek. It is in the context of these contradictions and dialogic exchanges between what should comprise the reading shelves of the 21st century Indian students and the faculty members of literature and language studies that the question, the classic question of what is a classic, needs to be recalibrated. Language and literatures cannot be separated from one another. The quest for young and newness and efforts to locate fresh literary, philosophical and socio-political interventions is definitely a significant pursuit of critical studies across different timelines and geopolitical moments. However, the classics, as we inherit them in terms of what our parents have given us through generation, or their parents have given us to generations, you are stuck in 17th century, 16th century. What is happening? Go live a life, see the world and see the... I said, no, but my world is in 16th century. It is so new. If you see some of this, it gives so much of perspective than what I would probably find in a 21st century text. They all sound the same to me. A post-human tendency with an extreme fragmented and mechanized individualism would offer limited answer to this question. Theories are proposed, discarded, or proven wrong by a post-human temperament for seeking consistent glorification in negation of everyone's thoughts and theories. This unconscious conscious fragmentation of the human self has led to unspeakable misery and extreme isolation, with very few willing to care in the objective way for the old. A celebratory model for being alone, double inverted commas, for the elderly and the young reached its apocalyptic denouement in the pandemic times, which created a sense of poetic justice where isolation was the only way to survival, and the young was as isolated as vulnerable as old, where death offered neither choice nor any kind of solace. The problem of classics and literature and their identification has been similar over the past decade or so. To elaborate this point, when human life itself has been fraught with such extreme crisis and temporal instability, with survival of the fittest as only mode of existence, how do we identify timelessness in literature, in readings, which fit for serving of a larger bookshelf. Enriching the problem of solving this part of the human self has itself turned into our problem. We are so fraught with our own crisis that where do we find solace in terms of where do you seek solace in terms of the bookshelves of where you find it, okay, this is where I'll exist. To reiterate a classic line of thought, I'm developing Jiddu Krishnamurthy's line of thought in his seminal lecture, Only in Peace Can the Human Mind Be Free. This was delivered at Rockwood Park in August 1983, and please allow me to quote Jiddu Krishnamurthy. I've deliberately not put these quotes on the slides. I wanted you to be as distracted as you want to be. Our brains from childhood are trained to solve problems. This is Krishnamurthy saying, not me. Our brains from childhood are trained to solve problems, right? Poor child, at the age of 2, now they are teaching babies to count, how to learn a language at the age of 2. Imagine this. So we treat life as a vast problem because our brain is trained that way. I don't know if you will see this. We never meet anything easily, happily. Everything becomes a dreadful problem that has to be solved in certain ways. Unquote. This is Krishnamurthy saying about how this entire life is fraught with problems, and where the old itself and the problem of old and newness is something that we will try to see how it connects to the present times in terms of learning languages. Krishnamurthy's thoughts resonated with the ways in which our perception of learning languages and developing critical thinking is connected to a utilitarian model of functional usage of language. Instead of seeking peace or justice or any other such larger goals of life, through the foundational role of actually languages and literary texts that had actually offered in the past, we are connected to argument building and perspectivizing thoughts only for metacognitive perspectives of human life. If this immediate and fast food based problem solving attitude of human mind has become a predominant driving factor enabling all kinds of cognitive and metacognitive approaches and behavioral responses, and the question of how why care for the old will always have a different and an important cause. Literary texts as well as individual cells demand perseverance with the old, a virtue that the lightning speed of scholarly publications and paper churning mechanisms would prevent any scholarship to attain. You can't read a Mahabharata in 2 days and bring out a paper in 1 month. If you're doing that, there's something grossly wrong. Literature and languages are considered by the recent technological disruptions in the problem-solving zone of quick skill-oriented studies, and monetization of literature has been a pragmatic end of this learning bill. As such, the shelves, and by shelves I mean the bookshelves of old and new classics, are considered to be elitist by those who are less patient. People don't have the patience to read them. Those who are less patient, and the reach of English language is now considered only to inspirational writings and quick reads that one grabs like quick coffee on their way to the aircraft. This is what we have come to do with literatures and languages. Thus, what we name as classics in Indian literature, written in their English languages, are now largely the product of what the 20th century legacy has left us with Salman Rushdie, Amitabh Ghosh, Anita Desai, Ravi Devakaruni. These are the only names that we are left with in the middle of 21st century. The 21st century is yet to turn out voices and literary canon to the quick festivities and philosophical writings. To take a human perspective, care for elderly is also limited now to the quick festivities and celebrations in which we go home, just as our engagements with literary writings and texts are now fleeting. It is a consistent, relentless quest for relevance and the importance of a far-sighted vision and visualization of text that has driven the search for what comprises a classic for the 21st century young reader. The core humanist vision latent in some of our Bharat's ancient smritis do offer compassionate responses to the question of why care for the old, with a lateral metaphorical statement regarding the role of parents and preceptors in this world. I shall select a rather controversial text, a controversial smriti, to illustrate my discussion of the veneration accorded to the teachers, parents, and the mother. This says, Upadhyayana Dasacharya, Acharya Nam Sadam Pita. Upadhyayana Dasacharya, I don't want to read anything wrong there. Upadhyayana Dasacharya, Acharya Nam Sadam Pita, Sahasram tu Pitrunam, Mata Gauravanya Adirichite. So, the meaning of these texts is that in veneration, the preceptor excels 10 sub-teachers, the father 100 preceptors, and the mother 1,000 fathers. In this context, I have cited the explanation and translation that was offered by Dr. Ganganath Jha instead of the contradictions and disputations that was offered by Meghatiti's original commentary in Manubhashya. Jha explains the verse stating that in point of veneration, the Acharya is superior as compared to 10 Upadhyayas. Upadhyayas are those who are just teaching you for something. The father is superior to 100 Acharya and the mother is superior to 1,000 fathers. The person spoken of as Acharya here is the person who performs your Upanayana and teaches you the Vedic Smriti, the Shruti as such. Only in terms of how you pronounce it. Why have I brought this into the context of the present discussion? Why is Manusmriti? Because most of us in English department have only not known Manusmriti as being anti-woman and as being something which has not taken women in perspective and has not taken women's role with a lot of positivity. Just wanted to let you know that there is many more, there are multiple other interpretations that are possible from these texts, not just one that has been given to you through generations by your teachers and their teachers. Literary voices, whether they are young or old, are consistently in search of validation and relevance among the generations of readers that succeed the first moments when they were written. My methodology is comparative, so you will find all these names coming in and being thrown at you. Bear with me, please ask me questions, I'll be very happy. Quest for relevance, a phrase coined and popularized by Kenyan literary scholar comparatist Luigi Vathiongo in his critical intervention, Decolonizing the Mind, the Politics of Language in African Literatures. This is a 1986 classic text where he calls the quest for relevance as a liberating perspective where we see clearly ourselves in relationship with our own shelves and the shelves in the universe. This relationship entails the individual self and the bookshelves as well of human civilizations that are consistently under repressive power structures of colonial, neo-colonial as well as post-colonial domination. Don't take anything for face value. And creative production as well as critical approaches to the teaching of literatures and languages in educational institutions, in colleges and universities of the country. Thiongo identifies two processes to addressing the critical position of literature studies in countries that have been traditionally under the imperial subjugation, where the problem of counterbalancing the multitude of voices and cultural identities underlie the politics of literary selections and decisions regarding dissemination of literary knowledge. The first process involves the choice of materials. What should be the materials that should be taken into consideration for educational and reading purposes? And the second process that Thiongo identifies is the interpretation and analysis, close reading, text-intensive reading and other things of that one material. Extending these processes proposed by Thiongo, they hold true for the Indian linguistic and literary context as well, where both languages and literatures written in English as well as in vernacular languages, in Tamil, in Telugu, in several other languages, are still struggling to retain or reclaim and claim their relevance for present generation of readers and scholars. This struggle owes its roots at both selection of materials to cater to churning literary tastes which are changing, tastes keep changing, as well as interpretation of reading materials of classic texts without diluting the purpose or intentionality latent in the selection of those texts. Ma'am was just mentioning to you all about how execution of these texts are very important, not simply because I have to do a PhD, and I keep doing it, I do whatever, and or I do a master's thesis, I have to write it and do it as quickly and as often as possible and then finish it and just go, because that's how I want it. In the context of the above discussion, the speed of our lives have actually made us do that. In the context of, and no one is to be blamed, please do not take it as a judgmental statement. In the context of the above discussion, we shall consider old as a subjective referent with a connection to universal questions associated with India's literary and linguistic heritage. The question problematizes the idea that classics and classical are connected but are not synonymous to one another. Classics and classical are connected but not synonymous to one another, or neither they may be direct reference of one another. While classical pertains to a temporal extent, classics pertain to individual works or a corpus of writings that have stood the test of time. The Marga and Desi traditions within classical literature, art and performative arts in the context of Indian aesthetics and the popular and the individual with the collective imagination. In the Indian aesthetic context, these categories are overlapping and fluid, reflecting a polyglossic, creative and critical strand which I hope the Indian English departments and other departments understand that we are in the cusp of a great interdisciplinary moment of, we are actually reaching a great interdisciplinary moment. It's a breakthrough, and the breakthrough is not happening through these people who are standing right in front of you, giving you these wonderful plenary talks, but this is happening from you all who are sitting there in the audience and trying to make sense of the entire world through your own learning processes. That brings me to the next question, which is the classic. Can we know and I go to the previous slide, please? The class, even before that, the classic question of what is a classic. Whichever the interpretations associated with the concept of classics have led to a certain nuanced appeal and valorization of English language in different continents beyond the English geopolitical entity. When I was a master student, we used to have that English department is always the superior one, and we would have that kind of a statement. The superiority complex was probably a part of the entire idea that we had got. I think it's still true, is it? The interpretations associated with the concept of classics have led to certain nuanced appeal and valorization of English language in different continents beyond the English geopolitical entity. Whichever school of thought or interpretation the Western critical tradition may have been classified into, some of the remarkable classical writings and reflections or revisions have taken place around the question of classics and their connection to tradition. In this significant position on a cultural renaissance and national identity that is shaped by the reading of literature, K. Panikkar, I'm sure that most of you are acquainted with K. Panikkar. K. Panikkar writes, the colonial conquest underlined the weakness of the traditional order and the need for reform and regeneration in its institutions. An alternative, however, was not unfortunately envisaged entirely in the Western model presented by was envisaged entirely by the Western model presented by colonial rule, making apprehension aroused in the Indian mind by the cultural and intellectual engineering of the colonial state as a part of its strategy of political control. This was quoted in Sachidanandan's Is Indian Literary History Possible? In our reading and selection of English texts from India and the world, this control and selective marginalization of voices are definitely perceivable. The number of selections that arise from the multilingual canon as well as from English writings in Indian literature that do not form only these remaining voices could answer the question of what is a classic, and that is rather limited to a number of very few sustained dialogues in these areas. Literary historiography is only a small part of these dialogues. It may be relevant to explore other methodological ways to address these questions of knowledge production and reproduction. T.S. Eliot, I know that I am talking in front of an Eliot scholar. T.S. Eliot, in his pivotal essay, 1944, What is a Classic? And it is a part of his volume entitled On Poetry and Poets, defined classic works as those where maturity of mind can be perceived. He further states, and this is Eliot saying, that this needs history and the consciousness of history. Consciousness of your own history as well. Consciousness of history cannot be fully awake except where there is other history than the history of the poet's own people. We need this in order to see our place in history. He kept emphasizing the idea of consciousness of history and maturity of mind as defining the quality of a text considered as a classic text. To investigate this idea further, let's dissect it. It leads to an uncomfortable and a shaky realization of what could be the expiry date of reading a classic. Is it possible to assume that a certain set of people in generations that are coming might not be able to read a Homer or a Virgil? I was very happy to see that on the slides Professor Tiwari was presenting. Perhaps because of the lack of a consciousness of whether it is world history or their own history. Eliot has not provided any direct answers to the questions in this classic essay. However, his narrative poem Wasteland does point a big picture of the world that would emerge at the brink of a time where the rivers of knowledge may have dried up and the rhythms of life have changed drastically towards a Western civilizational decay with the destruction of human taste, judgment and empathy, and that's when Bharat will rise. Eliot further highlighted the definition of classics as that which is remarkable for its comprehensiveness, and I'm not going to quote him right now because in favor of time. But it's just that classes and conditions of men is what he uses as a terminology. This is page 69-7. I would invite all of you to read and reflect and come up with your own dialogues on these areas. Thus, by their nature, classics would be accepted among all classes of people. That's what Eliot would say. That everyone, whether you are a workman working outside in the fields, or whether you are someone in this wonderful room of academicians, you will be able to appreciate classics equally. The Russian thinker Mikhail Bakhtin, in his significant essay, epic and novel, mentions the differences between epics as the classical past and novels as contemporary in nature through his analogy of traditions. He states that epic discourses are discourses that are handed down by tradition. It is given solely by tradition, sacred and sacrosanct. This is Bakhtin who is talking. Sacred and sacrosanct, evaluated in the same way by all and demanding a pious attitude towards itself. This is tradition in what provides an identifying marker to literary classics is what is important to be remembered in the wake of post-modernity, modernity, post-humanism, whatever terms or whatever new terms that you are coming across in literary studies, medical humanities, digital humanities, several other humanities that are coming in. Often these texts portray a venerable past where heroism, valor, love, platonic, ideals of sacrifice, beauty, truth and goodness, and the highest virtues of human existence are celebrated as identifying markers of classics. Similarly, to Calvino's 1981 essay, Why Read the Classics? I'm giving you these reading points. Why Read the Classics? Translated by Martin McLuhan, offered a range of Calvino's vast reading taste, covering the expansive shelves of world classics like Homer, Ovid, Stendhal, Flaubert, Tolstoy, Charles Dickens, Conroe, Hemingway, Montel, Henry James, Mark Twain, Borges, and many other glorious names of Western literary canon. He provides, and Calvino provides 14 definitions of what is a classic while building his case for why read the classics. The literary, artistic, philosophical nuances that were discussed by Calvino have remained fundamental to the Western critical tradition. I'll skip a couple of paragraphs. Are you all bored? Hungry? When one considers these descriptions of Calvino or Eliot of Western classics in the context of Indian literary scenario, there is one distinct problem that arises. What are the classics that could be taken as markers of Indian identity for our students beyond Ramayana, Mahabharata, Hitopadesha, which have also been a part of, one can take them as parts of epic lineage. So there are many other ideas. You can read James Coisy, Eliot and several other people to demonstrate how the study or the critical theories around classics have been more or less connected to a very Eurocentric perspective. Through this paper, I have tried to bring this idea that an Indian theorization of what entails classics is equally important and significant. And that brings me to the final discussion on Amitav Ghosh. I know that many of you are very strong Ghosh fans. Amitav Ghosh has a very interesting text It's only Ghosh who has done that kind of classic theorizing through a paper called My Grandfather's, the testimony of my grandfather's bookcase. Those of us who are working on critical studies, keep in mind that theorization is also equally important. And he talks about, in this essay talks about a lot of classics in the genre of the novel, and he acknowledges Bankim Chandra as a rebel voice that brought Indianness to the context of writing fiction during Bengal Renaissance. The question of what is classic was addressed by Ghosh in this 1998 essay, where he seems to have firmly positioned himself in the line of thinkers and commentators on this subject, preceding him from the international Western literary canon and to critical tradition, right from Saint Beuve to T.S. Eliot to J.M. Coetzee, and who was his immediate predecessor, people who were engaging with this question with a lot of theory. Ghosh leads us closer to think to this entire idea of decolonization of not just world classics but also Indian classical texts through his theories. So this brings me to the final question of, is decolonization of Indian classics possible? And I'm discussing that in terms of the question of what is a classic has remained central to the critical traditions in the West, unlike what it has been in the Indian context. I hope we have more such deliberations regarding what text to read, what is a classic, where most of the discussions and the discourses of what comprise Indian literary classics have been fragmented by narrow domestic walls of emotional rhetoric that prioritizes one language over the other, one caste over another, and one gender over the other. The idea of a well-rounded, unbiased, holistic, calm and objective research, academic discussion where we are not in a hurry to go out for lunch, or analysis of what would comprise an Indian approach or an Indian response to classic studies is a significant theoretical as well as a practical problem for those responsible for formulating the policies of teaching, learning, research, and those who are executing these policies in the ground level. Thus, the linguistic and philosophical inclination towards researching and teaching classics has been a treasured gift, and one of the richest cultural and philosophical thinkers of India would Rabindranath Tagore, one of the landmark examples of this cross-cultural intersection of literature and philosophy in critical thinking on classics may be considered in this very interesting book by Dr. S. Radhakrishnan, who writes on the philosophy of Rabindranath Tagore. This is a 1919 book that I am citing to you all. This is the philosophy of Rabindranath Tagore. It is very rare of contemporaries to write for one another, extolling their vision as a classic, one another's vision as a classic. It is due to these early and timely efforts and interventions of scholars in philosophy and literature who were close to Tagore that his work was also internationally acknowledged as a classic of Indian literature. In the preface to the philosophy of Rabindranath Tagore, Radhakrishnan has written that the popularity of the writings of Sir Rabindranath Tagore shows that there is neither east nor west in the realm of spirit, and that his work meets a general want and satisfies a universal demand. The familiar truths of philosophy and religion, Hindu philosophy and religion, the value of which has become fashionable to belittle even in the land of the birth, are handled with such rare reverence and deep feeling by Tagore that they seem almost to be new. This is Radhakrishnan in the preface to Philosophy of Rabindranath Tagore. The acknowledgement and the appreciation that Radhakrishnan gave to Tagore is not merely a political act of being contemporary of each other and of contemporary Indian scholars bound by the same race during the nationalist movement. These glowing words of appreciation pertain to Radhakrishnan's keen and insightful thinking, where he knew that India would need to have its own contemporary voices and contemporary classics, which as much as its relevance on glorious past. It was needed that the ignominy associated with Indian literature and languages in the infamous Macaulay Minutes finds its own silent resilience and resistance in the voices such as that of R.N. Tagore, who spoke to the world as a pan-Indian and pan-Asian literary sentiment. He stood for decolonization of English even while standing at the cusp of a cosmopolitan national spirit. Radhakrishnan and Tagore thus make a rare cooperative space where the philosopher is a literary thinker and the literary thinker is a philosopher. These are some of the case studies and case stories I have brought to your window here, but I am not going to read it out to you all right now. I will let you think about this. Is not the speed which I would like to discuss your window with you all. But I hope that you would know that he was also talking about, and I'm sure that you would know about it, that he was talking about the future possibilities of who the human being is, what will be the ideal human being, and he says that even if the efforts are incomplete, even if the efforts are relentless, this is significant that we make errors of judgment, yet we try at the same time. A lot of these case studies, I'll just scan through them. These are the things that I do with my students in Odisha, on Odisha's Atibadi Jagannath Srimad Bhagavatam. These are PhD work. I'm grateful to my students for actually giving me these insightful slides where the last 2-3 slides that you are seeing are their interventions and their thoughts on what they are reading as classics. Atibadi Jagannath Srimad Bhagavatam as a classic, and this is we are reading it as cultural translation and transcreation, not simply as just a set of Odia texts that are being narrated in terms of the storytelling side of it. It's a confluence of, we argue that it's a confluence of Marga and Desi traditions. Can we go to the next slides, please? Yeah, these are the possibilities that we have tried to show. Yeah. We can discuss this in case there are any questions. I'll just take it to the, yeah. Just wanted to bring you the Odia script also here so that we see some of these, that how beautiful is the multilingual tradition in our country. That English department need not exist in their own isolation and in insulation from texts and traditions that are coming from different parts of the country and different parts of the world. Translation and cultural translation will play a very huge role. I have a feeling that we need to have some of these in the future. These are the comic manuscripts. We work in the state museums, state archives, bring up some of these in our research. I will be happy to discuss them. Can we move forward? This is another student's work where she was working on Bharathiyar, the second Jnanpith Award winner of the country. Very few of us would know some of these writers, except a couple of our own television scholarly community. We are trying to bring short stories and new texts that are there for public knowledge and public discussions. These are short stories of Tarashankar Bandyopadhyay. We are having cultural translations as well. These are some of the work that we have been doing. We are looking at them as classics of Indian writing and Indian literatures. These are in cultural translation. Some of you might be interested to know that are there any Western classics that we are looking at? Can we just move forward, please? These are near future science fiction. This is another student's contribution. They are working on Kazuya Shiguro might have come across a lot of his work. Clara and the Sun, it's a 2022 volume, and we are trying to prove that these are classics of near future science fiction, present times, and so on and so forth. Yes, these are all the work that we are doing, and I'm not going to discuss each of them, even though I have them in my paper, but in case we need to, we can take those as questions. Thank you. Finally, just one reflection on what Science Academy, ICSSR, ICHR has been doing. There is a lot of focused work that probably some of these forums have been doing. But if you look at the websites of Science Academy, can we go to the next slide, please? If you observe the website of Science Academy, we will find that there is only 6 volumes, 24 collected volumes in critical anthologies, 6 volumes on the history of Indian literatures, and some miscellaneous collections of work, which means that there is a long way to go forward. The travel, the time that we have in terms of proving and disproving one another and take its own backseat. The first thing is that the work in hand is numerous and it cannot be done by one person as such. Thank you so much. Thank you for all your time. In case there are any questions, I'll be happy to take those.
You mentioned Tamil is a vernacular language.
No. I haven't mentioned, no, not in my writing. No, Tamil. I have mentioned Tamil is a classical languages. No. Tamil. Vernacular. No. I have vernacular in the sense of that which not. I've taken that as more. Here, the definition of vernacular is not simply in terms of the layering of the languages that we have in our own country. It is not classical languages. I'm very acquainted with Tamil, Malayalam, all these 16. Now there are no 16. There is more than that. Marathi and Bengali have been included as well. So it is not that the layering that I have talked about is this is not a generic way of people saying that okay, you should be doing this. That it is only this and that's the curious that's what I would like to do. Yes, it is classic Tamil. They are all the first classical languages. Yes. Thank you so much for that. Very kind wish. Yeah.
Usually, Tamil is a classical or not?
It is absolutely. How can you even dispute that from the kinds of other literature that we are acquainted with? There is no doubt about it. But what I like to bring here is that the way the classifications are made, this vernacular does not. You cannot work on this area. You can work on this area. The gatekeeping is what I'm trying to do. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Right from where does India stand in its use of language and literature, and then by taking into consideration language and literature as children of Islam, and valuing qualities like make us to immediately connect to the topic which you spoke about this time. And again, there is the distinguishing between the other and the self, and the other can never become the self. And we couldn't disagree with you there, ma'am. And again, I'm also mentioned the importance of the board, and which is not only said, you prefer going back to you, like students and then because I think most of us were there, right? So, again, your thoughts on decolonization. So, all this, it's been a very brainstorming and a wonderful session. Thank you so much, ma'am, for we had indeed a great pleasure having you here. So now we move on to the next session, and I invite Dr. Kala from English Department, Government Arts and Science College. I would take I'm very conscious of the time and I've been seeing people but again, because they have given me a schedule, I will try to make it short, but then be there, right, for them. My topic. I would like to take up from, after thanking the organizers, of course, for the chance to speak, I would like to take up from where Dr. Tripathi had left yesterday. In fact, he mentioned that we need not blame Lord Macaulay for what he had done. We will let us think about what we have done, right? So I think I am going to
not focus on form and language today, only theory, and that too a little bit within the time that is given. I would like to say, defend the Indians for not having taken up indigeneity all along, right? Why this has happened? It would be a drastic exaggeration to say that after so many years of freedom, we are yet to free ourselves from the education system introduced by the British. We have from time to time revamped and reconstructed the system according to the needs of the time. But the efforts have been too very limited due to various reasons. The focus in the these are the reasons. The focus in the post-independent period has been to give education to all, then to eradicate the evils of a caste system and to give education to everyone. To create an awareness about the importance of education among the rural population. So these were taken up for the first 40 years maybe. Then also, I should say the very nature and composition of our country, where you had lots of differences, diversity, and so we had to cater to all that, and so it took more time. So it took more than 4 decades to achieve the basic, and then we could give attention to free education from the impact of colonization. So we are coming to that only after that. The impact of colonization has been one of the major hurdles that has been the main cause of stagnation in our education system. While the British have the credit for establishing education institutions and education for all, it was, as we know, intended to create citizens who would think like the British. The British wanted to create officials who could communicate in English with them. And of course, their aim was business and evangelization. And people who could learn English could reach the pinnacle, while others, even if they were knowledgeable, could not get recognition and identity. But apart from this, the impact of colonization in language, apart from this impact in language, the impact of colonization in religion, culture and politics have come to stay. And even waking up to this situation, it has been difficult to create awareness about the conditioned mind, the mind that remained under the influence of coloniality. The post-colonial studies initiated the thoughts against Eurocentrism, but while it questioned the superiority of colonial thought, it used the same framework of discussion, having imbibed the European penchant for universalization. The post-colonial studies were inadequate and hence the birth of decolonial studies. The decolonial school challenges European universalism and tries to restore the respect for indigenous studies. But the irony is, while the country is most affected by colonialism and universalization of Eurocentrism, reacted quickly and tried to establish the superiority of their culture and tradition, India has taken endless time to go back to roots. The reasons are many, but I have related some of them earlier. The predominance of colonial thoughts can be traced in every field, especially in the way our history has been taught to us. Sadly enough, we have not been taught to connect to our glorious past, but we continue to study about the greatness of the colonizer even after they have given us freedom to think for ourselves. The institutions established by the British continued the system without changing anything to include our past achievement and our present vision. Just one moment. Since the idea of Western supremacy continued, there was no hold for the progress of indigenous studies. The colonizer had erased the native history, and thus, as mentioned yesterday, we showed you a mirror where you could not see your original face, and that is the mirror of where the books written by the colonizer, right, and his history. So, and thus prevented the colonized from connecting to the past. The colonizer had successfully otherized the native views by associating modernity with modernity, rationality, and coloniality. So they successfully associated all that. Hence, we continue to think of indigenous point of view as inferior. That is what we do even today. I mean, now we are taking steps, of course, from the time of Raja Rao. United Nations and Sri Aurobindo, of course. United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, adopted by 144 countries in 2007, was voted against by America, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. This declaration protects both collective and individual rights of indigenous people, but the big countries undermine the sovereignty of the former colonies. The Europeanization of indigenous issues continued till date. In the 2007 declaration, development is seen as the universal set and the indigenous ways as the subset. We chose the failure to understand the very nature of indigeneity, thus pushing it to a separate, safe space, thus again making it secondary. The West defines development and modernity from their point of view and also prescribe the way in which it is to be attained. The former colonies followed this yardstick of development faithfully. The decolonized societies like India, though they did not convert to the religion of the colonizer, they subscribed to coloniality in the name of modernity. So, it has affected our consciousness. I will tell about the fundamental ways in which the colonization has affected our consciousness. The application of the colonizers' view on the social structures of India, first of all, and their measuring scale. The introduction of the colonizers' education system at the expense of indigenous knowledge protection. The imposition of the nation-state model on a diverse civilizational society, and the impact of colonizers' notion of development. So these are the ways in which our consciousness is affected by coloniality. Now, the need for awareness, why we should move away from that and why should we come to indigeneity. We have to understand that there has been no noble intention. First of all, we should realize that there has been no noble intention in the colonization of Bharat, but that of domination and evangelization. This will help us understand that they were not superior and we were not inferior. Since there are arguments like allowing the British to dominate itself is a proof of India's inherent weakness, I think the argument itself shows that coloniality has gone deep into us. Hence, the awareness is needed. So we have to understand that we are superior, we are not inferior, and we should not go by those theories. And we have to understand that we have a glorious past, and we can be our own masters. We only know the diverse culture of our country and can design the curriculum that we need. So now I request you to go back to 10 o'clock in the morning. My lecture should have been first, and their lectures, because they have already given all that is needed, right? Both the syllabus, and both of them spoke on what we have to do exactly and how we should decide the curriculum. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kadar. You have to be very conscious of the time, and it's an elaborate talk you had planned. You had put very succinctly that we are the rehabilitation state where our education system needs to, rehabilitate. Okay. Now, the announcement, we will break for lunch and be here sharply at 1:30. The paper presenters will leave your papers here on the technical desk table. So 1:30 we are here for the next session. We are breaking for lunch now.
very much required and needed. I have been giving many reminders about submitting your full paper in soft copy. If you have not submitted, actually this is very much required. I don't want to just make that we will have to put the certificates on hold and all. But okay, I can understand certain things, but you try to understand the situations. So we have to submit the full paper in a report to the ICSR. So you are kindly requested that if you have not submitted till now,
Good afternoon to all. Welcome back. I think it is a pleasure and honor to introduce Dr. Savitri Swaminathan from Guru Nanak College, Bharathiyar, Chennai. Dr. Savitri had done her PhD in English literature from IFLU, Hyderabad, and her postgraduate diploma in distance education from IGNU, and a postgraduate diploma in teaching English from CFL, Hyderabad. And she also has certificates in Spanish and French. And she has been the Dean of Academics and tutor worldwide India in Chennai. She was a principal of MGR Janaki College for Women, and she was also the vice principal of Guru Nanak College, Chennai. And she has a number of publications to her credit. And she has played a role in certain major implications of NEP 2020 for higher education institutions. So welcome, Dr. Savitri.
classmates from MPhil, so they have a long years of friendship together.
It's over to Dr. Savit.
Good afternoon. At the outset, I should say a big thanks to this college, especially to my friend Anju, for motivating and inviting me here. Okay. And it's been a wonderful two-day seminar that we have had. Really mind-boggling sessions. What should I say? Sessions where we have to brainstorm, and sessions which we listened to. Something did go in, and the wheels of minds has started turning. So hopefully we're going to get a good output from this. So this particular technical session which is section 5, is on regional literature and translation. We have 4 presenters. One is Dr. Vinod Vasudevan, the Universal Concepts in Classical Tamil Grammatical Treatise Tolkappiyam. He is from TAGORE Government Arts and Science College, Puducherry. So please come and take your seat. Then the next paper is by V.R.T. and N. Satyarajan, Voices of the Margins, Representation of Regional Cultures in Translated Indian Literature with special reference to Anita Nair's Chemin from Takshila University, Melbourne. The third paper is by Zanshia, my own colleague, Indianizing English Language Teaching through the Incorporation of Indian Folklore and Mythology. And we have Dr. Kanika Priya, who is going to talk about translation of Ruchi Premchand's Select Short Stories study. She is from Sarda Gangadharan College, Puducherry. And the last paper will be by D. Geraldine. Difference is the identity, Perumal Murugan's Firebird. And she is from Pondicherry Central University. So welcome all of you. I request Dr. Vinod Vasudevan to start. Sir, would you like to sit in the podium?
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். I am Vinod from Department of Tamil, Tagore Government Arts and Science College. At the outset, I would like to share my gratitude towards our principal sir, Dr. Bharathiyar sir, the convener of this seminar, chairperson madam, and all the other professors for giving me this opportunity. My topic is the universal concepts in the classical Tamil grammatical treatise Tulkapiyam. The Tulkapiyam is a 2000-year-old grammatical book, the only available classical grammar for classical Sangam period. It is a prescriptive as well as a descriptive grammatical work. The structure of the book is three main parts: Ezhuthu, Sol, Porul, relating to letters of Tamil, words of Tamil, and the content of literature. A little bit introduction. Next slide, sir. Next slide. The specialities of Tulkapiyam. Tulkapiyam is a book which has the collection of our Tamil ancestors' knowledge and the modern views of structural linguistics as well as the modern views of Chomskyan linguistics can be identified in Tulkapiyam, not all the theories, but the core ideas. Because Tulkapiyam is relatable to phonology, morphology, morphophonemics, syntax, semantics, discourse analysis, literary theories, prosody. It's a whole package of the old Sangam age. And finally, Tulkapiyam is usually attributed to the fact that it views the literary theory as one kind of grammar, which is a unique thing in Tamil tradition, which is said to be not found in most other classical works. Next slide, sir. The objectives of this article tries to hypothesize that Tulkapiyam is not only a grammatical book, but it is a philosophical treatise, where some of the concepts of Tulkapiyam can be treated universal. That's it. Next slide. Hereafter, my slides will be diving on to some ideas expressed in Tulkapiyam, and one of this slide explains birthday culture. Birthday culture is celebrated all around the world by all the humans as well as even for pets. 2000 years back, Tulkapiyam says that the birthday of a king is celebrated as an auspicious day. The quote of Tulkapiyam is in Tamil, Piranda Naal Vayin Perumangalamum. Next slide, sir. This is well known fact. All the classical works of all over the world understood that the world is formed by 5 elements of nature: land, fire, air, water, and sky. Tulkapiyam's quotation is in Tamil: Nilam, Teeni, Vadi, Visumbodu, Aindum, Kalanda, Mayakam, Ulagamadari. Next slide. This is often and frequently quoted in Tamil discourses. The 6 senses, based on the 6 senses, 6 kinds of beings formulated by Tulkapiyam 2000 years back. This is a well-defined taxonomy. We shall find it in this slide. As time not permitted, I am going fast. Next slide. Gender grammar of Tulkapiyam. In Sanskrit, it is said that there are 3 types of gender grammar: Strilinga, Purushalinga, Napunsakalinga. Sorry if my pronunciation wrong. Tulkapiyam says 2 types of grammar, which is the grammar for Tamil tradition, Uyardhanai and Agranai. In translation, it is higher gender and non-higher gender. Higher gender refers to all the humans, and non-higher gender refers to the rest of the things, whether it is living being or non-living being. They are referred to as non-higher gender. I have to explain some things related to it. Birds build nests. Humans build buildings. Dogs dig the ground for storing the bones of its prey. Humans build many cupboards, many good big buildings for storing their essential things. Lions, tigers roar against its enemy. Humans also speak and shout whenever necessary. So there are similarities between living beings and humans, but the only sharp difference, thinking in depth, only sharp difference from living beings to humans is the understanding the time. Humans has the capacity to discover the past, understand the present, as well as somehow determine the future, whether by scientific means or by philosophical means. But that thing could not be achieved by the other living beings. So our Tamil ancestors, Tolkappiyam, defined humans as higher and lower gender, and they defined the other living beings and non-living beings as non-higher gender. That's where the Allah agree. The thing to be noted down is here they did mention the other living beings as lower gender. Thank you. Next slide. Next slide, sir. This is an important concept in Tolkappiyam, classification of nouns. There are a lot of classifications told by Tolkappiyam for nouns in noun grammar. This is one important classification. Mudal pair, same pair. In English translation is prime noun and trans noun. The whole part of an object is considered as a prime noun, and the parts of the object is considered as a trans noun. For example, if you take the body is considered as a prime noun, mudal pair, and the hands, legs, skeleton, everything considered as trans noun. If you take the hands as the prime noun, the fingers would be considered as a trans noun. If you take the fingers as a prime noun, the nails would be considered as a trans noun, and so on. This is treated universal because if we consider the universe as a whole prime noun, and the stars, the black holes, earth, humans, everything will be the trans noun. So this classification is not only for nouns, it's one kind of philosophical statement. Next slide. This is a very important principle of Tamil tradition formulated by Tolkappiyam, Agam and Puram, the principle of human life. Agam and Puram in the contemporary Malayalam, Agattuva means come inside, and Purattu poi means go outside. This words is still used in contemporary Malayalam with the basic meaning. Agam means inside, Puram means outside. Here, Tolkappiyam to dissect the contents of Sangam literature, the classical literature of Tamil, he introduced this concept as Agam, that is the poems which sings about love, marriage, family, etc. And Puram relates to the public life, that is education, jobs, fights, wars, etc. So this is universal because all humans in any part of the world will face these two kinds of life, Agam and Puram. Next slide. Triple things of life, Purusharthas. Sanskrit codifies the goals of human lives as four Purusharthas, namely Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. The Tolkappiyam defines the first three Purusharthas, that is Dharma, Artha, Kama, that in reverse order. The quotation is Inkam, Porulum, Aranam, Enrang in Tamil. In translation, pleasure, material, and ethics. Humans, as well as other living beings, strive for pleasure. Pleasure here refers to the consumption of the worldly affairs, by our five senses. For that pleasure, all the living beings, including humans, search for material, and humans must search for the material based on the ethics. So, Tolkappiyam formulates it as Inkam, Porul, Aran. Pleasure, material, and ethics. This is also a common thing to all humans. Next slide. While stating the case grammar, that to the possessive case grammar of Tamil, Tolkappiyam classifies the possession as two kinds. One, possession of oneself, and another, possession of others. The example is given in the slide. Two sort of example. Mary's knowledge, Mary's house. Can knowledge be separated from a person? It can be shared to others. So Mary's knowledge, the possessiveness between the knowledge and Mary is inseparable. So it is possession of oneself. But Mary's house, the material can be separated from her when it is sold or for some other reason. So the material wealth which humans possess are considered as possession of others, and the body, soul, mind, knowledge, everything are considered as possession of oneself. This is told in the case grammar, possessive case grammar. This philosophy is also common to all humans. Next slide. Finally, the final point in this discourse, impermanence and mortality, which is a well-known philosophy. The Tamil quote is Palar Chella Kaadu, Palar Chella Kaadu, Palar Chella Chella Kaadu Valtodu. Palar Chella Chella Kaadu Valtodu. That is the forest, that is the cremation area, remains till the end of the universe, but the humans who are being buried or cremated in the forest passes away. So life is impermanent, life is mortal is the philosophy. This quotation, this philosophy is told in a thematic grammar named Kanji. Next slide. Final conclusion that Tolkappiyam can be treated not only a grammatical book, but it is a grammar blended with philosophy. And the thing which is I have not included in the presentation is that Tolkappiyam can also be included in a part of IKS. Thank you. Nandri Vantam. If any questions? Nandri Vantam.
Dr. Vinod, this was a fantastic eye-opener for a lot of us at Tolkappiyam. We are very happy that you presented in the little time that you had. This definitely, interests us, and we are definitely going to take a look at Tolkappiyam and see how we can actually, include it into the IKS.
Thank you. Thank you.
I request the next presenter, V. Aarti and Satyarajan, to present.
Myself Aarti from Dakshina University. My topic is Voices of the Margins, representation of regional cultures in translated Indian literature with special reference to Anita as Chemin. So Anita has translation of Chemin, originally written by Malayalam writer Takadi Shivashankaram Pillai, exemplifies the profound impact of translated literature in representing marginalized voices. So set in a coastal fishing community in Kerala, Chemin delves into themes of love, social ideas, and morality, all deeply intertwined with local superstitions and cultural beliefs. By translating this novel, it not only opens the Kerala's rich coastal culture to non-Malayalam readers, but also preserves the authentic experiences and dialects to the community, allowing a glimpse into a world otherwise confined to the Malayalam-speaking readership. So the study offer insight into how regional voices, especially those from marginalized communities, are represented in translated literature, and how translation serves as both a bridging and transformative process. Cultural studies stresses the significance of understanding literature within its social and cultural context, recognizing literature's role in reflecting and shaping community values. This approach is vital for Chemin, as themes and character experiences are embedded within Kerala's coastal culture, including local superstitions and social structures. Translation studies focuses on translation as both an interpretive and cross-cultural communication act. So through an interpretative approach, the analysis will evaluate how the translations aligns with the theoretical frameworks and how it negotiates the representations of a marginalized culture. By examining linguistic and cultural adaptation, the study aims to eliminate the complexities involved in translating regional literature. Translation studies focuses on translation as both on interpreting and cross-cultural communication. Concepts such as domestication and deforeignizations. So in comparison with the existing studies on translation literature, NAAC translations of Chimney, it stands out for its cultural fidelity and approach to the language. While many translators like K.R. Meera's Jesuit also a fine example like that. So the analysis primarily focuses on NAAC's English translation of Chimney and how the multiple versions of the translation and comparative translations by the other authors. A comparative approach further insights into how different translators handle regional specificality and cultural elements. So additionally, investigating readers' perceptions of NAAC's translation could provide insights into the effectiveness of a foreignization in reaching global audiences. So, it is the vital role of the translation plays in amplifying marginalized voices within Indian literature. Anita Nair's translation of Chimney exemplifies how regional literature, rich in cultural specificity and local dialect, can transcend linguistic boundaries to reach a global audience. It also reinforces that translated literature is crucial in celebrating India's regional cultures, encouraging a cross-cultural dialogue that recognizes and values the stories of marginalized communities. Through this, Tamil is not only the tale of love and morality, but also a testament to the power of literature to connect, educate, and honor diverse voices from India's many cultural landscapes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aarti. That was a nice rendering. One small question. Have you read the original in Malayalam?
No, ma'am. I read the English version. I read the English version of that story.
Okay. How do you think that the various versions have made a difference? You said you have multiple translations of it. Okay. So, what made you choose this particular author and this particular translation?
It takes me a lot. It gives me a great insight about the it comes to know about the marginalized people's feelings and sufferings. It also says about their love and their other issues also there. But I want to know, after reading this novel, I got to know about the voices of the marginalized peoples, and I want to know others also want to read this novel.
Thank you. Next, I call upon Ms. Anishian to present a paper on Indianizing English language teaching through the incorporation of Indian folklore and mythology.
Good afternoon. So my topic is Indianizing English language teaching, and the text that I've chosen is David Patnaik's The Boys Who Fought, which is basically a retelling of Mahabharata for children. But I'm going to talk about how it could be used in a higher education English language instruction classroom. And I've been teaching English for more than 10 years, and one of the challenges that I have faced in my classroom is the regional learners who have found it very difficult to engage in English language for their own use, the hesitancy that comes with them when they need to use the language for their own purposes. They find it very difficult, even though they have been there for 12 years of instruction. They have learned English as a subject and not as a tool to communicate. So my focus is how the incorporation of folklore and mythology can be a strategic tool to Indianize the English language teaching with a special focus on the regional learners of the language. So India has a very rich tradition of folklore and mythology, and we have great epics like Mahabharata and Ramayana, which have been they've been retold, they've made adaptations by many authors, and how that could be used in a language classroom effectively to promote familiarity, to promote sensitivity, to promote the kind of pride and identity that the students can embrace in a language classroom. So basically how the student engagement and the conceptual understanding of the text can be improved in a language classroom, and how the kind of pedagogies and the pedagogical materials, the instruction materials that could be used in a language classroom effectively to promote the sense, and it aligns with NAP 2020. It aligns with the guidelines given by NAP 2020, and that is what I will be focusing in my paper. So, the significance of using Indian folklore and mythology in language education is basically about culture, how culture connects with the students, how it could be relevant to the students' life, and how it can engage easily with, because every student has they have been a child, and every child, they like stories. So how we connect them in a language classroom matters a lot, and I believe that could be used, that could be harnessed, that could bring out culturally responsive teaching as laid down by scholars. And the retelling of the Mahabharata could be something that could promote deeper understanding and deeper interest when it comes to language learning, because that is a challenge to motivate the student to have an interest to speak in an English language classroom. And the next thing is it could promote cultural identity, how the students can connect the story, the text that is used in the language classroom with their own identity, with their own personal narratives. And I think that is something that Devdutt Patnaik has used to, he has used it as a conduit for exploring the personal identities through the characters that he has portrayed in the books. And the cognitive engagement that we can observe in these texts are various. The first thing, the complex narratives. The complex narratives are put across in simple language, and the moral dilemmas faced by each and every character in the book that could impart critical thinking, that could develop critical thinking, and the kind of critical dialogue it can motivate, that it can inspire among students, among the learners, could be profound. And the use of universal themes like the mythological themes of loyalty, sacrifice and quest that is seen in the book, that could be used for comparative analysis with Western myths. And that could also make students be familiar with all kinds of myths that are seen all over the world. So we begin with our own myths and we move on to the global. So that is something that encourages comparative viewpoints, comparative approach to learning. And then the pedagogical approaches that I would be suggesting here is storytelling techniques, role-playing activities, and creative writing. Storytelling techniques wherein the students can talk about the stories, they're familiar with the characters, they're familiar with the story, so they speak, they come out of their shell to speak. And we could give them role-playing activities wherein they enact the characters, they talk about the characters, and this is something that NAP 2020 talks about, experiential learning, activity-based learning, and this could open new avenues for language learning. And once the reading of the text is completed, creative writing could be a activity that we could give students wherein they talk about writing the story on their own, or the existing story can be given an alternative ending. So it improves their analytical skills, their critical thinking skills. And we can also inspire, or we can also motivate the kids to have discussions, to have debates where their social skills are improved, their speaking skills are improved, their listening skills are improved. So this is again NAP 2020's aim to bridge cultural heritage with language pedagogy. So the next is the comparative discussions that these kind of texts can bring forward, that is having practical applications in the language classroom. So the kind of cultural connection that will be that we can look at, like bridging the gap between the student's identity and the language connect. And the pedagogical approaches could be again storytelling, the creative writing approaches and debates. So the expected learning outcomes over here would be the organic development of the students' vocabulary and comprehension, and we are facilitating clearer articulation of their thoughts in English. And when we come to critical thinking and cultural literacy, where the student has a heightened level of cultural literacy and complexity among the students. And the student feels empowered, their identity has a boost, they have a boost in terms of identifying themselves with the narratives given in the classroom, and that bolster them to do well, to perform well in the language classroom. So the effective integration strategies for all these would be many, but I'm just suggesting a few here. The utilization of mother tongue, wherein we can go with bilingual storytelling, wherein we can start off with their own mother tongue and then move on to the target language. And we could also start off with activity-based learning, wherein role-playing and dramatization of the folk tales, which can improve the participation and the student engagement in the classroom. So NAP 2020 is focused on the importance of mother tongue in education, and it also encourages the methodologies that could be used to make language learning enjoyable and effective. So we have cultural reference, we have multilingual approach that many of us have talked about, so I'm not going to the three language formula here. And finally, the use of technology. The use of technology here is something that all of us are harnessing. So we need to. I'm just giving a short conclusion due to time factor. So in conclusion, Indian folktales, they give a multifaceted framework for language acquisition and cultural appreciation. So we can employ interactive storytelling methods and culturally coherent curricula, and especially the book that I have chosen, David Patnaik's The Voice of War, exemplifies the strength of folklore in education, creating engaging and meaningful learning environments conducive to academic success and personal growth. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Manisha. You beautifully brought up the relevance of the folklore and how they can be used to integrate language pedagogy. Did you refer to other folk tales as well? Any others that you can think of and mention that you have said other than the boy who fought?
The folk tales, the same author has written a number of books wherein we have, he starts off with mythology. I would like to emphasize how he makes it so simple that even a person who's just starting to learn the language, they could make use of it. They can learn the language, and he has written various books about the different characters of the Mahabharata also, and I think all of those texts could be used. And we also have other writers like Ashok Banka, who talks about again mythological texts which could be utilized in the classroom. And we do also have folk tales which have been passed on through the oral tradition, which could also be adapted based on the region in which we are trying to use this. So I hope I have answered your question.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. M. Hanika Priya.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. So my topic is translation of Munshi Premchand's select short stories. I'm going to, though Munshi Premchand has written many short stories, I have taken only 3 short stories out of his own publications. Actually, he is a Hindi writer. I just want to let you know that I'm a non-Hindi reader. So likely there will be some of the people who will be never know how to read Hindi. In such a case, there are translation available. But here I have selected the translation which was written by English writers in such a way which will really tell us like how the real essence of the original text is brought to light. So in such a way, Munshi Premchand is really called as an emperor among the novelists. And in Hindi, we say that in order to bring a public awareness, we need to know about the social realism. So Hindi literature really brings social realism to light. In such case, I just want to bring that thing to English readers. For that thing, by taking the selected short stories of Munshi Premchand, I have focused on poverty, greediness, the caste issues as well as familial issues which he probed in his work. So here, the first story which I have taken is The Shroud, which is originally titled as Kafan, and this was written originally in Urdu. Later it was published in Hindi and it was translated into English by Francis Pritchett. And when you go for internet sources and all, you won't be there won't be any availability of the notes or any material relevant to the English sources. So only when you read the original text, the Hindi version, you will be able to know. So on that case, as I am a non-Hindi reader, I went for Flipkart and Amazon only got the original text. Though I doesn't know how to read it, I went for translated version. In that case, I just want to bring the originality of the text by introducing some of the oppression, the power relation, and ostracism, which is discussed in this study. And the second work which I want to brought to light is The Price of Wealth or The Cost of Others' Wealth, which is originally written in Hindi and under the title Dunka Dam. But here the translated version is available, which is written by Ramesh. And the third work is Lottery, that is also written in Hindi and later it is published by, translated by Sherin. And here my present paper, by taking the first title, The Shroud, which portrays about the familial issues with reference to the social poverty, and we can see how the characters are involved in poverty and how they could not run their family. In such a case, how they end up their life. So here we have two characters like Isu and Madhav. Though they come under poverty, they never take care about themselves, even though they are very lethargic, without, whatever things they have in their family, they sell and eat without going for work. So such a thing, once Madhav's wife passed away, later they realizes that how poverty stricken they are. In fact, they could not even buy a shroud. Actually, what a shroud is, it is like a savachile. In Tamil, they call it as savachile, which is used to cover the body of a lady once they die. Actually, here Madhav faces such poverty when his wife passed away. He could not even buy shroud. In such cases, you can see people come forward in order to give him money, but in spite of that, there will be no use. He will be spending his money for his own sake. Thinking that what is the use now by letting the shroud, putting the shroud on the body, it is of no use. Anyway, it's going to burn out, right? So in such a way, you'll be thinking and you'll be spending money. So actually, it is a criticism about the social cause. When they are in poverty, nobody will come forward in order to help them. But after the death, people come forward in order to do the funeral ceremony and all. So it is a criticism which Munshi Premchand let us know by focusing on the exploitation of the poor and the social illness. And the second story, like cost of mother's milk, also you can see it talks about the caste oppression and caste issues, which highlights the Bangi community. And still we come on. It was really a shock to me where I found a Bangi community is still in existence. It actually shows the injustice of social hierarchies where the character Mangal faces. Actually, there is a mother character also who is called as Bhumi, and she is the one who gives milk. Though there are a lot of big cities around the world, still Bangi communities are being like midwifery, who are helping the people who doesn't have milk in order to provide for the children. So here, Bhumi will be such a lady, but after her death, you can see Mangal becomes orphan, and though Bhumi, who gave milk for Suresh character, who belongs to Zamindar's son, but in spite of that, Suresh will never think about Mangal in such a way there will be some sort of troubles going on, thinking that Bangi communities are untouchables in the sense. So here, the last story, which is lottery, here you can see the greediness. Like when money comes to money becomes the most prominent thing in our life, how our life is becoming changed. That is what Munshi Premchand is letting us know. And so overall, these selected short stories, when comparing, I have read many Bengali short stories, though I am not a Bengali reader and all, but in spite of that I have read translated versions. But comparing with that, the Hindi version, which is written by Munshi Premchand, which really make me to get very closer in order to know about poverty and caste related issues. I've read the Tamil version, Tamil concepts of these things, but this particular works relate me so well in such a way which is very much I can see around us, right? So I hope you all will read the same and you will get the real lessons. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Kanika Priya. Only one question. You said I chose the English translations. No, translation by English writers.
English writer, particularly one writer I have chosen from each of the textbooks.
Okay, for the show, we'll take the show, which is your central point. Who is the translator that you have chosen?
I have chosen this man who's called as Francis Ship.
Okay, is he an Englishman?
Actually, he has translated into English, but he is not an Englishman.
Okay, how did he translate?
He has brought the real essence. In fact, when comparing with any other writer who are translated, I can find the real essence which is brought to light. Like, I have never read the original version, but this is how Munshi Premchand. Maybe a lot of originality may be missed out, but in spite of that, such little bit is enough. When you read it, you will feel it really. Such originality, you will really feel it. You will have tasted it, in fact.
Okay, are you suggesting a person need not know the original language? It's enough if they read the translation to understand?
Actually, I am an ordinary reader. Actually, I wanted to read it in original context, in fact. So such a way I love that text when I read the translated version. But if they know Hindi, it will be better.
No, in this context, it's just one query. That if you had tried to just put it into translate or some AI tool, wouldn't you have got a similar translation? Or did you try any of that?
Yes, ma'am, but not that much of originality. It is like, just like that, it is giving, I could not get the real essence, in fact. Even I tried myself, actually I can understand when people talk Hindi, I translated version only. Still, even in internet sources and all, you can never find Munshi Premchand's any sort of summary or any sort of things you will never find out. Only when you read the original text or translated version.
But the point here is, if that is the case, how do you know that what is actually written is what you feel? When you're talking in terms of one particular community,
Yes.
there are so many more marginalized communities, and people have written in their own languages. So, did you get interested in translation and therefore you took it?
Yes, ma'am. I have real passion for translation. I actually wanted to take it for my PhD thesis, but I could not do it. I was doing in linguistics actually. But as a passion, as you told, for that case,
So, two small suggestions. One, maybe try and learn a little bit of Hindi.
Sure, ma'am, sure.
The other thing is, look for more translations. You can try translating if your mother tongue is Tamil or Telugu or whatever. Try to see if you can translate smaller pieces into English and see if you are able to retain the originality.
Actually, I used to do from Tamil to English, but originally you can't click.
No, you can. You can try.
Not that much.
No. For that matter, if you look at it, you have a lot of stories written by Amma in Tamil, which have been translated by Lakshmi Mahaswam. And she has done a wonderful job. Like when you read that, and even Radhakrishna's stories, if you see what they have written, you get the real flavor, right?
Of course.
So, just a suggestion.
Sure, ma'am, sure. I'll do it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The last presenter, you seem to be getting short of time, so maybe 5 minutes. Can you just present the points?
Very good afternoon to one and all. I'm just continuing with where Kanikapriya stopped. So my work is also a translation work. I just want to exhibit the author Perumal Murugan. He is a Tamil writer, and most of his novels actually concentrate on a particular region of Tamil Nadu, which is called as Kongu Nadu. And what is very familiar with that particular place is, it is known for Kongu language, Kongu Tamil. And most of the profession taken by people in Kongu Nadu is farming, and the novel I have chosen is Firebird. So this is again a translation done by Janini Kannan, and this novel is written in Tamil, which is called as Alandi Pachi. So as ma'am told, whether you have read the novel in the original, it has been written in Tamil, but being a Tamilian, I couldn't read the novel in Tamil. So that is what I feel. So when you ask whether the originality has been made in English, it's just a question mark. So the title of my paper is Difference is the Identity in Perumal Murugan's novel Firebird. So the main the topic that I have taken is about the caste discrimination which is going on in the novel Firebird. Not only in this novel, he has written many of the novels like One Part Woman, Current Show, Seasons of the Palm, The Story of Blackwood, and many other such novels like Resolve, Fire, and most of the novels has the touch of caste issues. And this novel Firebird, it's about the journey of two people. One is Muthu, and then another one is his own servant. They go on a journey in search of fertile land for cultivation, and they meet various people, and there are lots of incidents which talk about the caste discrimination going on in the novel. And there are three instances I would like to list out. So the caste community run in every walk of life in Kongu Nadu. It's unconsciously rooted in them. They don't seem to find it strange or indifferent to differentiate people based on one's caste. In the Tamil month of Masi during Chariot festival, food was saved and served in the exterior of Mitada's house. The people who came to eat went on their own accord to the place allotted for the respective caste. So when the food was served in a particular Jamindar's house, there was a distinct place for each and every people to take their food. Meaning that the low caste were taking their food at the backyard, and the other caste people, they used to take the food in the front yard. So this is one of the distinctions which is found in this novel. And the people are so divided because of the caste that they will not come to each other's rescue. So many people, they go and help people only if the people of their own caste. So they don't help other people who belongs to some other caste. The profession of one's community is never to be taken up by another community. It is an unpronounced moral code among people who are caste stricken. When Muthu was 12 years old, he was taken by his father to a place called Karathu. There he left Muthu with his friend Adhikan for 6 months to learn the skill of tree climbing. He never told Muthu was his son because he knew if he revealed the truth, he would be denied of learning the skill. So he told, I quote, Muthu had lost both his father and mother and was loitering around uselessly. He wanted to help him in learning his skill so that he can live on his own accord. Adhikan was a palm tree climber. He taught Muthu how to climb a palm tree and collect toddy. He had no hint that Muthu was his friend's own son. At the end of the season, when Muthu's father came to pick him up, he revealed Adhikan that he was none but his own son. Adhikan was shocked and said, I quote, this profession is my people's profession. No matter what, you must never take it up as yours. Stop using this skill for your family and you. Don't ever take it up as your profession. If you all clamor for this job, what will we do? I unquote. So the profession of one community was never to be taken by other community. And the consequences of Muthu learning the skill of tree climbing is worse in his family. So once Muthu was started to learn the skill of tree climbing, his family members started to tease him. I quote here, getting married to a tree climber's daughter, replied Elder's daughter-in-law. So all the members of the family started teasing Muthu for learning the art of tree climbing. And this walking indirectly reflects how the community of tree climbers are marginalized by the farmers. So with Muthu being taking the lineage of a farmer, he was not to learn the skill of tree climbing. I quote, but Amma yelled at him, you have got your son trained to climb trees. Are you going to find him a girl to marry to? Will any born-blind farmer give his daughter's hand to our son? The anger of Muthu's mother exhibits unacceptance they show for other communities. And whatever may be, their marriage or buying a land, wherever it goes, they will be looking for only those part of the people who belong to their own community. Even after years of independence, marginalization rooted on caste discrimination is still prevalent in society. Muthu gets his hair cut from Mani, the barber. The barber asks Muthu to bring water, but he refuses. He asks the barber to bring water by himself, but the barber hesitates because if anyone sees him put his hand into the reservoir, they may kick him out. Muthu assured there were no one around, so the barber scooped some water from the reservoir. Unfortunately, Muthu's father passed by and screamed, I quote, so you have become so great that you think you can take water from the reservoir with your cup? And Mani replied, we don't fall under the untouchable group, Swami. We are same blood as you. We touch you when we give you a shake. If any function were to take place in your family, you couldn't do it without us. So the barber, when he came to the family of Muthu to cut his hair, he was not allowed to pick the water by himself. So that's how they were marginalized. So I just conclude. The novel substantially is a long journey that takes the readers into Kongunadu by the two chief characters, Muthu and Kupin. Through them we meet various people and get accustomed to their daily life. The story is aboundant in knowledge of the people and its environment. The reader gets the delight of reading a story typical of its kind in Kongunadu. One cannot deny that caste discrimination is interweaved in their life. It plays a prominent role in the novel, as many of Perumal Murugan's novels. Therefore, Perumal Murugan is called the anatomist of caste and power in India. Thank you.
Thank you, General. It is really an eye-opener. But don't you think there is this small strand that says, don't you dare come into our job? Like you'll be depriving us of our job. So even though we have progressed much beyond our independence, people don't have the thinking. People still feel that people have to stick to the Varnas. Though it was based on the caste was based basically on the four Varnas. People don't want to take that into consideration. They still feel if somebody was a money lender, they better stick to it. If somebody is into rituals, better stick to it. Don't try and trespass. Right? So, in spite of our impact of Western culture and people's broader mindedness, we still haven't gotten into it. We haven't got over, and I don't think it's likely to happen for another 150 years. What do you think?
We have to come out. That's what. And I think that is what is the title about, Indianizing English language. We are supposed to read Indian stories so that we will be aware of what is going on in and around India. So staying in Pondicherry, even I felt it's amazing to, when I just listened to the interview given by Perumal Murugan sir, I couldn't see that I'm just into Pondicherry, that I don't know that still such matters are going on. So they just ask for caste, especially the counter. It's the name of the caste. Only those people are supposed to hold the land in Komunadu, it seems. So when somebody is coming to buy the land, they'll ask whether he belongs to that particular caste before selling that land. So I was amazed, oh, still it's going on. And people just go for only one son, it seems, particularly in that Komunadu, because the partition of land also matters. So if there is one son, easily the head of the family can give the land to the lineage. So if there are more than one son, division of property itself becomes a problem. So many issues are going on, and that's what I feel. To the title, when you are talking about Indianizing English studies, it's better we explore more and more translation works, so to know and to come out and to reform.
Thank you so much.
May I invite Dr. Suresh, Associate Professor, Head of the Department of Bharathiyar Government College of Women. His area of specialization is comparative literature, and he is heading a huge team at Bharathiyar College, and we're very happy, sir, to welcome you. Please take your seat on the dais. The paper presenters are Bhuvana Vasudevan. The co-chair for today is Dr. Satyavel, Faculty of English, TAGORE College.
Good afternoon. This is the last session of the paper presentation. There are 4 research scholars and the teaching faculties who present the paper in the last session. They are R. Dhanupriya, Stream of Consciousness Technique and Analysis of the Karna Subramanian Novel, The Fall. Second one is Geetanjali, a comparative study of impact of unseen forces, exploring the effects of Narayani and Godo in the novels. Third one, Uma Maheshwari, the nuances of the English language and teaching. The last is Dr. M. Das from the Sarda College, whose paper is professional development of English teachers in rural areas. Yes. I invite my colleague Dr. Suresh to share his thoughts and views about this topic of the seminar. Please, 5 minutes. One more research scholar, Miss M. Shakti Shalini from PG Studies. She is a PhD scholar. She is also going to present the paper. Title is Rethinking Alterity and Transculturation of the Chitra Banerjee Devagarni's Sister, My Heart, a Novel.
Dr. Suresh, please accept our small token of appreciation for your time in the national seminar, Indianizing English Studies, Form, Language and Theory. Put your hands together.
Thank you, Dr. Satyavel. In fact, I was feeling a little bit cold, and the shawl really helped. I was told my session would be called tentatively from coloniality to indigeneity. So I thought I would begin this session with a small story. A story that many of us who grew up studying English literature written by Indians can relate to or remember. I'm talking about the year 1856. On the 4th of March in that year, a girl was born in Calcutta who was educated at home. She studied English, French, Sanskrit, besides her native Bengali. She developed a love for English literature. And in 1869, remember the year 1869? I don't know if anybody remembers 1869. But in the case, 1869 was significant because the family left India for a tour of Europe. They stayed in France for a year, in England 3 years. And the heroine of the story wrote poems in French and English and translated poems from French into English. After 4 years of stay in Europe, she and her family returned to India. And this girl who was originally named Torulata Datta became Torudat. And she brought out a collection called Ancient Ballads and Legends of Hindustan, whose introduction was written by Sir Edmund Gosse, who said, I quote, "She brought with her from Europe a store of knowledge that would have sufficed to make in English a French girl seem learned, but which in her case was simply miraculous." Unquote. In 1873, when Torudat returned to India, she found India to be an unhealthy place, both morally and physically speaking. But she also recognized that her true home was India and not Europe. 2 years after Torudat died, she died in 1877, another girl with Bengali roots was born in Hyderabad. She studied at the University of Madras, King's College London, and at Girton College, Cambridge. Began writing at the age of 12. Wrote a play even in Persian. Her English poems were richly lyrical and deeply inspired by the English romantic tradition. She also knew Edmund Gosse, whom I mentioned earlier, and Sir Arthur Symons. Both of them advised her to turn to India for inspiration. She started writing poems whose sensibility was Indian, but the language, the diction was English, for which she was celebrated as the Nightingale of India, none other than Sarojini Naidu. I fast forward to the second half of the 1990s when we meet with somebody called Bharathiyar Roy. Again, somebody with Bengali roots. I don't know if it's a coincidence. Speaking of writers, all of them who have got some sort of connection to Bengal. What Bharathiyar Roy does in God of Small Things is to revolutionize the way in which people wrote in English. Language in Arundhati Roy's case was not the spoken and written word alone, but it was also the customs and traditions used by cultural groups to communicate. So we find that Roy uses language psychologically, typographically, structurally, culturally to reveal character. I should also talk about Kamala Das, who also has got a Calcutta connection. Curiously, when I was writing this down, I didn't realize that. Her childhood was spent in Calcutta. Kamala Das wrote poems in English, stories in Malayalam, and her autobiography was written in Malayalam and translated into English by herself. Kamala Das herself has admitted that language had been difficult for her, and so she had to create a language within the language that she had inherited to express her emotions and to express herself. I should also be talking about Salman Rushdie, who embraced English, which he called was an act of transculturation, enabling him and others like him to forge a British Indian identity. Remember, Rushdie himself contributed expressions like chutneyfication of history. Speaking about Rushdie, I was also reminded of Vikram Seth, again Calcutta connection. Writes in English, but is firmly grounded on the lived experience of being in India. Now, why I narrated all these stories, about all these people, is that writers with Indian roots, we find right from the colonial times through post-colonial, post-human, or whatever times, they plowed deep into their Indian psyche and the Indian cultural experience to give their writings an authentic voice. So this is reflected in the theme and language. So their writings are created an Indian ethos and poetics. So I was hoping, I still hope, that the session that we are going to have now would throw more light on this. When I looked at some of the titles, I was a little circumspect, but then I thought the papers would do justice to the theme that I was given in the beginning. Of course, I have I've steered clear of certain things like not talking about feminism, post-colonialism, whatever. Without any baggage, we would be listening to these papers. Okay? Thank you for coming here. You all get to speak here. I took this time because I thought when the participants are given maybe 10 minutes to speak, the chairperson should take at least 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Let me first call upon Anupriya.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Dhanupriya, PhD scholar, Department of English from Takshashila University. It's my privilege to share the insights from my research paper titled Stream of Consciousness Technique and Analysis of Kana Subramanian's novella The Fall. Indianizing English and translation studies are sufficiently well-stocked fields of study, especially if it placed against the context of post-colonial India, where linguistic and cultural diversity molds the literary space with some quite unique contours. In India, translation studies assumes a specific importance since there exists to regional linguistic diversity, works of literature written in regional languages like Tamil, Hindi, Bengali, Marathi, Malayalam, etc., which remains inaccessible unless it is translated into other Indian languages and English. Increasingly, translation is seen as a decolonizing
voices and challenges the English as a literary language. Translation studies today on Indian subcontinent are more focused on saving cultures, voicing their protest against homogenization by rallying cry toward fidelity of local languages instead to be an exercise aimed at fitting into Western constraints. Kana Subramaniam is one such personality who has etched himself in the Tamil literary world. His stories and names are the exception to the rule as they extend the boundaries of the Tamil novels. His narratives, which is simple and profound on the emotional and intellectual levels, offer to take readers through the complex labyrinths of the human soul. Kana Subramaniam is one of those rare talents who have been able to draw the complexity of life by laying in the ordinary moments weaved with layers of meaning. Literature review. It is in many instances when regional works are translated into English that Indianize the English language to give a flavor of the original. Ashokamitran's The 18th Parallel and K. Rajanarayanan's Gobalapuram are some of the Tamil novels that are shown exemplary in the form of English translation. Objective of my study is to trace the interdisciplinary dialogues surrounding the Indianization of English, examining how English has been adapted and transformed within the Indian context. To explore the role of English alongside with its classical languages, highlighting the dynamic relationship between English and India's rich linguistic heritage. To investigate how translation works act as bridges, harmonizing cultural, social and intellectual exchanges between different people and places. In Kana Subramaniam's novel, The Fall, protagonist Raghu, whose life is strewn with despair and tragedy, which the events, dramatic, doubt, death, suicide and another death, which unravel the emotional stability of the character, together with his ability to find some sort of peace. The first destabilizing factor in Raghu's life is his doubt, especially regarding his father's adultery with Shivagami. This doubt inflames within him, becoming a mania that creates a block between him and people surrounding him. His anger is not only directed at the character Shivagami, but also at the larger world that let this happen. This doubt eats away his ability to believe. It increases his feelings of alienation and renders him emotionally volatile and hypersensitive. Findings and discussions. Death is very important in psychological and moral decomposing of the character Raghu throughout the novel. He is surrounded by a sequence of deaths, the events which continue to decrease his resistance. First, his father's death starts as a downward spiral of despair and things get worse with the suicide. The next death takes Raghu beyond the bounds of emotional stability, further fueling him to face eventual emotional breakdown. The novel revolves around the psychological battle of the protagonist, Raghu. Besides that, the novella hints at the decay of societal structures. The characters in the novel The Fall experience a downward spiral of morality as they attempt to address the challenge facing them within their environment. Stream of consciousness technique allows us to enter the unfiltered, chaotic mind of the protagonist Raghu. Decline of mammalian family and decline of Tanjore city. The Fall by Kana Subramaniam is a novella that comes out for the exploration of decline of personal and social. This story interweaves decline of the mammalian family and decline of the Tanjore city to bring out the issues of generational decay, personal suffering and existential reflection. The central mystery of why the protagonist Raghu harbors a deep hatred for the family mammalian forms the spine throughout the novel, looks into the influence, historical and social called Under the Novella, one can gain insight into what human beings face in a fast-changing society. Overall, this work contributes to Indian contemporary literature by addressing issues of identity, morality, and existential meaning. Therefore, I conclude the Indianization of English enriches translation studies in India by promoting creative, culturally attuned translations that reflect the pluralistic nature of Indian society. By blending English with Indian linguistic and cultural nuances, this approach breaks the traditional boundaries and demonstrates how English can effectively convey through Indian stories. Thank you.
Do we reserve this time for questions later or last? Thank you, thank you. I now call upon Ms. Indianising.
Good afternoon everyone. I am S. Gitanjali, second year MA English student at India College of Arts and Science for Women, Puducherry. Literature has always been my gateway to understanding complex human emotions and societal dynamics. Today, I am thrilled to share an exploration from a research paper titled A Comparative Study of the Impact of Unseen Forces, exploring the effects of Naraini and Bodo on rare birds. This study is grounded in two remarkable works of literature, The Walls by Waka Muhammad Bashir and Waiting for Bodo by Samuel Beckett. In both literature and life, the absence of a person or purpose has the power to shape our emotions, thoughts, and action. This study explores how unseen characters in literature reveal common human experiences like waiting, isolation, and hope. By comparing The Walls by Waikum Muhammad Bashir and Waiting for Bodo by Samuel Beckett, it focuses on how the absence of someone influences emotions and thoughts. Although these two stories come from different cultures, both show how characters are deeply affected by people who are never physically present. This made us realize situations where waiting for someone or something can shape how we feel. In life, people often wait for things or individuals that may never arrive, like the return of a loved one or the various emotions like hope, comfort, frustration, or despair. Mentally, the anticipation of something unknown or unseen can be just as powerful as dealing with what is in front of us. Waikum Muhammad Bashir, a celebrated Indian author, paints a rich cultural tapestry of Kerala, focusing on the resilience and hope found in everyday life. In The Walls, absence becomes a test of patience and strength. The protagonist, separated from a loved one, learns to rebuild their life by embracing hope. Through Bashir's lens, we see how absence does not only signify despair, instead it offers an opportunity for self-discovery and renewal. This reflects a profound cultural belief that challenges like separation can be overcome with perseverance and faith in life's inherent meaning. Samuel Beckett, on the other hand, approaches absence from an existential perspective. In Waiting for Bodo, the characters Latimer and Extravagant wait endlessly for a man named Godo who never arrives. Their waiting symbolizes humanity's search for purpose in a seemingly indifferent and chaotic world. While Bashir offers hope and meaning, Beckett confronts us with existential doubt and frustration. The character's ruthless weight emphasizes the futility of placing hope in uncertain outcomes. Beckett's portrayal mirrors the anxieties of modern existence, where individuals often grapple with questions of identity, purpose, and the nature of reality. What connects these two vastly different works is their shared exploration of absence and its impact on human psyche. Whether it is the cultural resilience found in Bashir's The Walls or existential despair despair depicted in Beckett's Waiting for Godot. Both texts illuminate the profound emotional and psychological effects of waiting. These narratives remind us that the act of waiting, whether for a loved one, an answer, or a purpose, provokes a spectrum of emotions. It can inspire hope and patience, as in Bashir's world, or breed frustration and despair, as Beckett suggests. Together, these works reveal the universal truth that waiting, in its many forms, shapes the human experience across cultures and philosophies. Beyond literature, this theme resonates deeply with our lives. We all experience moments of waiting for a loved one to return, or for an opportunity to arrive, or for answers to life's persistent questions. In these moments, our emotions, hope, fear, anticipation, or doubt define who we are and how we grow. Both Bashir and Beckett shows us why the reasons for waiting may differ. The underlying human experiences are universal. Their works encourage us to reflect on our relationship, our sense of purpose, and the ways we cope with uncertainty and absence. In conclusion, this paper delves into exploring unseen characters in literature to have profound effects on themes of waiting and absence and the emotions they entail. These are expressed by Waika Muhammad Bashir in The Walls and Samuel Beckett in Waiting for Godot. Beyond the cultural and philosophical differences between the two works, there lies a common thread of humanity. The psychological and emotional strain of waiting for somebody or something that may never arrive. In these aspects of Bashir's patience and resilience under separation and Beckett's existential exploration of the futility of waiting, we can see how absence could mold our thoughts and feelings. It is here that this research succeeds in making lucid what literature reflects from these realities of psychological experience, showing how the pen of both Bashir and Beckett, writing from different prisms, eventually deliver parallel truths concerning that absence means to human beings. This paper not only throws light on literary techniques employed by Bashir and Beckett to portray these themes, but further connects these literary explorations to real-life psychological process, including attachment, meaning-making, and existential reflection. The mere fact that the writer does not possess a physical appearance in these works can be described as a metaphor to present the emotional void people experience in their life. It therefore points out the waiting and absence as a very vital elements of human mind in varied cultural spaces. Everyone look forward to tomorrow, believing something good will happen. Even if today feels quiet, there's always hope for a brighter day ahead. These words remind us that whether we face life with resilience or existential doubt, the emotions we experience are a part of larger human journey. Thank you for your attention, and I hope this presentation has inspired you to explore the profound themes of absence and waiting in both literature and life. Thank you.
Well-argued paper on the themes on theme of next before you is Ms. Uma Maheshwari.
Very good afternoon. I am Uma Maheshwari, a guest faculty serving here, Lagras Government Arts and Science College. So my topic is the nuances of English language teaching. So English language teaching, a crucial field in globalized world, importance of English language teaching, facilitates English as a second foreign language learning, enhances speaking, listening, reading and writing skills, promotes intercultural communication and understanding. So what are the effective English learning technologies and strategies? Combines diverse approaches to improve language acquisition, prioritizes communication and cultural sensitivity. So research insight, communication and culture focused strategies lead to significantly better English. So English language teaching overview, a dynamic field focused on teaching English to non-native speakers. combines innovative strategies for efficient learning, prepares educators to help students achieve language goals. So what are the specialized techniques here? Task-based learning, communicative language instruction, focus on cultural sensitivity, language competency beyond grammar and vocabulary, emphasizes effective international communication and teamwork, effective English language teaching strategies, combines diverse approaches, and same research highlights task-based communication methods and improve proficiency. Students show significantly higher results compared to the traditional methods here. And the evolving landscape of English language teaching, evolving to meet students' needs and global demands, keep pace with the advancements in language education, the dynamic field of English language teaching. English language teachers, educators innovate and explore new methods to create engaging learning environments here. Modern focus, emphasize on meaningful and interactions and real-world language use, move away from traditional grammar exercises and memorization. Research-based approach here, that is development of language proficiency and empowering students, focus on innovation and practical language use enables students to communicate effectively here. The core strategies, pedagogical approaches, adaptable methods based on student needs and objectives, flexibility to modify strategies for specific learning environments, cultural understanding, integrates cultural context on English use, prepare students for cross-cultural communication lenses, and technology and principles in English language teaching. So utilize multimedia tools, online resources, and language learning apps, combine technology with traditional methods for enhanced engagement and practice. And classroom using tech enhanced activities with communicative instruction, showing higher end student performance here. Guiding principles of English language teaching. Communicative competence, focus on real world English use across social contexts, equip students to listen, write, and converse confidently. So I am coming to the short of time. I will come to the conclusion section. So these methods foster dynamic learning environments and enhance the use of English in everyday situations in order to create supportive environments, productive communication, and positive relationships, all of which are essential for successful language teaching. Teachers must possess intellect, respect, empathy, and sincerity, understanding students' requirements and adjusting to their traits, and striking a balance between technology and conventional teaching techniques are all essential to effective teaching English language instruction. To account for variations in age, motivation, skill levels, cognitive capacities, and learning preferences, educators must modify their methods. Although technology integration has advantages, it must be carefully managed and implemented to guarantee a well-rounded strategy and successful learning results. Thank you.
Can I next call upon Dr. Mendoz? Good afternoon, everybody. I have chosen the topic Professional Development of English Teachers in Rural Area, a rejuvenating strategy. Every teacher should have subject proficiency and personal competence for successful career development. In fact, rural teachers are considered to be disadvantaged teachers. They never get proper training, they don't have any sufficient resources, they don't have any personality to interact with them. Therefore, they are living in a geographically disadvantaged society. Despite their continuous exposure in English language, they are very weak in interact with others. They have less accessibility to interact with others, less accessibility to library, etc. etc. This causes great divide between rural and urban teachers. So, in order to minimize the urban-rural divide, I suggest a kind of training with specific training components, inventional strategies, condensed methodologies, and hands-on experience should be used, which are essential for teachers to improve their subject proficiency and personal competence. And another aspect that impressed me to undertake this study is training content. Most of the in-service training in ELT in India are focusing only on theoretical matters. But that's why, they never learn anything from resource person and other sources. With this, I undertook this study with threefold objectives. Please. Threefold objectives. First objective is to identify the training components. Second one, to organize 10-day English language teaching program with specific training content, invention strategy, hands-on experience. Third one, to conduct impact study on the teachers. So the methodology I followed was, that is, normative survey method. Normative survey method was used to collect various timetables conducted by different teacher training centers. And then for which, here first attempt is, we invited 25 resource persons who are working in nearby teacher training center to identify training content. Second one, 35 rural school teachers are invited to attend the training program. And then one questionnaire was designed with 3-point scale. That is powerful impact, moderate impact, and less impact. We distributed this questionnaire for 35 teachers. We collected feedback, and all the feedback was converted into percentage, and analysis was done. So here, my contention is, whenever we organize any in-service training in ELT or any other sources, teachers should not be left passive in the classroom. They should be active in the form of interaction, etc., etc. This next. So here the teacher resource person whom we invited for identification of subject, they identified 30 subjects, which were reduced to 20 for technical purpose. Please. Next. So, from 20 components, 40 components were selected as theoretical components. Next. As far as to improve professional competency of the rural English teachers, these topics are selected: teaching pronunciation practices, workshops, tutorial sessions, peer teaching session, demonstration session, discussions. So these are all very, very important areas which they never allow teachers to sleep. They have to prepare. They have to take class before the resource person. Everything they have to do on their own. This is called professional content. Far more one is theoretical component. Next please. So then, after collecting the feedback, we analyze all the feedback. From the feedback, we come to the conclusion that certain components like development of communication skills, reading with the pause and teaching practice, right using dictionary and reference skills, action research, ICT, and remedial teaching had created better impact on the teachers. Next. As far as personal component is concerned, teaching pronunciation practices, tutorial sessions, demonstration sessions, and then discussion. All these factors have created powerful impact for the teachers. But except there are two factors which did not create powerful impact for them. What they are is peer teaching session and workshops. These two criteria were not able to helping the teachers to gain that knowledge. Next, please. Next. So therefore, the finding is here the content materials are divided into theoretical and practical content. When a timetable is constructed with these two kinds of material, teachers should gain knowledge how to learn English, how to teach rural children, etc., etc. And also in this project work, more weightage are given professional factors. That is, 53% of weightage was given in order to decide timetable. Therefore, teachers were not allowed to be passive in the classroom. And also suggestion for the policy makers and training developers, they have to give over weightage for research training to organize more, so that less impact factors like that is peer tutoring, workshop, etc. When they teach these 2 to 4 subjects extra weightage, then the rural English teachers might gain more. With this, I conclude this lesson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful paper based on actual research conducted on the floor. Next, may I invite Shakti Shalini to present the paper.
Good afternoon to one all present here. My topic is Rethinking Alterity and Transculturation in Chitra Banerjee Divakani's Sister of My Heart. The terms transformation and transculturation are the primary phenomena that can be taken into consideration and in the broad view of diaspora. There was a large communication gap before the arrival of English in India, after which the languages have developed various ways in connecting people around the world. Thus, Indian knowledge system starts spreading rapidly through the shared cultural norms in the form of immigrant writings as well as through translated works. Indianized English is vividly visible in the immigrant women's writings. The process of transculturation and modernity has helped in restoring as well as giving a definite shape to Indian cultures through broader crossing. Chitra Banerjee Divakani, as an Indian diaspora writer, shows the traditional ways of living and also modern day West Bengal through her protagonist in her fiction Sister of My Heart. Her narration depicts how the evolution of society helps in evolving women's status in the globalized India. This paper seeks to interpret transcultural views theorized by Yessa McClinton in the novel Sister of My Heart. According to McClinton, citizens who take up transculturalism into their account is considered as the best among the cultures as they develop and take into regular practice both the cultures, such as their native country and also their adapted country. He argues that for more than 1,000 years, communication among different groups that follow various cultures is purely relied upon either diplomats or basically with the help of translators and also through the traders. He states that the recent post-colonial turn in the historiography of knowledge has led to the inclusion of non-Western actors and histories such as Muslim travelers to Europe in search of knowledge and the contribution of South Asian surgeons, fabrics, merchants and craftsmen to the making of modern colonial science. A growing body of publications is providing information on the formerly ignored contributions of native information, covers and serves to the formation of imperial knowledge, a fact suggesting it is not a homogeneous Western empire of knowledge, but rather a brokered world full of contradictions and divisions. So, McClinton provides the concept that ethnicity, and also how they assimilate the cultural practices followed in the host country. With the help of transculturation, new culture takes into form by combining of several other cultures. These cultural experiences spread among the group through shared notions. Members who indulge in transculturation identify themselves with both the cultures. They can have the knowledge of two languages and then they adapt accordingly to two different areas. Reaccredited Sister of My Art narrates two different cultures through two different protagonists, namely Sudha and Anju. The fiction proves the two contradictory situations that the mothers of the protagonists who embrace traditions pertaining to Indian culture, whereas the daughters are exposed to the Western culture. Anju and Sudha are extremely vehement of the patriarchal concepts followed by their mothers. There are two kinds of subjugations, namely gender and race, that prevailed in India against women during the post-colonial era. Hence, their lives are affected by both patriarchy as well as Western hegemony. At this time, women are not allowed to raise questions against the aggressive nature of men, and they are restricted to be only mothers and to follow the national values. Despite the post-colonial subjugations, Divakarani's writings stand out and challenges both imperialistic attitude as well as patriarchal realms. The writer uses the passive character Sudha, who is rooted in Indian culture and who follows all the conduct of hers, voices of the male superiority, and the writer places Anju against the myth pertaining to Western ideas of validity and superiority. Further, she also poses a strong and rebellious attitude. As the writer indulges in the Indianized English in her narration, she also includes mythological tales within the storyline. At first, the novel is segregated into two acts. That is, the first part named as the Princess of the Palace of Snakes, and the second part of the text is titled as the Queen of Swords. The happenings of the major events in the novel parallel to the other two stories. As the writer herself as an Indian immigrant in America, she gathers her childhood memories that consist of various folktales, legends, and also the epics of Ramayana and Mahabharata narrated by her grandparents. This novel is not primarily concerned with magical realism, but it takes up the elements from mythology. In order to suit the desirability of modern women, she adapts the mythological tales in the textual narration. Though the novel consists of mythological figures, circumstances, and context, her protagonists react and respond in a way how modern women act in that situation. In the first part, The Princess in the Palace of Snakes, the two protagonists accommodate with the traditional values set by the male hegemonic system. But the writer rewrites it in how modern women act it. So, in this way, let me conclude. So, when the novel ends, both the characters become rebellious, and by exploring the fairy tales and folklores and mythological tales, this paper shows the creation of new culture which adapts women with their own identity and neglects all sorts of patriarchy. As Indian knowledge system aims to carry the knowledge from one generation to other, here Divakarani's Sister of My Art attempts the norms on the basis of immigrant writings, and the novel enlightens the minds by incorporating Indian tradition as well as other culture in such a way it does not threaten the lives of women. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri, for that paper that reads the work of Chitra Banerjee Divakarani through the prism of transculturalism, with a sprinkling of literature, feminism, post-feminism. Now we can take a few questions. If there are questions in the audience, we are welcome to ask. No questions?
one question, but I'll ask the question.
I was wondering if I could ask this question to Bharathiyar. She presented a paper on stream of consciousness technique, but I found that was a paper which was more thematic in content rather than on stream of consciousness. Would you like to speak about stream of consciousness in that book? Take a minute to answer.
Actually, in this novel, the protagonist Raghu, he is psychologically affected by the death of his father. So, stream of consciousness technique here deals with the mind of the Raghu's character's mind. Stream of consciousness technique is reading the minds of the readers, minds of the characters actually. That is the stream of consciousness technique.
Press further, but I couldn't help ask you, the stream of consciousness, the technique on the part of the writer or...
Here in my paper, actually, I have used stream of consciousness technique for the character Raghu in that novel, Fall.
Any other? Okay, so we'll declare
the session closed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for keeping time. So, all the technical sessions have come to an end. Now it's time to listen to your feedback. So, we request the participants and come and share your feedback. I think from each institution you can come, maybe. Feedback session, please.
I'm Chandra from Godlesson Government College for Women. I should actually thank the organizers for a well-organized seminar. I have enjoyed it for the 2 days. Actually, I could see the audience is not focused. Usually when we conduct seminars in colleges and when there is no student, we usually force the students to sit and listen to. We make them to sit and listen to it, but it is not forcibly done here. And I enjoyed the sessions because there was no disturbance when listening to the speeches. So that part I should appreciate that organizer had considered upon. I also had very wonderful sessions, especially with the speakers, the invited speakers, and even the paper presenters. Also, I should not forget about the food. The students, I should thank the students of this college. First of all, because they have organized it, they have cooperated with everyone. They have taken it in account. It is as if their own family function. So they have taken it in that way. So I thank everyone. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Anushya from Good Nanak College. So, my colleague and I, we had a really great time here. We were supposed to attend this program, and we had a lot of obstacles, writer's block, when we actually sat down to write our papers, and somehow Anjuman made us do it. And so, here we are. And I think the 2-day delegation is not enough. We should have had at least a 5-day DP kind of program, and I think all of us would agree on that. I congratulate the organizers for a very well organized seminar, and the kind of speakers we had, the choice of resource persons and the hospitality given to us. It was something tremendous. I could see all the efforts that has gone into this, the planning that has gone into this. I congratulate everyone, all of the presenters, especially I could see a lot of students presenting their research work. So I congratulate all the student presenters especially, and the student volunteers who have been behind us, who have been around us doing all the little works that they had to go through. So thank you so much for all the effort that have gone into this, and congratulations on the successful completion of the day, 2-day seminar. Thank you.
To director from the Bharathiyar University, Dr. Clement. Yeah, may I request all the audience to stand up and give a ovation to the dignitaries who are arriving.
இந்த இதுவா இது பேட்டியா பேட்டியா ஆமாம் 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 சரி சரி செமினார் சரி ஓகே சொல்லலாம் சார்
Hello, sir. Welcome to our principal also. A very good evening. Today we are here to conclude the 2-day national seminar on Indianizing English Studies, sponsored by ICSSR. On behalf of the Department of English, TAGORE Government Arts and Science College, it is my great privilege and honor to welcome all of you to the valedictory ceremony. We are delighted to have amongst us esteemed guests, dignitaries, principal, HOD, and the convener of the seminar on the stage. Without taking much of your time, may I now request the convener of the seminar, Dr. Mahindra Jagannath Datte, to propose the welcome address.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening to all. Distinguished guests, participants, presenters, dear HODs, teachers. What was aimed 4 months before is coming true. In my welcome address in the inaugural, I mentioned about the goals, aims and purpose of the seminar. Now I'm happy, I'm glad that aim is being fulfilled and we are in the last phase now, and in this valedictory function, I formally welcome Thiru PML Kallam Sundaram, Member of Legislative Assembly, Kalapet, Puducherry, Professor Clement S. Lourdes, I welcome you, sir. I welcome Professor Sampadanand Mishra, Director of Center for Human Sciences, Delhi. I welcome Dr. Shashikanta Das, Principal, Tagore and Government College. As I said that in the beginning that I expected we receive nearly 90 papers from all over the country, from different states, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Assam, Bihar. But we know that these 90 odd papers cannot be accommodated in 2-day seminars. So we restricted the number to 35. And these last 5 sessions, rather 6 sessions, have proved to be very fruitful, and what was aimed is made now. I am very happy and I welcome you all on the behalf of Department of English, Tagore Government Arts and Science College. Since it's a valedictory function and it's already 4 o'clock, I will not take much time. Thank you very much.
It's time to honor the dignitaries of the dais. May I now request our beloved principal to honor Thiru PML Kalyanasudaram, Member of Legislative Assembly from Kalapet constituency, with a show to show our appreciation and respect. So thank you for praising the occasion. I now request the principal to honor Dr. Clement S. Luth, Director, Directorate of Culture and Cultural Relations, Pondicherry University. We're very happy to have you, sir. This is your alma mater. Proud alumni of the college. Hearty welcome, sir. The principal will now honor Dr. Sampadanand Mishra, a Sanskrit scholar from Odisha, specializes in grammar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Rest is not required. Rest is not.
Now it's time to listen to the Member of Legislative Assembly, Thiru PML Kalyanasudaram. Sir, your unwavering dedication to the welfare of the people.
I'll speak for sir. Of course, sir.
Okay. So now may I request the principal to say a few words as presidential address.
Yes, sir.
Breaking the protocol, I'm really sorry for that. But then Honorable MLA sir is very busy, and not to tell, he was In my last 7 years, he has never hesitated to say no to this college. That is the greatness of a political leader towards this institution. Sir, we are really happy that you have honored to all of us with your presence, and we all wish, pray that let your political career moves step by step to the next level, sir. We all take on that. So I request him to address the gathering. Thank you so much.
So your unwavering dedication to the welfare of people and your exemplary leadership in driving growth and development in the region of Pondicherry is truly inspiring. We are deeply grateful to you, sir, for taking your time in your busy schedule to address us.
Government Arts and Science College ICSR National Seminar இரண்டாவது நாளாக இன்றைக்கு தொடர்ந்து நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த விழாவுக்காக இங்கே மேடையிலே இந்த விழாவை ஏற்பாடு செய்கிற டாக்டர் பிரின்சிபல் ஆஃப் TAGORE ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சயின்ஸ் காலேஜுடைய சசிகரன் தாஸ் அவர்களுக்கும் இங்கே மேடையிலே அமர்ந்திருக்கின்ற ப்ரொஃபஸர் யூனிவர்சிட்டியினுடைய இருக்கின்ற அத்தனை ப்ரொஃபஸருக்கும் என்னுடைய வாழ்த்தையும் நன்றியை சொல்வது நான் கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன். இங்கே வருகின்ற மாணவிகள் உங்களெல்லாம் இந்த செமினாரிலே நீங்களாம் கலந்து கொண்டு உங்களுடைய திறமைகளை வளர்த்து இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் நியூ எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசி நிறைய இன்னைக்கு உலக நாடுல இருக்கின்ற அத்தனை நாடுகளுக்கும் நம் இந்திய நாடு ஒரு வல்லரசு நாடாகவும் கல்வியாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, விஞ்ஞானமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, மெடிசன் மாத்திரையாக இருந்தாலும் சரி. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் இந்த கோவிட்ல நம்முடைய பாரத பிரதமருடைய பங்களிப்பு எவ்வளவு தெரியும். நம்மளெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த கோவிட் நேரத்தில் எவ்வளோ சிரமப்பட்டு மெடிசனுக்காக நம்மலாம் உலகத்தில் ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் இருந்தோம். நம்முடைய பாரதத்தில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உலகத்துக்கு ஏறக்குறைய 20 நாடுகளுக்கு கோவிட் இன்ஜெக்ஷன் கொடுத்த நம்ம நாடு நம்ம பாரதங்களுக்கு நாம் நிச்சயமாக பாராட்டி நம்ம தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும். ஏன்னா இது யாருமே மறுக்க முடியாத ஒன்று. அதே மாதிரி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்னைக்கு கல்வியில நியூ எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசி நிறைய திட்டங்களையும் நம்ம நாடு எந்த துறையாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அது விஞ்ஞானமாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, கல்வியாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, நம்ம நாடு ஒரு முன்னேற்ற பாதையிலே நம்முடைய பாரத பிரதமர் இன்னைக்கு கொண்டு போயிருக்காங்க. அந்த வழியில பாத்தீங்கன்னா இன்னைக்கு நியூ எஜுகேஷன் பாலிசி என்பது இன்னைக்கு பாத்தீங்கன்னா இன்னைக்கு ஒரு காலத்துல நம்மலாம் 12th பாஸ் பண்ண டாக்டர் ஆயிடலாம், அதெல்லாம் மாற்றி இன்னைக்கு நீட்னு ஒன்று கொண்டு வந்து அதில் அவங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நல்ல மார்க் எடுத்தால் தான் அவங்களோட திறமைகளை ஜேயும் ஒரு எக்ஸாம் வச்சு ஒவ்வொரு டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் வரையா சட்டம் படிக்கணுமா, எப்படிலாம் உலக நாட்டில் எவ்வளோ எதிர்ப்பு இருந்தாலும் சரி, இன்னைக்கு ஒவ்வொரு துறை வாரியாக அதற்கு ஒரு என்ட்ரன்ஸ், இன்னும் ஆர்ட்ஸ் தான் வரல, அதனால் ஒவ்வொரு துறைக்கும் ஒவ்வொரு என்ட்ரன்ஸ் வச்சு அதில் அவங்களுடைய ஸ்கில், அவங்க எவ்வளோ டெவலப், அவங்களுடைய திறமைகள் வெளிப்படுத்த வேண்டும். அவங்களோட திறமையான மாணவர்களா, அவங்களோட திறமை இருக்குதா அப்படின்னு சோதிச்சு அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் இன்னைக்கு எல்லாமே அது மெடிக்கலாக இருக்கட்டும், இன்ஜினியராக இருக்கட்டும், லாவாக இருக்கட்டும், ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சயின்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும், எதுவாக இருந்தாலும் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதுக்கெல்லாம் இன்னைக்கு ஒரு என்ட்ரன்ஸ் வச்சு நம்ம உலக நாட்டில் இருக்கின்ற எஜுகேஷனுக்கு இணையாக நம்ம பிள்ளைங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ இந்த நீட்லாம் போகும்போது நம்ம பிள்ளைங்களுக்கு இப்போ வந்து தடுமாற்றம் இருக்கக்கூடாதுன்னா இன்னைக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய சிலபஸ்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்னைக்கு கல்வியில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சமச்சீர் கல்வியெல்லாம் எடுத்துட்டு சிபிஎஸ்சி பாடங்கள் அதெல்லாம் இன்னைக்கு நம்ம ஸ்கூலில் கொண்டு வந்துடும். அதே மாதிரி தான் ஒவ்வொரு கல்வியிலையும் நம்முடைய மாணவ தரத்தை உயர்த்தி அவனுடைய திறமைகளை வெளிப்படுத்தி அதாவது நம்ம உலக நாடுல போட்டி போடுகின்ற அளவுக்கு இன்னைக்கு கல்வியாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, எர்த் அண்ட் சயின்ஸ் நான் வந்து மத்திய அமைச்சரை பார்க்கும்போது பார்த்தேன். இன்னும் 20 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு பின்னால நம்ம பூமி எந்த அளவுக்கு பாதிப்பு இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதற்காக ஏறக்குறைய 20,000 கோடி நம்முடைய பாரத பிரதமர் ஒதுக்கிறார். நமக்கு என்னென்னலாம் சயின்டிஃபிக்கா எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் பாதிப்புறோம், அதாவது இன்னைக்கு கல்வி நம்ம எப்படிலாம் எல்லாத்துக்கும் முகாந்தாரம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கல்வி தான். இந்த கல்வியை எப்படி எல்லா நாட்டுக்கும் இணையாக இன்னைக்கு நம்முடைய பாரத பிரதமர் வந்து வளர்த்துருக்கிறாங்க. இந்த அருமையான ஏற்பாடு சொன்னாங்க, சார் சொன்னாங்க நம்ம போனாலும் ஆவராஸ் காலேஜுக்கு வந்து உதவி செய்யணும். நான் இப்போ கூட ஒரு திட்டங்களை வந்து நிறைய இந்த காலேஜில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா புதுச்சேரியுடைய முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களும் எத்தனையோ அமைச்சர்கள் மக்களும் சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள்லாம் இங்கே படிச்சிருக்காங்க. அதாவது ஒரு பழைய வாய்ந்த கல்லூரி இது. இந்த கல்லூரிக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்க மோதிலாளர் பாலிடெக்னிக் பார்த்தா 25 ஆண்டு, இது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எனக்குரிய 50 ஆண்டு கம்ப்ளீட் ஆகி போச்சு. இதெல்லாம் வந்து நியூ இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர், அதாவது உள்கட்டமைப்பு வசதி, இதெல்லாம் வந்து மாற்றிக்கணும்னு சொல்லி மாண்பு முதலமைச்சருக்கு வந்து ஒரு டிபிஆர், அதாவது டீட்டெயில் ப்ராஜெக்ட் ரிப்போர்ட் ரெடி பண்ண சொல்லி நான் லெட்டர் கொடுத்துருக்கேன். இங்க இருக்கிற ஏன்னா நம்முடைய காலாப்பட்டு தொகுதி பொறுத்தவரைக்கும் ஒரு கல்வி கேந்திரமாக எல்லா சட்டமன்ற தொகுதி மாதிரி இல்லை. இங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா எல்லா தாமராஜ் ராஜா இருக்கலாம், காஞ்சிபுரம் இருக்கலாம், பாலிடெக்னிக் பாலிடெக்னிக்கா இருக்கலாம், பாண்டிச்சேரி டெக்னிக்கல் யூனிவர்சிட்டி இருக்கலாம், பாண்டிச்சேரி யூனிவர்சிட்டியா இருக்கலாம், கிம்ஸ் மெடிக்கல் காலேஜ், இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கல்வி லா யூனிவர்சிட்டி கொண்டு வராங்க நம்ம காலாப்பட்டு தொகுதியில. அதற்கெல்லாம் முயற்சியாக சட்டமன்றத்திலையும் மத்தியில் ஆளுகின்ற நம்முடைய பாரத பிரதமரையும் நாங்கள் நாடி இருக்கின்றோம். நிச்சயமா இன்னும் நிறைய இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் உள்ள பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இங்க இருக்கின்ற உங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் தெரியும். இப்போ அந்த ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சயின்ஸுக்குலாம் முதல்ல அந்த காலேஜுக்குலாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கொஞ்சம் மாணவர்கள் வந்து இந்தியா தான் பெருசு அப்படிலாம் இல்லாம பொதுவாக இன்னைக்கு மாணவர் மத்தியில ஆர்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சயின்ஸ் காலேஜுக்கு ரொம்ப முக்கியத்துவம் நான் பார்க்கும்போது தெரியுது, படிப்புலாம் பார்க்கும்போது தெரியுது, அந்த அளவுக்கு முக்கியத்துவம் கொடுக்குறாங்க. நிச்சயமா இந்த கல்லூரி வளர்வுக்கு நான் தொகுதியினுடைய சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர் என்ற முறையில எல்லா உதவிகளும் செய்து கொடுப்பேன், உறுதுணையாக இருப்பேன் என்று சொல்லி எனக்கு வாய்ப்பு.
மிக நன்றி சார். நம்மளுடைய ஆவல் பாண்டிச்சேரி தொகுதியை கல்விக்கு எதிரான மாற்றுவதற்கு அந்த புட்னோ விஷனை வந்து நாங்கள் ரொம்ப ஆதரிக்கிறோம் சார். நன்றி, வாழ்த்துக்கள். Sir will now issue a certificate to the participant. ரொம்ப நன்றி சார் உங்களுடைய வருகைக்கு. உங்க பிஸி ஷெட்யூல்ல எங்களுக்காக வந்ததுக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி. We move on to the special address. Dr. Clement S. Lutz needs no introduction. He is a director from Bharathiyar University of the Directorate of Culture and Cultural Relations. He is an acclaimed self-taught artist, a creative writer, and a specialist in Indian writing in English and translation studies. He is the recipient of Pavendra Google Award 2010 for his outstanding contribution to art and literature. His art has gone on display on several exhibitions in India and abroad. He is the author of Prabandhan's Quill and Other Stories, and he's also edited books. His other publications include articles, reviews, research papers. He has contributed a series of 15 articles to PCM Children's Magazine. He has extensively worked on Arundhati Roy's works and submitted a monograph on her under UGC minor project. He has produced he has produced many PhDs and 40 MS scholars. Under the faculty exchange program, he has traveled far and wide. And so we are very, very happy to have you here. And I remember as a student sitting in his class, we used to be mesmerized by his lectures. He used to, crack jokes, but he wouldn't laugh, and we will be laughing away. So thank you, sir. I'm sure this time here, your address, we're all going to enjoy. Over to sir. A hearty welcome, sir.
Honorable MLA of Kalapet, Mr. Kalyanandaram in his absence, Dr. Kala, Head of the Department of English, Dr. Sati Gandadas, Principal of the College, Mr. Mishra, Director, Center for Human Sciences, invited guests, scholars, students. I am very happy to be with you today to give this talk. And the seminar title you have chosen, this is something very, very fascinating to me. Indianizing English Studies, Form, Language and Theory. I think much work must have gone into it. Otherwise, you would not come up with such an excellent topic, and this is the need of the hour too. Before I go to the main area of interest, I would like to say a few words about the change I find now in the college. The change which was not there during my time when I did my BA and MA here. I find that the college is almost turned into a beautiful garden. And I always used to tell my friends, Professor Sasikanth Das has converted this college into the forest of Arden of Shakespeare. And the forest of Arden has two important things. At the right time he comes. Because my students used to ask me, sir, is there anything in the name Arden? I think if I ask you, some of you will be able to give me the answer, but many of you may not be knowing it. Before I give you the meaning of that name Arden, I should tell you Shakespeare's mother name was Arden. And that is why he has conveniently given this name to that particular forest that he invented. And the speciality about that forest, whoever enters into the forest as a sinner will be automatically transformed into a saint. How the transformation is taking place, Shakespeare will not tell. That is the main weakness of Shakespeare, as pointed out by Dr. Thompson in preface to Shakespeare. Why this man is not telling anything about how the change has taken place could have devoted at least one page. The dialogue between two characters or the character itself would have talked much about the transformation. But he will not say anything about that. Yes, you enter through the forest as a sinner and you go out as a saint. That means what? You get all your moral virtues rewarded. You are honored outside the moment you enter into the garden. All the bad thoughts or the negative ideas go out of your mind and you emerge out as a successful man. The same thing happened with me too. Because I was a very obscure kind of a student here. But now I am standing before you as the acting Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University. So, TAGORE Arts College has got the capacity to transform anyone to this kind of glory. It is possible. That is what I believe, because miraculous change can take place anywhere and everywhere it is happening also. Indianizing English studies is a little bit difficult thing because even our MLA was talking about NEP. Up to 6th standard, we are going to have all the education in the mother tongue. Whether this is feasible. And if the students are not trained at the very beginning, how are they going to make up the loss? Can they manage? After 8th standard, if English is dumped on their head, will they be able to understand what it is? That is a big question mark. Because English is a very, very tricky language. And a small change in the punctuation mark or a small change in the cap that is filling the spaces would entirely change the meaning. A small boy was going around a swimming pool and there is a cautionary board. Private, no swimming allowed. The boy is very much disappointed. Private, no swimming allowed. Then how can I make a dip into it? It is very tempting. Okay, he took a marker from his pocket. All the mischievous fellow will have that. He took it out and inserted 2 punctuation marks. Private, question mark. No, exclamation mark. Swimming allowed. That's all. And I used to tell my students that 2 boys are going near a pool. Again, there is a cautionary board of this kind. Crocodiles. Okay. Then the second one is much more important. Do not swim here. The first one took it very seriously. My God. If I take a dip into this pool, what will happen to me? That is why they are warning crocodiles. Do not swim here. Get out from this place. That is what it means. He ran away. The other one immediately jumped into it. To the shock and surprise of the other fellow, who is on the safer side of the shore. He said, what are you doing, man? Why? You haven't seen the boat? Yes, I have seen it. What is there? Crocodiles do not swim here. Oh, I can swim. That is the safest place for me to swim. So, the understanding problem, certain words which we use it in Indianized English, the meaning immediately changes. For example, pizza. But we are quite often accustomed to use the pronunciation only as pizza. Pizza corner, P-A-Z-Z-A. And this pizza, P-E-E-T, S-W-A. That is the correct pronunciation. But even if you go and ask in the shop, although it is sophisticated, can you give me one pizza? Pizza what? Much more trouble comes when my name is getting pronounced. Almost a kind of a murder. My first name is okay, no problem at all, because it is a Christian name. They go by the letters. And then somewhere or other pronounce my name as Clement. Good. So there may be Clement, some kind of variation will be there, but that is excusable. But this Lourdes, my God, Lourdes, Lourdes, Laldu, anything that you like can easily become my name. Anything other than Lourdes. The last two letters are silent. So my name should be pronounced only as Lourdes because it is a French name. How can you pronounce my name in a different way when certain names are to be pronounced in the native language? There is a province in France that is Lourdes. So the pronunciation should be also Lourdes only. And again, in the Indianized English, we are using preponed. Examination is preponed because we have invented this word. It is not at all there. Postponed is there, but one clever man, I think that he must have devised it. It is his own kindness. Preponing. If one is postponed, then the other one must be preponed. No. Advance only you have to use. But we are not using it. Then another thing that blunder that we are creating is, I am the pass out of this college. Pass out, if you ask a typical Britisher, he will tell you when you will pass out, when you are heavily drunk, totally intoxicated, and when you are about to collapse. That is the passed out stage. Are you going out from the college as a drunkard then? Totally collapsed and without having any kind of moral virtues? You can only say that I am graduated from here. So please forget that this word pass out. In the military also they are doing pass out parade. But there they drink heavily in one way that you can accept it. But here it is not at all allowed because this is an academic institution. Another thing, even without our knowledge, we are using the word, where is he? He is out of station. Can we use that word? In Indianized context, we are using it. Out of station. You may wonder, sir, what is wrong? Out of station only. I understand what you, from your looks, I can understand that there is nothing wrong in this sentence. But out of station means it refers to the railway station when the mode of transport is only, train at the much. But we have airports and we have a bus stand and we have so many other things. Can you say I am out of stand, I am out of port? Like that you must go on adding whichever is convenient for you. No. You can only say he is out of the city. That's all. Not out of station. That means you are referring to the railway station. But the train is not the only mode of transport. No. That is another thing that we are doing. And another thing is cousin brother, cousin sister. There is no word as cousin brother or cousin sister. Cousin, that itself, it is not, there is no gender specific in this particular word. Cousin is sufficient. And again, to the teachers also you are saying, I have a doubt. You can't say. But you should rather say, I have a suspicion. That is supposed to be the best way of telling. Another ridiculous thing that we always go for, how did you come? I came by walk. I came by bus, okay. I came by motorcycle, okay. By walk means as if the legs are not part of your body. You attached it and then you came. Because I came by walk. I came walking. I walked the distance. That's all we can say. Therefore, my dear friends, this language, when you take about the words and all that, this much difficulty we have. Coming to literature, Sarojini Naidu started writing the poems in English, but her subjects are all the European subjects. She started writing about Nightingale and some other birds which are not available in India. And when he showed this to the one learned professor, an Indian, he simply asked, you are writing about a nightingale, what about our cuckoo? The same thing happened with Australians. The Australians did not take up the subject of kangaroo. And Australians did not say anything about the wonderful animals and birds that are available in their country. But they thought that they can't make a literature of their own. Same thing happened with our Indian English literature also. I will come to that later. And at last, A.D. Hope, you must have heard about him, a great Australian. He went and met the president of the university and asked him, "Sir, I would like to offer a course on Australian literature." And the president said, "Is there any?" That is the question. Is there any subject that you can offer as Australian literature? Our literature is so rich, so that you can offer a subject. Now you see, Australian literature has become something of its own. It is not actually a part of this common literature. Australian literature itself can be offered as a subject. Similar thing happened when K.R. Srinivas Iyengar, when he started writing this Indian writing in English. That was the first thing that he did. And when he showed this to Norman Justice, who happens to be an European, and asked him to give an opinion about the book that he has come out. Such a voluminous book, all on Indian writers. Yes. Then he went through it and said, "Have you not invented many of the authors here?" That means what? These authors are not existing, and through your imagination you must have invented it. Because literature, our literature is not something, very rich. And you can't call it as Indian English literature either. But it took a long time after the publication of Indian writing in English. It has come to the forefront, and now we are offering it as a paper, and a lot of research is going on. I am very happy that you have taken up this Indianizing English, and we have many masters before us. I would say Raja Rao is the first person who openly declared, you can't speak like an Englishman, and you should not. You see the second part. You can't, first comes, you can't speak, you can't write like an Englishman. And what is the second sentence? You should not. If you simply ape them, if you simply copy them, then our originality will be lacking. And we may not be having a style of our own. That is why when Multraj Anand wrote Coolie, he wanted to get the opinion from a very severe critic. Usually if you are a very good writer, you will try to get an opinion only from a very severe critic. R.K. Narayan says, when he wrote the very first poem, you remember what is the first poem R.K. Narayan wrote? Friendship. Perhaps you cannot be knowing, or at least now you must be thinking that he started with a novel, Swami and Friends. No, he wrote a poem. This is about the friendship of his father and his friend. And after the loss of his friend, his father was shattered from end to end. He could not eat, he could not drink. At that time, R.K. Narayan was very much moved. Can a death misshapen a man like this, shattering from end to end? He was not able to understand it. So he sat and wrote the poem, but R.K. Narayan says, first thing that I did, in order to know the opinion of the poem, I gave it to my friends, that too, after offering a cup of coffee. I think it is the coffee that blended their imagination, and all of them uniformly agreed that it is good. I should not argue anything. Severe critic it should do. Dr. Johnson, hope you remember in Boswell's Life of Dr. Johnson, he a young fellow, an aspiring writer, takes his manuscript to Dr. Johnson, the first English lexicographer, and asks for his opinion about the manuscript. Johnson asked him to come the next day. He went and said, "Sir, did you read my book?" "Yes." "What is your opinion?" "Your book is both original and good." He is very happy. What is original is not good, and what is good is not original. That is his opinion. So, God Gandhi. Cooley was taken to Mahatma Gandhi because Mahatma Gandhi appears as a character. And Mahatma Gandhi went to read. I am not in the habit of reading now, you know that. No, this is about some kind of propaganda about the Gandhis. People will understand it very easily. That is why I wrote the book. And okay, I will go. So after 1 week, he went there. This is a 300-page novel. And he said, okay, you can publish it. Gandhi gave it to him reluctantly. But unfortunately, the manuscript that he got now from Gandhi, it is much lesser in size. And he said, oh, sir, some pages are missing, I think. Those pages are half of the book I have thrown into the dustbin. This happened to Murtala Janan, one of the trios of Indian writing English. Why, sir? It is all useless. You are just mesmerizing the mind of the people into thinking that they can live in the world of their own making. That is wrong. The reality has to be told. You cannot escape from reality because as a reality, all the escape routes are closed. Accept reality as such, you can be happy. But there is no reality in this man. You talk about this, that the description of something for 2 or 3 pages. Why should the people read this kind of description? It will give you some emotional satisfaction for some time, but it will be of no use to you. Just you publish it, otherwise don't come to it. Therefore, now the form has been totally changed. All our new writers, they are experimenting with all sorts of forms and techniques. One such form is what you find in Inside the Haveli by Rama Mehta. There is a kind of a struggle between tradition and modernity. In case of Bole Swayenga, it is very, very clear that it is the tradition that wins. But Inside the Haveli is a bottomless novel. And many of our Indian writers are now writing bottomless novels only. Bottomless means what? The end or the conclusion or what is going to happen next is for you to decide. It is given in the hands of the readers rather than the writer himself or herself helping them out. If I do that, you become lazy, then I become an intrusive narrator. What we are following now in Indian writing is fly on the wall technique. Fly on the wall means you are a mere observer of the events. That's all. And you are not involving into the characters. You are not interpreting the character. Okay. So in that way only novels were written. And whether the tradition triumphs at the end or the modernity, we are left in panic. It is for you to decide. That is what novelist seems to be telling. Similarly, in Rudali, of course, you must be knowing the meaning of Rudali. Rudali means a kind of lamentation by getting money from the rich people. Usually in the north, if any death is taking place, the death will be honored only by means of the people who are gathered there and how much lamentation is going on in the house. Sometimes we go to a place where the death has occurred, the body will be there, but we are more interested in knowing the wife or husband of the person, deceased person, whether they are crying or not. And when the husband is dead, we are looking for the wife. And the wife is not crying means, yes, something must have happened. Between them, they are not leading a very happy life. No, see, clearly it is understood. The lady is not crying. Isn't it? And sometimes men will not be crying and he will be taking part in some discussion or something like that. See, what kind of fellow is he? That means he is very happy at the death of his wife. So in order to avoid that, they give money to the Rudalis, and the Rudalis have to make a very big lamentation. The lamentations are of 3 kinds. One is just crying, that too in a very professional way. Just 2 minutes ago, they will be knowing the name of the person who is dead. They have no affinity at all. They will ask who the person is dead. Then they will come and say, oh, pointing law, you. Not like as if they know the person for centuries. Okay. This is one thing. The second one is beating their head and crying. Since they are beating their head, they demand more. Third one, crying, beating the head and rolling on the ground. So all the three happens is included at last by one Sunny Chai, that is the protagonist. She does it because it is a kind of a colonization in reverse. Because these people, they swindled the property of the rurals. And now it is for the ruralists to give them back. And that is what is happening there in this novel. And again we are not told whether this is a matter of justice or not. What she is doing there, whether can be called as the right thing or wrong thing. In one way it appears to be right. In another way, if you look at it, it seems to be wrong. But again, morality's values are not the thing that the Indian writers will go for now. Just like the English writers, again the entire thing is left with the readers. Okay. Then we come to Gita Mehta and a very famous novel, A River Sudra. Because many of these writers have taken up a sacred river or a particular god, about the mythological interest in India and how all these things are getting highlighted in their novel. Here, it is nothing but a link that the novelist gives. In 5 stories, put it as one novel. You can read it separately or you can read it anywhere you like, but it will give you a story. And the story, the last one, that is worth remembering because it starts with a Naga Baba. I suppose that you know the Naga Baba are naked sannyasis. They will be doing tabas in some remote caves in Himalayas and very rarely they come out. And when they come out, whatever they ask, you should give. Otherwise you will be cursed to death. Therefore people are ready to give anything the Naga Baba demands. One such Naga Baba comes out and immediately all the people who are gathered there, which is the way to go to the nearby brothel. The people are very much we have not disturbed you, I think that did you ask for? Yes, brothel man. The nearest place, which is the one. Then immediately he was from the brothel. He goes there and the bar maid, the one who maintains this brothel, she is also very much shocked. Naga Baba coming to a brothel. What is this? And whatever they ask, then they have to supply. No, immediately she asks all the young girls to assemble. Along with these girls, there is one 7-year-old girl. She is also there, hiding behind a fat woman. And Naga Baba says, Baba, you can take anyone you know. But Naga Baba looks at only the face is seen, the 7-year-old girl. Yes, I want her. Can I take her? Yes, Baba, I can. The moment he goes away, but Naga Baba takes to river Narmada and immediately puts her face into the river. And for some time she is in a very, very panic condition. Suffocation. Water enters through her nostrils. She is almost on the point of death. At that time, he lifts her up and says that you are dead today and a new life is released to you. I am going to be your guru and from today onwards you are my disciple. And after that, father and daughter relationship starts. Naga Baba teaches her everything and now she becomes a very good girl, highly educated, well qualified for everything, knows A to Z of what is happening in India and all that. This is the first part of the story. Now let us go to the second part of it. In the second part of the story, there is a rest house. Rest house means not the rest house that we have, but this rest house is a big guest house. And in that guest house, there is a commotion. Because one very big scientist by name Dr. Shankar, he has arrived with two of his research scholars. He is writing a book on river Narmada and he wants to learn about the river. Therefore, he has come for that research. And he is demanding from the guest house manager, can you be of some use to me? Can you help me? Then immediately the manager says, sir, I can help you. The best way is to bring a river minstrel. Who are the river minstrel? The river minstrel are unmarried women, spinsters, who used to sing about the glory of river Narmada. They all know about Narmada, and it is a kind of an oral tradition which is with them, and they alone can unleash the greatness of the river through their beautiful songs. And immediately the next day, one young girl comes, and the scientist is also there. And the young girl did not talk much. The moment she is brought to the presence of the Naga Baba, she starts singing one song after the other about Narmada, and everyone is enchanted by her beautiful voice, by the content of the songs. How beautiful the song is, how rich is the content. And after the songs are over, the girl comes to Professor Shankar and falls on his feet as if she knows him, and Naga Baba lifts her up and says, are you well, Uma? Because this is the name that he has given to that young girl. I told you, no, that today you are dead, you will be reached out in new life. The name given to this young girl is Uma at that time. But now Professor Shankar is asking, are you well, Uma? And that girl is answering, yes, Naga Baba. Yes, Naga Baba, not Dr. Shankar. Yes, Naga Baba. And people could not understand this. Because they know fully well the story of Naga Baba and the young girl. How can they now understand that this young girl has become a river minstrel and the Naga Baba has become a great scientist? But Naga Baba explains to them. Here also it is not clear. He says, if you think about rebirth, reincarnation or whatever it is, it doesn't mean that the body will take another form, will take another shape after the death. Even in this life, there are several births. This can be one such birth. That's all I can tell you. Don't ask me after that. He goes. Now you can understand how much of, work must have gone into it in order to understand the mythical futures of our country. And the book itself, in my opinion, even though it happens to be a novel, it appears to be a kind of a research book on river Narmada. And there is no second opinion about that at all. Even if you read it, you will be very happy that every story is interesting, as I already told you. And every story gives you a question with a speculation which demands further answer and further probing. In that way only he has done it. And coming to the style, that is the last part that I want to draw your attention, that Indianizing the style. I can take up the case of Arundhati Roy, the God of Mountains. There, a person who is selling Coca-Cola, lemon drink and all that, how they will make their price. Because each seller has got his or her own specification. At a distance, you will be able to tell, oh, the Bharathiyar over again. Immediately you will understand, because that is the peculiar way of the train. And Arundhati Roy has given that in a different way. In one word, she has joined some 5 or 6 words together and make it almost as a kind of a sentence. Coca-Cola, orange drink, lemon drink man. Which is not needed. And when you read that Coca-Cola, orange drink, lemon drink, and that has been combined together. And she wants to give that kind of an effect. And again, Veluta is the central character, and when he is put out in a situation where there is no escape, because he is going to be beaten heavily by the police for committing adultery. At that time he goes to a politician for favor. He is the only person who can help him. But that person also washes away his hand. And this Veluta is left alone. When he comes out, Jane Austen or Thomas Dickens would have taken 3 pages at least to describe about the mental condition of that man. But Arindita dismisses it by saying in 4 or 5 words: sky, rain, gate, stone. Stone, sky, gate. In reverse. That means what? The man comes up, looks at the gate, looks at the sky, it is raining, the rain turns and sees a stone. That's all. The next thing is a nursery rhyme in Malayalam. Kuku Jivandi. I am not good in Malayalam, so you may know it. Today Paul Jivandi, Rakagal Udum Jivandi, Talana Jivandi. Why the nursery rhyme comes to him? Because he is almost like a motored toy, keyed toy. When you give the key to the toy and just left it, it will go, then it will be stuck up somewhere. After that, there is no destination. It can go as long as it goes. After that, it will never turn because there is a modern invention. Even if you release the toy, when it goes and strikes at the wall, it turns by itself. But in olden times, that's all. The toy has to go and turn it. Otherwise, it won't happen. The mental condition is in that way. Okay. And Bharathiyar Narayan, to a large extent, has come out with the difficulty of translating certain words into English in a very, very beautiful manner, because as far as relations are concerned, we have only less words and we have to coin more, because in English we don't have so many words, but in Tamil we have words for every relation. Even for Periyappa, Sittappa, we don't have any words that are working. And Bharathiyar Narayan makes it very simple by saying, call Periyappa as senior uncle and Sittappa as junior uncle, the problem is over. That's all. And his sort is dedicated to his senior uncle, Sittappa. So, invention is the best thing. We have to keep our eyes and ears open, and we have to translate certain things which is very, very important. And in fact, let me also tell you, so many things happened in the past. Even you take the case of Kambar. In Kambar, when the father, the demon father, is asking Prahlada, where is your God? Whether God is available in everything that seen here. Then Prahlada says, yes. God is available everywhere. Correct? He starts saying, Sonilum Ulan. Sonilum Ulan. Sonilum Ulan is okay, that you can understand. Then he says, Anuvine Sadakoritta Konilum Ulan. Indra Tunilum Ulan. He Sonna Sullilum Ulan. He Tanmai Anandi Vremi. That means God is available everywhere. Even when you divide the atom into 100 parts, in each atom he lives. What kind of brain is this? Only when they started thinking about that, we are getting profited. Because at that time, nobody thought that atom can be split. And he says, you can divide it into 100 parts. Take one atom and divide it into 100 parts. And he has also given a name to it, cone. It is not available in the Tamil dictionary even now. Cone. And when we say that the modern writers are interested in psychology, how to win over the people, and how sometimes cheating is taking place, where can we go for a better cheat rather than in Ramayana, when you find that Ravana is waylaid by his sister. And usually it happens like this. The people who come tell you what you think it will happen, okay, to some extent we love them. நீங்க நினைக்கிறது நடக்குங்க ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பார்ட்டி. நீங்க நினைக்கிறது நிச்சயமா நடக்கும். சத்தியம் பண்ற நடக்கும். This is the second row of people we like even more. The third row of people நீங்க நினைக்கிறது நடந்ததுனே வச்சீங்க. This is the third. So we are more interested in these people. அதுக்கு மேலே ஒரு fourth ரகம் இருக்குது. அதெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு நடந்து போச்சுங்க. அடுத்தது என்ன செய்ய போறீங்க? Actually, what that lady is doing, Ravana, is that you got that part of that lady, Sita. This poor fellow has not even seen her. But he says, you got it. But after getting it, where are you going to keep her? Accommodation problem comes. Because already the rest of the gods have reserved a place for their wives. ஆகத்தில் ஒருவன் வைத்தான், பங்கையில் இருந்த பொண்ணை ஆகத்தில் ஒருவன் வைத்தான், அந்தணன் நாவில் வைத்தான். ஏகத்தில் பிறந்த பெண்ணை வென்ற இடையாளினை ஆக தோல்வியர் பெற்றால் எங்கனும் வைத்து வாழ். நீ எங்கேயா வைக்க போற? ஒருத்தன் பக்கத்தில் வச்சுக்கிட்டான், ஒருத்தன் மார்பில் வச்சுக்கிட்டான், ஒருத்தன் நாக்கில் வச்சுக்கிட்டான். இப்போ அகாமடேஷன் ப்ராப்ளம் தான் வருது. உனக்கு கிடைச்சி போச்சு. பட் அகாமடேஷன் ப்ராப்ளம் நீ எங்க வைக்க போறோம்னு வைத்து. You see the way of thinking. A person who is deep-rooted in this kind of mischievous things, this kind of villainy, he or she alone can do that. And they are going to the extreme. And Shakespeare is also no exception. We can go on telling about it. Therefore, I can only tell you one thing, that the literature now, as far as the Indian writing English is concerned, it is very rich. And it has got a very good future too. Therefore, try to explore the possibility of Indian writing English, how to Indianize it. That doesn't mean that you should not read books from outside. But as you write, as Raja Rao has stated already, that you should not write like the English people, because we already got a style of our own, and we must stick on to that style of writing. And every writer, aspiring writer, should develop a style of his or her own. Then only this would be possible. As Dr. Johnson, when he was writing about Goldsmith, just by way of an introduction for his epitaph, he said, a poet, naturalist, historian, who scarcely left any style untouched, and touched nothing which he did not adorn. That itself shows how good is the language, how poetical, and how deep-breaking. Because Dr. Johnson is known for using truth-breaking idioms. So, the future of English in India, especially Indian English, is in your hands. This part. Because you have one generation of people on this side. I do not know how this happened, whether it has been purposefully done or it is accidental, I do not know. But two offs. Let us not bother about this off, that is why I have ignored them. And I was addressing you because I have pinned all the books on you. All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was a very engaging talk. We were just listening, glued to you. There's a lot of humor in it, and we're enjoying reliving our student days. Thank you very much, sir. Now we move on to the validity address by Dr. Sampadananda Mishra. Dr. Sampadananda Mishra is a Sanskrit scholar from Odisha. He specializes in grammar. He was awarded the Maharishi Bhadrayan Vyas Award for Sanskrit in 2012 by the President of India, Bharathiyar. He was conferred with the Sahitya Akademy's Bala Puruskar 2018 for the book Shanai, which has served as a director of Sri Aurobindo Foundation for Indian Culture, Puducherry. Currently, he works as Dean, Culture and Director of the Center for Human Science at Rishikesh University, Haryana. Over to you, sir.
So my deep sense of gratitude to the organizers for thinking of me to invite to give the valedictory address. And as you all know, the last speaker doesn't have much liberty to take time. I have to keep some time for you all. But I'll try to do some justice to the whole theme that has been conceived. I was thinking like to ask Dr. Mahendra, what made you think this topic, Indianizing English Studies, the language, form and culture? Language definitely is very fascinating in the sense that first thing, without language, the world doesn't exist. It describes the world. There is a beautiful verse in Sanskrit which says, Idam andham tamah krishnam jayata bhuvana trayam yadi shabdahvayam jyoti rasansaram. It means that this whole world would have plunged into a blinding darkness if language didn't exist. So that is the significance of the language for human beings. But language has two most important aspects. One is its communicative aspect, one is its creative aspects. Most of the times in the linguistics, in the Bhasha Vigyan, philology, so you find people deal with the communicative aspect, the superficial aspect of the language, but not going deep into the creative aspect of it, the deeper aspect of it. And when we talk about Indianizing, it doesn't mean that we just have to have certain, things of India incorporated into the English, certain words incorporated into English, but that Indianness has to reflect through the language when we are dealing with the language, whether writing poetry or doing anything, any subject through using that language. Here, this is the land of Sri Aurobindo. What can be a best example of finding out what exactly it means Indianizing English studies, or finding out that Indianness through the language? I'll give you one example. When during his time, there was a particular meter in English called Terza Rima. That meter was banned by the English Poets Association because it cannot be naturalized. That was the concern of many poets. And Sri Aurobindo took it as a challenge, and then he naturalized it in English. He showed to the whole world that how that meter, that metrical pattern can be naturalized in English. And for that, he chose Kalidasa's Meghadutam to translate it into. Okay. So using Terza Rima meter, Sri Aurobindo translated the entire Kalidasa's Meghadutam and then showed as an example to the whole world like how an English meter can be naturalized. And also a deep poetry, because Kalidasa is famous for his using metaphor and using similes. So he could do that. He could, and it is a masterly translation that you can see. Taking clues from Sri Aurobindo, if you contemplate on all the English writings of Sri Aurobindo, go to Savitri, go to Synthesis of Yoga, go to Life Divine, go to Essays of the Gita, Secret of the Veda, Upanishads, and his articles on Indian culture, the Renaissance in India, I have found that he has not translated more than 1500 to 2,000 Indian words into English. It is kept as it is. So it is necessary to go back. So therefore, M.P. Panditji had to prepare a glossary of Sanskrit words in Sri Aurobindo's literature. He didn't translate it. Why? Because many of the Indian words are untranslatables. And when it comes to Sanskrit, the degree, the intensity of those words are very high, and they're absolutely untranslatable in most cases. You can write while using English, you can use the word sacrifice, you can use the word faith, but the idea of sacrifice in English, the word itself, is very different from the idea of sacrifice as we understand in the Indian sense. So should we use the word sacrifice in that sense? Should we use some other word? So that's why in Sanskrit we prefer to use the word yajna than sacrifice. So if you take sacrifice as the definition of it, so it has got more pain in it, struggle in it. But yajna is all about the joyful giving, mutual self-giving with joy, with bliss. So how do you translate this idea, and then how can you use the word sacrifice and bring out this sense of joy and mutual self-giving? It creates difficulty. That is why the idea was not to translate, but keep as it is, but describe it. If you follow Sri Aurobindo's theory of translation, and the way Sri Aurobindo has translated Ramayana, Mahabharata, of course portions of it, or the Gita, Kalidas, Bhartrihari has the complete translation in English, but not the rest of the poets. So you can find that he doesn't leave the word as it is. He is not using just the word yajna, he is using it. There is a whole interpretation of the word. And Sri Aurobindo says that if it needs to describe using a passage, a paragraph, you should use that paragraph as a translation of that, as an interpretation of that, because there cannot be single word. There cannot be single word. And I'll give you some more fascinating examples also. Here, the Indian tradition is more of a contextual tradition and not merely textual tradition. Context is very, very important. Because many people didn't understand the context, so they mistranslated, misinterpreted, mispresented India's literature. Can you believe someone has written the biography of Shivaji, and Shivaji is called Chhatrapati, and the person has titled it Shivaji, the Lord of Umbrella. Sounds kind of ridiculous, because this word Chhatrapati cannot be translated. Chhatra is not umbrella, and Pati is not Lord. So this context needs to be understood, and many Indians who have followed this. The same way, you find a huge book, you can check it in the internet. There is a book on Ramakrishna Paramahansa, his life. It's written Ramakrishna, the Great Swan. Parama, Great, Hansa, Swan. Ramakrishna, the Great Swan. Will I accept it? Will you accept it? Sounds ridiculous. The whole idea of Paramahansa, how do you bring it in English? So it needs a whole passage to describe it, because it's a whole experience behind it. So it is a difficult task. That's why there is this whole idea of untranslatable. And there was, a few years before, a movement which started in USA, the Sanskritizing English, that use maximum number of Sanskrit words while speaking English or writing English. This whole mass movement will start. And then this idea of non-translatables, also Rajiv Malhotraji, who was here a few months before, for his book on consciousness, Battle for Consciousness. So we had a beautiful program arranged here in this hall. So he has written a book on non-translatable. In fact, in 2006, when he brought out the book Being Different, so I had designed the chapter 5, Sanskrit non-translatable study, reviewing the book 3 times. So what is this idea of untranslated? If you go to Sri Aurobindo, as an example I am giving, the word chhatra cannot be umbrella. If you translate it as an umbrella, you are confining the whole root sense of it. In Sanskrit, or in any Indian language, wherever chhatra exists, because most of the Indian languages are derived from Sanskrit roots. So it comes from a root sound called chhad. Chhad means to cover. It's not umbrella. I can take this, put it on my head, to cover my head from rain, from sun. So it works like a chhatra. Anything can become a chhatra. Anything which covers is chhatra. If I write umbrella, then I am creating a particular image in the reader. I am confining it. So Sri Aurobindo would never use the word umbrella when he is translating Kalidas or Bharathiyar into English. So he will simply use the word shade or cover. So when we are talking about this, the Indianizing, so we need to find out what is the rootedness here, what is Indianness, how the Rishi tradition looked at the language, the root sounds. It's very deep. A single word here, being a student of Sanskrit, and I have studied Sanskrit in the light of Sri Aurobindo later, after my academic career is over from the universities where I came to Sri Aurobindo. So I have studied, he has given us a new philology, new science of language. And based on this new science of language, I will give you one example to explain you. Say in English you say doubt, D-O-U-B-T. How many of you taking this word D-O-U-B-T, doubt, explain me what is doubt, what happens in a doubtful state, what is the source of doubt? Can this word explain you? No. Then the meaning which we gather from the word doubt is a forced meaning, it's imposed on it. It doesn't take you to the source. But I'll explain you a word in Sanskrit. Sanskrit uses so many words. You can see how the Rishi tradition here, our Rishis who designed, who shaped the language, or gave a shape to the language. Of course, here in India, the Rishi tradition believes in the divine origin of language, and it maintained that divinity in the language, in any aspect of the language. So there is Shanka, there is Sanshaya, there is Sandeha, there are so many words. I take the word Sandeha. So please listen to me carefully for 2 minutes, just to understand the depth of the Indian words. Now Sandeha has got 2 components. Sam, which is a prefix, and it is combined with another word Deha. Now Sam as a prefix has the meaning like the English word you have, sum total, S-U-M, sum total, togetherness, completeness, whole, a single whole. Okay. Perfect. Now the word Deha, many of you must be familiar with the word Deha. What does the word Deha mean? Body. Now if you translate sum as perfect and Deha as body, so is doubt perfect body? Sounds ridiculous, right? But now you have to contemplate on why the body is called Deha. And for that, you have to go deep to find out what is the root sound of the word Deha. It comes from the root sound D, which means to gather, to collect. And see how the language has flourished from its root sound, from a seed sound. It has given birth to root sounds. Root sounds have given birth to root words. Then you have the verbs, nouns, and the language flowers from the seed sound to root words, and the usable words. Right? So now, D means to collect, to gather. Now, collection, when we start collecting, so this also like start experiencing, say for example, like you had nothing, you started gathering books. So the physical experience, the most physical experience of collection, piling up, is that it starts growing. There was nothing, but suddenly 100 books. So growth. So the idea of collection leads to the idea of growth. Therefore, you go to the dictionary, you will find the first level of meaning of deal is to gather, to collect, and the second level is to grow. So anything, the growth can also physically cover. So for example, something has grown here. So it has covered the view. I can't see you, you can't see me. Something. So growth leads to the idea of covering. Now if you take all the three layers of meaning, you can explain the word deha. Why body is called deha? The first meaning, gathering. Body is not a single mold piece, single piece. So it is a gathering, collection of many elements, many components. You have bones, you have marrows, you have sinews, you have flesh, you have blood, you have the Pancha Mahabhuta. It's a collection. Then growth, like the property of the body, is that I am not of the same size as I was born, right? So it has a property of growth. It grows. You eat little more, you will grow. Then you will reduce. So that's the property of the body. Cover. Body is used like a case, like a cover which conceals the soul within. The soul is using the body as a case, as a cover. So you take all the three layers of meaning and explain why body is called there. You do not find a single language on the earth which goes to this depth of bringing out the meaning based on the deeper psychology. So there is in each word. So I'll come to this statement which I will make. But let me, before I explain you, the word sandeha. Now sometimes a particular layer of meaning becomes prominent. In the case of the covering becomes the prominent meaning at many places. So what happens? Some deha, which becomes sandeha, which means perfect covering, clouding. So what is the source of doubt? It says, the word says, and if you are consciously using the language, you will become aware of what is the source of doubt, that in a clouded consciousness, the reality is not seen clearly. Perfect covering. So sandeha means clouded consciousness. So in clouded consciousness, there is no clarity. So confusion, this or that. So that leads to all the consequences of doubt. So here is a single word which takes us to the source of doubt. Now if you simply translate the word sandeha into doubt, it doesn't give you this feeling. But how to use it? So if the authors, all those who are writing or using English, if they are rooted in their own culture, if they are rooted in this psychology, the very psyche of the land, how the Rishi tradition looked at the creation of the words, the use of the words. So here, a single word you take up, you will find a lot of intuitive content within the word itself. So, the person who is using the language, so there has to be a conscious use of the language. He is aware of all the layers of the meanings. So, if there are conscious users of the language, they can do justice to the language. Otherwise, we will end up translating Chhatrapati as Lord of Umbrella or Paramahansa as the Great Swan, and there are plenty of such examples which I have collected, which are absolutely ridiculous. So this is what I wanted to share with you all, that there is a deep, intuitive, occult, spiritual and a higher content, very much secret in each and every Indian word, and especially Sanskrit word, so which we need to become aware of while dealing with it. The same way, English or any other language also had the same history when it came from Greek and Latin. So that is why when Sri Aurobindo, in his philology, he wanted to deal with the language. He took Sanskrit, he took Tamil, he took Greek and Latin, all the four languages, and then checked this intuitive content which is contained in the word itself, then he gave the whole word the root theory, and he always said that go back to the root and understand the original experiences behind the root, which are responsible for the meanings of the words, and then accordingly you interpret it. And this is what we find in Sri Aurobindo's Savitri, Sri Aurobindo's English, wherever he has used, that very consciously he has brought out the meanings of the words. And we need that kind of language which is vibrant with such meanings, such intuitive meanings. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra, for drawing our attention to the rich and intuitive content of the language like Sanskrit and how English can never do justice to our Indian languages. Now, a leader who is passionate about community service, advocate of green and clean environment, Green Man of Puducherry. He is the recipient of the State Award for Public Administration 2023 and a recipient of Chief Minister Award for Best Administration in 2024. Our own principal. The chair is yours, sir.
I'm so happy because I've seen in many other places, valedictory program means only the speakers will be there, the organizers will be there, and poor recorder and somebody to videograph, and 2-3 people to wind up all those things. This college is really grateful to have all of you. It's a sincere gratitude because never ever I have seen, maybe I'm sure the dignitaries on the stage will also agree, having full strength. Maybe 10%, 20% here and there, but still it's really great. What I need to speak, listening to the galaxy of intellectuals these 2 days, from this side, from the other side, for a principal, I just feel that light should be there, water should be there, electricity should be there, food should be there. If all those things are completed, then principal is very happy. And to my surprise, I felt these 2 days of interaction with 35 odd number of papers from almost 8 to 10 states, and the impact is so huge. We have got the people from IITs, we have got the people from the central universities, including Professor Clement sir is here, who is the in charge Vice Chancellor today. So we are really blessed to have you, sir. Professor Sampadan sir is here, and all of you. Madam from NCRT is there, Madam from IIT Gandhinagar is there, yesterday from IIT Madras was there. Christian College was there. Many of the universities, many of the colleges, and coming to Tagore Arts and Science College and discussing the Indianising of writing of English, and it's really super. Because at least I have visited many of the colleges, they don't think of these topics itself, forget of having a grand deliberations, and having this kind of people, intellectuals, we are really blessed to have you all. And I will not take much of the time because I all understand the time constraint and also the basis level of all of yours. Because it's not that we have given something to you, rather we have received a lot many things from your side. Because all the speakers had certain things to offer, but at the outset, I just feel that from your side also we received so much of feedback. And talking of the presentation since morning, I have been, all is online itself. So I have been watching to the professors from the SCRT, professor from the MIT Gandhinagar yesterday also. What a fantastic, way of presentation. And I'm sure everyone would have been, appreciating that. And I just feel that you need to give a big clap. And these people, these people in this with a lot of, respect. Sir, salute to your credibility and all this because we have been listening to many of the professors. We all have, seen these professors, but we have at least really blessed to have your presence and I personally feel that these 2 days of deliberations, a lot of things has come up. We are trying to bring it in a form of book proceeding itself. That is also under process. And I want to thank, Dr. Mahendra and all the English department faculty members. Because the parameter, when people say that the quality in higher education has decreased or coming down, I say that no, it is only on paper. You can see the parameter of quality here in the government college. This is a government college, and you can, I can see many students, they will appreciate it. They have come to me, they told, sir, wonderful presentation, wonderful people, wonderful, resource persons. Food was good, everything was good. So I feel that the quality is really increasing thanks to the NAAC, which is a great source of inspiration for all of us to find out the in-depth of the Indian talent and all. And needless to say that India has rich resources for the last 5,000 years. In fact, we have not opened even 5% of that. And what Professor Sampadan sir was talking, Sir Clement sir was talking, we have to do a lot of research. I think that is just a peanut into that somewhere. And I just invite the young scholars, keep working hard, and without taking much of your time, I once again thank every one of you. And most importantly, India is looking towards the Viksit Bharat. It's a complete, strong India. It was a strong India. Somewhere we have diluted ourselves. People could not, whatever the reasons. There are a lot many things to offer, a lot many things to discuss. Forget that. But sometimes I feel we cannot ignore the contribution of the Britishers for our development also. Sometimes we cannot ignore the contribution of the Muslims in this country also. So we have to take whatever has happened is happened. We cannot criticize anyone. We have learned so many things, and if you have so many things, again we can revive. Again we can go to the next level. And what we are talking of Gupta age as the golden age, why this 21st century should not be golden age for all of us. You, me, and together, when we all see the positives of this country, forget of the negatives, criticism, because negatives and criticism will not take us anywhere. If at all we positive mindset, then we can do wonders, and let us hope that in the days to come, this college will organize many more seminars, and we'll be requesting people like you to grace such kind of seminars, and let us work together to make this India a vibrant country. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Definitely the success of the seminar.
On behalf of all of us, Professor Clement sir's birthday today.
Very happy birthday to you, sir, on behalf of Bharathiyar College. It is indeed a very happy day that you're celebrating your birthday in your alma mater. And a proud alumni, and we feel so greatly blessed.
And on behalf of all of you, I just request sir to come and honor sir. Again, this is on behalf of all of us. It will be 101 times, so still will make it 102nd times.
Writer Tiwari is going to honor. Thank you, sir. The success of the seminar is no doubt it goes to you because you have been our mentor and always an encourager, pushing us to do one step always ahead. Thank you, sir. Now over to certificate distribution.
Maybe one or two people, those who can give me feedback for 1 minute at least for the
Yes, we welcome feedback. Please.
Only one feedback.
Yeah.
One from the ladies, one from the gents.
Yes. One from the ladies section and one from the gents. Please come forward. No, just one each. Representing the gender, please. We welcome feedback. It will definitely encourage us to do better.
मैं रिक्वेस्ट सर, क्योंकि आप यहाँ पर आकर ऑनर किए थे तो आप ही बताइए सर।
मैं नरोत्तम तिवारी, स्वाभाविक है कि मैं मध्य प्रदेश से हूँ तो वहाँ की भाषा हिंदी से ही आपसे गुफ्तगू करूँगा। मुझे मौका दिया गया है फीडबैक का, लेकिन मुझे फीडबैक देने की बजाय लग रहा है कि मैं आभार प्रकट करूं, मैं धन्यवाद दूं ऑर्गेनाइजर्स को, प्रिंसिपल सर को और यहाँ की प्यारी प्यारी ऑडियंस को कि मुझे ये मौका मिला कि यहाँ मैं पार्टिसिपेट कर सकूं, आप सबके बीच हो सकूं। बहुत अच्छे अच्छे पेपर्स यहाँ पढ़े गए, बड़ी गहन विचार और विमर्श की यहाँ बातें हुई। इन सब के बावजूद भी कुछ ऐसा यहाँ आकर मुझे लगा कि अधूरा रह जाता कि मैं यहाँ सिर्फ ज्ञान गंगा में, इस हाल में जो बह रही थी, शामिल होकर वापस चला जाता। मुझे मौका मिला यहाँ आपके प्रिंसिपल माननीय श्री शशिकांत दास जी से मिलने का, और ये मेरा सौभाग्य है, मैं कहूँगा कि मेरी अपनी 80 वर्ष की उम्र में ऐसे लोग मुझे कम मिले। मैं अपेक्षा करता हूँ कि हम एक बार कर्कश ध्वनि से इनका स्वागत करें, इनका आभार प्रकट करें और बहुत बहुत मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ। इसके अतिरिक्त मेरे पास कहने को अभी शब्द नहीं है, मैं थोड़ा भावुक हो रहा हूँ। तो फिर कभी मौका मिला तो अपनी रचनाशीलता से, अपनी कविताओं से यहाँ के कुछ आख्यान लिखूंगा और आप सबको अवगत कराऊंगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Anybody else? Dr. Shiva Priya from Bharathiyar College.
Good evening, everyone. I place on record my reverence to all my teachers here first. They are the reason I am here now. And about the seminar, starting from the inaugural address to the valedictory address, all the scholarly deliberations by all the resource persons and the paper presentations, they have put before us a vistas of research ideas to work on. Certainly will do. And the topic is very impressive and inspiring also. And evidentially, English department is very well known for hospitality, and no doubt it's proved here again. And food is really delicious. I think you have taken very much care in giving importance to health. So healthy food is provided. On the whole, very meticulously organized and wonderful team. Thank you, sir. Hope that we'll be here soon. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Any more volunteers? Session 1, certificate distribution. Dr. Belyansida Kalappa Payakonde from Aringyar Anna Government College. Session wise. Dr. Krishna Kumar, KMGI, PSR. May I request Dr. Clement S. Cruz, Director, to hand over the Dr. P.C. Avantika, India College, Pondicherry. Mary Antoinette Nancy, Bharathiyar College, Pondicherry. Dr. Padma Shetty Sacharan, Osmania University, Hyderabad. Dr. Balu Naik, Osmania University. Dr. Narmada, SGC Puducherry. Mr. Ganesh. Mr. Priyadarshan. Darshini Priyadarshini. Dr. Govind Chandra Russell. Dr. Chandra.
Just pick up that invitation card. Come on.
Dr. Lakshmi Shastri, Nagpur. Dr. Madhav Bala, India College. Dr. Chandra. Dr. Savitri, Professor, Guru Nanak College, Chennai. Dr. Vasudevan. Madhubala, India College, Pondicherry. N. Satyarajan, Takshashila University. Dr. Anushya P. Guru Nanak College, Chennai. Dr. Geraldine, Pondicherry Central University. I now request Dr. Mishra to give away other certificates. Shakti Shalini, AMGI PSR. Dr. Kanika Priya, Sarkar College. Dr. Das, Sharda Gadadhar College. Ms. Aarti, Takshashila University. Ms. Anupriya, Takshashila University. Satyarajan, Takshashila University. S. Geetanjali, India College.
Muhammad Ishaq.
Ms. Kalai Selvi, Takshashila University.
आपसे हाथ से सर्टिफिकेट बिल्कुल जैसा उनका
Mr. Joseph Gerard, Naval University. Kalai Selvi.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lydia Paul. Ms. Divya Ravini. Ms. Divya Ravini, IIT Chennai. I now request Dr. Anju to propose you. Dr. Anju Nayan, co-convener of the national seminar, will propose the vote of thanks.
Most respected and learned dignitaries on the stage and off the stage, learned audience, good evening to all. As we come to the conclusion of this insightful and enriching seminar, it is my honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Almighty for showering His grace on us by providing us the strength to conduct the seminar, and especially for the pleasant weather, unlike last week. The pleasant weather making it conducive for the delegates to travel from far and also making their stay a memorable one. Now, all positive actions are initiated from minds which have a vision for progress. Our principal, Dr. Shashikant Das, a man with a great vision, has been a robust administrator whose commitment for the college and students is laudable. He has been instrumental in planning and shaping the expansion of this college. Our college is poised towards higher growth path with the new objectives stretching beyond the horizon. This seminar is one such initiative. Thank you, sir, for all the reformative measures taken by you and for your wholehearted support. Thank you, sir. I express my gratitude to MLA Sri Vaidyanathan and MLA Sri Kalyanasundram for raising the occasion in spite of their busy schedule. I extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed guests. First, Dr. Jyotirmay Tripathi for his inspiring keynote address. His valuable insights have significantly contributed to the success of this event and have provided us with much to reflect upon. I thank Dr. Nidhi Tiwari, who took us through Jnana, Vijnana and the Jeevan Darshan, and thus providing a unique perspective of Bharatiya Drishti. Thank you. I thank Dr. Anand for reflections on Indianising English. Thank you, ma'am. I thank Professor Clement Luke, who has always, with his humorous oration, kept us all agile and lively, and for taking us through the varied nuances of the English language. Thank you. I thank Dr. Sarvadanand Misraji, an encyclopedia of information on Sri Aurobindo and the Sanskrit language. Thank you so much, sirs, for dwelling deep in the roots of our rich language and unraveling the different secret layers of meaning in every Indian word. It is always a pleasure to listen to you, sir. Thank you, sir. Heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speakers and panelists for sharing their expertise and knowledge. Their presentations and discussions have been incredibly informative and engaging, offering us new perspectives and ideas. Their contributions have added great value to this event and left a lasting impact on all of us. A special thanks to all our participants and attendees for your active engagement and enthusiasm. Your presence and contributions have enriched the discussions and made this event a collaborative success. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Mahendra, the convener of this seminar, for his tireless effort and executing this event. His dedication and hard work have paid off, and we're grateful to have been a part of it. Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our heartfelt thanks to Dr. Deepak, the librarian, for going all out to make our helpful and fulfilling. Thanks to the canteen staff and the students cafe for providing us quality food.
Students' participation much more because they will certainly be able to
Yes. Thanks to Dr. Deepa from the Department of Economics for helping us with the banners and the mementos, and Dr. Sunita ma'am from the Department of Economics for her presence and support throughout the event. And again, I would like to thank a student from the Department of Economics, Mukesh Raj. It is he who has prepared the sweets for the seminar. Then to the technical support team, Professor Prasan and Mr. Ebenezer, thank you for ensuring that all our sessions ran seamlessly. Their expertise and dedication is greatly appreciated. I would like to make a special mention of thanks to Professor Prasan, who has spared his valuable time and has been with us for 2 long days. So special thanks to him. So, I express my gratitude to my departments, my HOD, Dr. Karan, and all the members of faculty, and whose support has been invaluable. And a special thanks to Dr. Sanjoy, who has been covering this throughout. And now the main part to our dedicated organizing student volunteers. Thank you for your invaluable support and assistance throughout the event. Without your hard work and dedication, this event would not have been possible. Your hard work behind the scenes has ensured the smooth execution of this seminar. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the media for the support and coverage of the event. And lastly, I would like to thank the venue staff for their excellent service and hospitality, and your efforts have made everyone feel comfortable. And in conclusion, thank you all once again for your invaluable contribution and participation. You have made the seminar a memorable and interactive experience. So have a great evening and safe travels home. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Because of that,
yes. Sorry. And it is because of ICSSR that this event has happened actually. It has taken place. So it is a huge gratitude to ICSSR. And then I would like to thank our student Veronica for the training of social music that definitely touched everybody's heart. Thank you.
prayer song.
Yes, I would like to thank Akila, who is not in absentia, the nightingale of this college, for moving us and initiating this proceedings.
And I also tell you, our Geo office staff, because this lighting facility on this Geo.
That is the technical staff I mentioned.
No, I did.
Yes, okay. I would like to thank the administrative staff, the JO and office staff for their continuous support.
And I am SK.
Yes, I know.
Both please stand up. SK, please stand up. All our messages are reaching only because of Ainer.
Yes. And he was here. We shall stand for the national.